Chapter 1808. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, somewhere along the Wyuanquin River that flowed through Fuyuki City. Boom! With a loud bang, an ancient chariot pulled by two pitch-black bulls suddenly landed on the ground. Then, the chariot disappeared, and two figures, one tall and one thin, appeared. It was rider Iskandar, the conquering king, and his master, Wilbur Velvet, whom Sei Ito had met before. At this time, Wilbur Velvet was like a frightened woman. He hugged Iskandar's waist tightly with a pale face. "How rude. You're the inviter, but you didn't welcome the guest on the spot." Iskandar grabbed Wilbur's collar with one hand and took him away from his waist. He looked at the empty riverbank and said softly, "I told you not to come here. Don't come here. This is the enemy's trap, but you didn't listen. Look at you now." Wilbur said, loudly with dissatisfaction, "Well, as a brave warrior, I have no reason to refuse an invitation," Iskandar said indifferently. But then, Iskandar's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. Then, at the next moment, a black cat followed Lancer, who was holding a pair of red and gold spears, and walked over slowly. A cat. Wilbur, who noticed Lancer's appearance, also turned his head and looked over. Then he exclaimed in shock, "It's a familiar, right?" Then he seemed to have thought of something and said with uncertainty, "What a coward." Iskandar curled his lips and said, "Lancer, your name as a hero should be crying." Lancer smiled bitterly and did not say anything when he heard Ryder's ridicule. To be honest, he did not expect Sei Ito, who was strong enough to fight against the heroic spirits and could even defeat him after activating the inherent barrier, to use such a method to participate in the night party that he held. It was really unbefitting of his identity. But since things had already come to this, Lancer could only accept his fate and followed him. "Conquering King, did you bring wine?" At this time, the black cat's mouth moved slightly. He said in a voice that sounded a little strange, "Yes, I brought it, but I won't give it to you who doesn't even dare to come here in person." Iskandar patted the oval-shaped wooden cylinder beside him and said, "It doesn't matter," the black cat said softly. As they spoke, the black cat and Lancer arrived near Iskandar and Wilbur and stood still. Phew, phew. But at this time, a sound from afar. The sound was gradually clear, and clear sound came from afar. Then a blue light flashed. Saber, who was wearing a conservative skirt-style armor, appeared beside them. Saber's A's, and she's is. Saber a S's S. Use a girl. Iskandar tesses A's day, mornings a est, S he said with a hearty laugh. The S right TSS this Ren Saber is the same as you. He is also the king of a country. As. She won't become unless she's defeated. Without waiting for Saber to speak, the black cat said with a smile on her face, "Oh." Iskandar was stunned when he heard that. He then looked at Saber with more interest. Obviously, to the conquering king, conquering us was a feat worthy of praise. It was worth his effort. "My name is Iskandar, the conquering king. I participated in the Holy Grail War and obtained the rank of day. How about you, young Saber?" Iskandar had a smile on his face, but his tone was serious as he introduced himself. "I'm the British Kingdom's queen, Artoria Pendragon," Saber answered sternly. "Oh, the British Kingdom's queen?" Iskandar was surprised when he got the answer. "That's too shocking. The world's renowned Night King is a little girl." "Then try to eat the little girl's sword, conquering king." Saber's eyes flashed with anger when she heard that. She lowered her body and said in a deep voice as if she was ready for battle, "Sure." Iskandar smiled fearlessly. At the same time, he pulled out the short sword at his waist, the sword of Carrot, and pointed it at Saber. In an instant, a sense of urgency filled the place. "The guests are not here yet. Is it really okay to ruin the party?" Just when Saber and Day were about to fight, the black cat's strange voice echoed in the place again. "It's okay. This can be considered as entertainment before the party," Iskandar said boldly. However, the battle aura on his body was slightly weaker. "Then I'll definitely leave traces of blood on your body," Saber replied, without showing any signs of weakness. "It's too bloody. Let's drink," the black cat interrupted. "Little girl, do you dare to drink with me?" Iskandar glanced at the black cat and then looked at Saber with a smile. "You can call me King Arthur or Altoria. If you call me that again, I'll teach you a lesson," Saber said with a strong aura. "Okay, I was rude before." Iskandar smiled. He then sheathed the sword of Carrot at his waist and clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the lid of the wine barrel. Bam! In the next second, wood shavings flew everywhere. A faint wine aroma drifted out from the round wooden barrel. Iskandar sat beside the barrel and took out a long ladle from the side of the barrel. He scooped a spoonful of wine and brought it to his mouth. He then drank it all in one gulp. He then put the wooden ladle back into the barrel and scooped out another spoonful of red wine. He then passed it to Saber. Saber looked at Iskandar and lowered herself to sit on the grass by the riverbank. She took the wooden ladle and drank the wine in the ladle in a similar manner. Iskandar then took the ladle that Saber passed to him and scooped out another spoonful of wine. However, he did not pass it to the black cat that had Ito's spirit as support. He also did not pass it to Lancer, who was standing beside the black cat like a guard. Instead, he took the ladle and drank it. It did not seem like he was deliberately ignoring them. It was as if he was blatantly saying that the two of them were not qualified. However, regardless of whether it was Saber or Lancer, they did not think that Iskandar's behavior was wrong. They accepted the current development as a matter of course. The Feast of the Kings. The black cat muttered in a voice that only it could hear. After drinking for 30 minutes, Iskandar, who passed the wooden ladle to Saber, suddenly said in a very serious tone, "I heard that only those who are qualified can obtain the Holy Grail." In an instant, the atmosphere around them became stagnant. It became like a highland area. It made it difficult for Wilbur, who came out of the place, to breathe. And the ceremony to choose the qualified person is this war in Winterwood. But if you're just a bystander, then there's no need to shed blood. As heroic spirits, if we can recognize each other's abilities. As for the words after that, I don't think I need to say it. Iskandar ignored the changes in the surroundings and continued. Saber took the wooden ladle without hesitation. She drank the wine in the ladle and asked in a soft voice, "So, first of all, you want to compete with me to see who's stronger?" "Damn it. That's right. We'll have a real competition in the name of King. But if that's the case, it won't be called the Holy Grail War anymore. It'll be better called the Holy Grail Quiz. In the end, between the Night King and the Conqueror King, who will become the Holy Grail King? It's the best question to ask a wine glass," Iskandar said in a serious tone. "You're excluded." The black cat turned around and said to Lancer beside it, "That's good too. I only need to fight with the winner of their battle and obtain victory." Lancer was not affected by the fact that he was excluded. His tone was still full of confidence. "Besides, isn't the change now what you want to see?" Lancer's gaze stopped on Saber and Ryder as he said softly. Although it was not obvious, Lancer could feel that everything that was happening now was guided by this guy who was temporarily wearing a cat skin beside him. He just did not understand why he would do that. "Ah, speaking of which, there's someone who calls himself king here." Iskandar then laughed mischievously as he muttered to himself, "Stop joking around, you bastard." The moment Iskandar's words subsided, a voice filled with arrogance echoed in the field. Then, a golden light flashed and a new figure appeared. The person was about 1.8 meters tall with a slender body. He wore a golden armor that was completely made of gold. His face was handsome as if he was not a living being of this world. His hair was blonde, and there were golden earrings on his ears. Other than the black lining of his armor, a bright red cape that was not golden hung behind him. It swayed gently in the night breeze. The person who came was none other than the king of ancient Uruk, who was known as the Golden Sparkle, Archer Gilgamesh. Saber frowned again when she saw the person who came. Finally, another one, the black cat smiled. Gilgamesh did not even look at the black cat and Lancer beside it. He walked straight to Ryder and Saber and sat down on the grass by the riverbank, mimicking them. "I can't believe you chose such a lousy place to hold the feast. You're really a bastard with such poor taste. How are you going to apologize for making me come all the way here?" Gilgamesh said coldly, "Well, although this place is lousy, the scenery is not bad. The place is spacious. It's suitable for us to drink and battle." Before Ito could speak, Iskandar handed the wooden spoon with red wine to Gilgamesh and said, "Come, let's have a drink first." When Gilgamesh heard this, he surprisingly didn't say anything. He reached out to take the wooden spoon and drank the wine in the spoon in one gulp. "What kind of lousy wine is this? Using this kind of wine for a battle between heroes?" Gilgamesh said in disgust. "Is that so? I bought it from the market here." "It's a good wine," Iskandar said. "You think so because you don't know anything about wine, you bastard," Gilgamesh snorted. A golden vortex appeared beside Archer, and a golden wine bottle inlaid with red gems was spat out from it. Gilgamesh took it and placed it on the ground. "Look, this is the wine of the king." At the same time, Gilgamesh took out 3 golden wine cups that were also embedded with fine gemstones from the golden vortex. He poured the colorless, transparent liquid from the golden wine bottles into the cups and gave it to Iskandar and Saber. "Oh, I'm so touched." Iskandar took the wine glass and took a sip. He did not mind Gilgamesh's tone at all. "Oh, delicious." Iskandar's eyes were wide open as he praised. His reaction piqued Saber's curiosity. She lowered her head and took a sip as well. Almost instantly, a fragrant and strong aroma that was different from any wine she had ever tasted filled her heart. "This is amazing. This wine is definitely not brewed by humans. It must be brewed by gods." At this moment, Iskandar's unfinished praise rang in Saber's ears again. "Of course, whether it's wine or swords, only the best things are stored in my treasury. This is the taste of a king." Gilgamesh shook the wine glass in his hand and smiled. His tone was matter-of-fact. "Are you kidding me, Archer?" At this moment, Saber's angry roar was heard. "I'm tired of listening to you boasting about your treasured wine. You're not like a king. You're more like a clown." Ridiculous. A person who doesn't know anything about wine is not fit to be a king. Gilgamesh sneered at Saber, who was filled with the smell of gunpowder. "That's enough. You two are so boring." Iskandar smiled bitterly. Then, he turned around and continued the previous topic. "Archer, the best of your wine can only be matched by the goblet of utmost treasures. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is not used to hold wine. Now, we're having a Holy Grail quiz to determine whether or not each other has the right to obtain the Holy Grail. First, you have to tell us why you want the Holy Grail. Archer, you have to use your identity as a king to convince us that you have the right to obtain the Holy Grail." Chapter 1809. I can't stand you. First of all, we're here to fight for the Holy Grail. Your question is far from that premise, Gilgamesh said calmly. Huh? Iskandar raised his brow in surprise. That should be mine in the first place. All the treasures in the world came from my collection. However, it's been lost from my treasure vault for a long time. However, I'm still its owner. Gilgamesh sighed helplessly and said in a tone that was supposed to be so. So, you're saying that you once owned the Holy Grail? Do you know what it is? Iskandar asked. No, Gilgamesh denied. This is not something that you can understand. The total amount of my property is beyond my knowledge. However, as long as it's a treasure, it definitely belongs to me. That's very clear. You actually want to snatch my treasure. You should know your place. His reply left Saber, who was furious with him, speechless. Was there anything more absurd than this? So, there's a lunatic among the perverts, Saber said. Sai, how should I put this? Iskandar grabbed the golden wine bottle next to him and refilled his wine glass without hesitation. He said, Speaking of which, I think I know your real name. There's only one king who's more arrogant than me, Iskandar. As soon as he said that, Wilbur, who could be considered as the only magician on the scene, immediately pricked up his ears and listened attentively. However, it was despicable. Iskandar changed the topic at that moment. So, Archer, does that mean that we'll get the Holy Grail as long as you agree to it? Iskandar asked. Of course, but I have no reason to reward scoundrels like you, Gilgamesh replied. Are you reluctant? Iskandar asked. Of course not. I only reward my subjects and people. Gilgamesh looked at Iskandar with a smile, as if he was mocking him. Or, if you're willing to submit to me, then I'll give you 1 or 2 cups. Ah, I can't do that. Iskandar scratched his chin and said, but, Archer, it doesn't matter to you whether you have the Holy Grail or not. You're not fighting for the Holy Grail to fulfill some wish. Of course, but I can't let go of the guy who stole my treasure. This is a matter of principle. What does that mean? Is there a reason? Iskandar asked as he finished the wine in his glass. It's the laws. The law that I, as the king, made. Gilgamesh immediately replied. Oh, Iskandar, who seemed to have understood something, sighed deeply. Then he said, what a perfect king. He was able to implement the laws that he had set. However, I still want the Holy Grail very much. My method is to snatch it if I want it because I, Iskandar, am the conquest king. Not necessarily. As long as you invade, I can punish. There's no room for negotiation, Gilgamesh retorted bluntly. Then we can only meet on the battlefield. Iskandar nodded. But Archer, anyway, let's drink first and leave the battle for later. Of course, unless you don't like the wine I brought. Perhaps he agreed with Iskandar a little. It was rare for Gilgamesh to say something that seemed like a joke. What kind of joke is this? How can I not drink when the wine is right in front of me? Iskandar said loudly. He looked as if he and Gilgamesh were old friends. Conquest King, since you've admitted that the Holy Grail belongs to someone else, do you still want to use force to snatch it? At that moment, Saber, who had been listening to their conversation in silence, suddenly asked, Of course. My belief is to conquer, which also means snatch and invade. Iskandar said matter-of-factly, Then why do you want the Holy Grail? Saber's eyes flashed with anger as she asked while suppressing her anger. I want to become a human. Iskandar smiled embarrassedly. As soon as this answer came out, except for Ito Say, who was relying on the black cat, everyone's face showed a surprised look. Among them, Webb, who was the master of riders, shouted excitedly, Oh, you. Don't tell me you want to conquer this world, wow. Idiot. How can you conquer the world in this lifetime? Conquering is your dream. Only the Holy Grail can fulfill this first step, Iskandar explained as he flicked Webb's forehead to calm him down. Bastard, you dare to challenge me for such a boring thing? Gilgamesh said helplessly. I say, even if we appear in the present world with magic, we're just perverts in the end. We don't exist in this world in the first place. Although it's a little funny, are you really satisfied? Iskandar looked at all the heroic spirits, including Lancer, seriously, and asked. Without waiting for the others to answer, he continued, I'm not satisfied. I want to be reincarnated in this world and live as a human. At that moment, everyone who heard this fell silent. Human desires are endless. Black Cat's strange voice was heard. However, no one cared about it. However, Black Cat did not care. Instead, it looked around as if it was searching for something on the dark riverbank. He didn't come? Did he not receive the invitation? Or did that old man, tongue-dirty Inkstone, not give him the invitation? Or does he have other plans? Why? Why do you want to take the Holy Grail so much? At that moment, Webb asked softly, because this is the foundation of conquering. Iskandar clenched his fist and said, possessing a body, advancing to the heavens and earth, carrying out my conquest. That's my path as a king. However, I don't have a body now. This won't do. Without this, everything can't start. I'm not afraid of anything. I just feel that I must possess the Holy Grail. While Iskandar was speaking, Gilgamesh had been drinking his wine quietly. He looked like he was listening attentively until Iskandar finished speaking. Then, Gilgamesh's face showed a ruthless smile that gave people a strong sense of coldness. He announced, It's decided, F***. I'll kill you with my own hands. Hee, you're still saying this now. You should be prepared. Not only the Holy Grail, I'm also planning to rob your treasury clean. You're too careless to let the conquering king drink such a good wine. Iskandar laughed fearlessly. After laughing, Iskandar turned to look at Saber and said, Hey, I say, Saber, tell me your wish too. I want to save my homeland. I want to change the fate of England's destruction. After a moment of silence, Saber resolutely stated her wish. Of course, the England she was talking about was not the current England because the current England was built by the descendants of the Anglo-Saxons, a branch of the Germanic people. Instead, she was referring to the England formed by the former Welsh people that she led back then. At that moment, the scene fell into silence again. "I say, Night King, did I hear wrongly?" After a moment, Iskandar said with a face full of doubt, "You said you want to change fate, which means you want to overturn history." "Yes, no matter how difficult it is to fulfill the wish, as long as I have the almighty Holy Grail, it can definitely be fulfilled," Saber concluded proudly. Then, there was a short silence again. "Ah, Saber, I want to confirm. The destruction of England should have happened during your time, right? During your reign?" Then, Iskandar broke the silence again. "Yes, that's why I can't forgive myself," Saber said with a more determined tone. "That's why I can't accept it, and I want to change that ending. It's because of me that it led to that ending." However, at that moment, a burst of exaggerated laughter suddenly rang out. "Archer, what's so funny?" Saber, who felt insulted, glared at Gilgamesh and questioned him. "You call yourself a king, praised by the people. Such a person actually can't accept it? Huh, how can this not make people laugh? What a masterpiece. Saber, you're the best clown." Gilgamesh, who could not stop laughing, praised sarcastically. Wait for a moment, Night King. Are you trying to deny the history that you've created?" Iskandar, who was next to him, also frowned and looked at Saber with a slightly displeased expression. "That's right. Are you surprised? Is it funny? As a king, the country that I sacrificed my life for was destroyed. What's wrong with me mourning?" Saber tried her best to suppress the anger that overflowed in her heart and asked in a deep voice, Hey, did you hear that? D***M. This little girl who calls herself the Night King actually said something about sacrificing her life for the country." Gilgamesh's reply was another burst of laughter. Iskandar frowned in silence because he understood that ridiculing a person's ideals was equivalent to insulting that person. Even if that ideal was a little ridiculous, I don't understand what's so funny. As a king, I should naturally step forward and work hard for the prosperity of my country. Saber said loudly, "You're wrong." Iskandar retorted with a serious expression. "It's not the king who sacrifices life. It's the country and the people who sacrificed everything to the king. Don't be mistaken about that." "What did you say?" Saber, who could no longer suppress her anger, stood up from the ground and glared at Iskandar. She questioned him loudly. "Isn't that a tyrant? D***M. Archer, it's a huge mistake for you to be a king." Chapter 1810. Indeed, but we're not only tyrants, we're also heroes. Iskandar's eyebrows did not even twitch when he heard Saber's question. He replied calmly, "So, Saber, if a king is dissatisfied with the results of his governance, it only means that he's a fatuous ruler, worse than a tyrant." This time, Iskandar's words were equivalent to denying Saber's answer. "Iskandar, the empire that you built was split into 4 parts in the end. Are you really not unhappy about that? Don't you want to do it all over again and save the country?" Saber frowned as she questioned him with a sharp tone. "I don't want to." What replied her was the Conquest King's straightened chest and straightforward words. His gaze was sharp as he stared at the Night King. "If my decision and my subjects led to such an outcome, then destruction is inevitable. I'll mourn and shed tears, but I'll never regret it." "How could?" Saber mumbled as she looked at Iskandar in disbelief. Without waiting for Saber to finish her sentence, Iskandar's arrogant voice sounded again. "Don't even talk about trying to overturn history. Such foolish behavior is an insult to all the humans in the era that I built. You're only saying that because of the glory of a warrior. The people won't think that way. What they need is salvation." Saber snapped back to reality and denied. "You're saying that they want salvation from a king?" Iskandar laughed. "I don't understand. What's the point of this? This is the duty of a king." Saber replied proudly. "Correct governance, correct order. This is what all the subjects look forward to. Then are you a slave to correct?" Iskandar asked back. "You can say that if you want. Only those who sacrifice themselves for their ideals are fit to be a king." Saber nodded as a matter of fact. People can understand law and order through a king. What a king embodies should not be something that will disappear with the death of a king, but something more honorable. Iskandar shook his head as if he was pitying her. This is not a path that humans would choose to live on. Yes, since you're born as a king, you can't expect to live like a normal person, Saber continued. Conquest King, a person like you who only cares about yourself will never understand my beliefs. You're just a tyrant who's been blinded by lust. Saber scolded sternly, as if she was scolding a subordinate who had made a mistake. A king without a penis is worse than a vase, Iskandar shouted angrily. Saber, you just said, sacrifice yourself for your ideals. Indeed, you used to be an incorruptible saint, so pure that no one could compare to you. But who would be willing to die for their ideals? Who would think about the so-called saints day and night? They could only comfort the people, but he could not guide the people. There is only glory and splendor that could be sung to the fullest. Only then can the country and its people be led to the right path. At this point, Iskandar seemed to feel that his mouth was dry, so he finished the wine in his cup and continued to correct him. As a king, therefore, he had to possess a stronger desire than anyone else. She was bolder than anyone else. She was more irritable than anyone else. He was supposed to be a human who was more real than anyone else, both clear and turbid. Only in this way could the subjects be subdued by the king. Only then would the people have the longing of if only I were the king. Such governance. Then where's the justice? Saber asked. There is none. There is no so-called justice in the path of the king, so there is no regret, Iskandar answered without pausing. Saber clenched her fists and glared at Iskandar. Iskandar smiled and continued. O king with the name of a knight, your justice and ideals might have saved the country and its people for a while. That's why your name is still being sung to this day. But don't tell me you don't know what happened to those who were saved? What did you say? Saber's petite body trembled slightly. The bloody plains and the corpses piled up on top of it like a hill appeared in her mind. You blindly saved your subjects, but you never guided them. They don't know what the king's penis is. You've abandoned your lost subjects, yet you're intoxicated by your petty ideals in a holy manner. Iskandar, who did not care about Saber's transformation, continued speaking without stopping. That's why you're not a qualified king. You just want to be a king who thinks for the people, a little girl who spun a cocoon around herself in order to become an idol. Saber, who had more and more images appearing in her mind, was rendered speechless by Iskandar's rebuttal. However, soon, Saber's expression changed. She turned her head and looked straight at Gilgamesh, who was studying her with his dark red eyes. Archer, why are you looking at me? Saber asked in displeasure when she noticed the thing in Gilgamesh's gaze. I'm just enjoying your troubled expression. Gilgamesh smiled gently with a surprised expression. It's like a virgin scattering flowers on the bed. I like it. You, Saber, whose face was filled with anger, slammed the old cup on the ground. However, at that moment, everyone other than Wilbur had a change of expression as they began to pay attention to their surroundings. Then, one after another, silhouettes in black tights and white skull masks appeared on the riverbank under the moonlight, faintly surrounding everyone in the center. It was the assassins. They really came. Seito in the black cat's body thought to himself. Just like what he thought when he invited all the perverts to gather here, just like in the original work, in order to gather information and possibly to see if he could use this opportunity to take down a heroic spirit. The assassins were indeed sent here by Tashimi. It's just a pity that Tashimi and his berserker didn't come. Otherwise, we could turn this place into a chaotic battlefield and speed up the progress of the Holy Grail War. The Black Cat muttered with some regret. What's going on? Why are the assassins coming one after another? Isn't there only one pervert per class? At this time, Wilbur, who was frightened by the scene before him, screamed. You're right. We're the perverts who take the whole as an individual, and the individual is just the shadow of the whole. The assassins laughed evilly. Because many of them were speaking at the same time, their voices were like echoes echoing in the canyon, full of a sense of hollowness and imperfections. Looking at the approaching assassins, Wilbur grabbed the shoulder of Iskandar, who was still sitting in the same place, drinking glass after glass of wine provided by Gilgamesh, and said with a trembling voice with a face full of fear, Hey, kid, don't be so pathetic. It's just guests at the banquet. You can still drink the wine." Iskandar said nonchalantly, "I don't think I invited you. But since you're here, you're also my guests. But what's the meaning of your current behavior? Do you want to start a fight?" As the host of the banquet, the black cat walked elegantly in front of the numerous assassins and squinted its golden cat eyes as it asked in a strange voice. The assassins were silent for a moment. Then, one of the assassins suddenly rushed in front of the black cat and kicked its body. The black cat arched its body and leaped lightly onto the legs of the assassin. It quickly climbed up the assassin's shoulders as if it was stepping on flat ground. The pair of cat paws waved anxiously, bringing out rays of cold light as it clawed at the assassin's mask. The assassin raised his hand and slapped the black cat. The black cat immediately stopped its attack and jumped up to dodge the assassin's slap. It then kicked the assassin's mask with its hind legs and jumped back to the ground. It squinted its cat eyes and stared at the assassins in front of it. "Looks like you guys really want to start a fight," the black cat said calmly. What responded to it was still the assassin's attack. At the same time, the other assassins also attacked Saber, Rider, Archer, and Lancer, who was guarding the black cat. "Well, a bunch of unwelcome people," Iskandar said calmly as the old water in his hand was knocked to the ground by the assassin's dagger. However, compared to when he was angry at Saber just now, he looked more dangerous. Then, his magic power exploded and a whirlwind spread out with him as the center point. The wind was hot and dry as if it was going to burn everything. It was not a breeze that belonged to the river at night. Instead, it felt like it came from the desert. "Saber, Archer, the last question of the banquet. Is the king arrogant?" Iskandar asked loudly as he waved the sword of Carrot and forced an assassin to back off. Archer laughed at the question and did not answer. "The king is of course arrogant," Saber replied without any hesitation. On this point, the Night King, who was the embodiment of lofty ideals, agreed with the Conqueror King and the prideful Ancient King. Iskandar laughed loudly as he heard that, and as a reflection, the hot wind that seemed to come from the desert became even more violent. "No, it's the same as not answering. Today, I'll teach you guys what a real king is. At the same time, consider it as a return gift to the invitees," Iskandar said loudly. As soon as he finished his words, the hot wind whistled and eroded their vision, forcing the assassins to stop their attack and back off temporarily. Then, at the next moment, a boundless golden desert that was scorching under the scorching sun replaced the riverbank and the green grass from before. It filled everyone's vision and became the world. That was the great magic that could replace the world inherent barrier. Chapter 1811. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato, Board Lord, and NXCX for their tips. How is this possible? You can actually visualize the scene in your heart. You're not a magician. As Ryder's master, the magician Wilbur, who is still a low-level magician, said in disbelief. "Of course not. How can I do it alone?" Iskandar, who was standing in the inherent barrier, laughed proudly. "This is the land that my army once traversed. The warriors who have gone through thick and thin with me have this scene firmly imprinted in their hearts." As he finished his sentence, everyone's position changed. First, Saber, Archer, Lancer, Wilbur, and the Black Cat were moved to one side. Then, the assassins who were the enemy were moved to the other side, as if they were about to launch an attack. They faced Ryder directly. Just when everyone thought that Ryder was prepared to face the charge of the assassins alone, soldiers wearing armor similar to that of the ancient Roman soldiers, holding sharp weapons in their hands, and having weathered faces, appeared one after another beside Iskandar. They formed a long line of people behind him that stretched as far as the eye could see. This world can be reproduced because it's imprinted in everyone's heart. At this moment, Iskandar's heroic voice was heard in the inherent barrier. "These people are all servants." Wilbur looked at the soldiers in shock. "Look, my unparalleled army." Iskandar turned his body slightly. He raised his left hand and said proudly, "Even if their bodies are destroyed, but their spirits are still being summoned. They're my loyal warriors in the legends, my eternal friends who have traveled through time and space to answer my summons. They are my treasures, my path to the king, Iskandar's most powerful relic, King's army." At this moment, along with the sound of hooves, an unattended horse came to Iskandar's side. "Long time no see, partner." Iskandar hugged the horse's head with his hands and said with a childlike smile on his face. It was obvious that this horse should be the legendary Conqueror King's mount, the famous horse Syphilos, because it followed Iskandar. It was also transformed into a spirit. Looking at the scene before him, Spare's face was filled with shock. Both of them were kings, but the one she called a tyrant was actually loved by the people and soldiers so much that they would follow their king, even in death. It was ironic for Artoria, who was on the verge of being betrayed by her people when she was alive. A king must live more realistically than anyone else, must be admired by everyone. Just as Saber was stunned by the scene before her, Iskandar flipped onto his horse and shouted loudly. On the other hand, the soldiers who had transformed into heroic spirits slammed their weapons against the shields in response. Gather the faith of all the brave. The one who started the expedition with them, as their goal, was the true king. Therefore, the king was not aloof, because his wish is the wish of all his subjects. Exactly. That's right. The soldiers let out a thunderous roar in unison. "All right, let's begin, assassin." A ferocious and cruel smile appeared on Iskandar's face. "As you can see, the battlefield I materialized is a plain. I'm sorry, but if you want to win with numbers, I still have the advantage. Ravage!" Iskandar waved his short sword forward and ordered. Then he urged his horse to charge forward while letting out a strange cry similar to the Native Americans. "Ealalalale!" Kaboom! The roar echoed. The peerless army followed closely behind the king, and like a black tide, they rushed towards the assassins who were already in chaos. "Although I don't want to say it, in this state, I'm no match for the Conqueror King," Lancer smiled bitterly. "That's why I don't want you to fight him," the Black Cat said calmly. A minute later, the scene was reset. The scorching desert turned back into the quiet riverbank of the not-far river. "What a bummer," Ryder, who had just finished an exaggerated battle, said as if nothing had happened. "Indeed, no matter how weak the bastards are, with so many of them coming at once, even the king would have to spend a lot of effort." "Ryder, you're really an eyesore," Gilgamesh sneered with a dissatisfied expression. "Let's make this clear first. No matter what, I'll have to compete with you." Iskandar laughed without a care. Then he looked at the others, as if he was the one who called this gathering, and said, "Let's all say what we want to say, and let's call it a day." "Wait, Ryder, I haven't," Saber, who was still upset about what she saw and what she said earlier, said. "Shut up." Before she could finish her sentence, Iskandar suddenly shouted and stopped her with a strong tone. "Tonight is a banquet between the kings, but Saber, I don't recognize you as the king. Do you still want to fool me, Ryder?" Saber said anxiously. Iskandar looked at her with pity and pulled out the short sword from his waist and swung it to the side. With a flash of thunder, an ancient chariot pulled by two huge black bulls appeared in the field. "Hurry up, little brat, get on," Iskandar said. The little brat he was talking about was obviously Webb. However, Webb seemed to be thinking about something at that moment. His eyes were dull, and he did not respond. "Hey, little brat." Iskandar, who did not get a response, could not help but shout again. Yes." Webb, who came back to his senses, quickly responded, and then he quickly climbed onto the chariot with unsteady steps. "I say, little girl, you should wake up from that painful dream of yours. Or else, one day, you'll even lose the basic self-esteem of a hero, the so-called king that you speak of. It's just a spell that you've cast on yourself." Iskandar turned around and looked at Saber before he got on the chariot. He advised her with an extremely sincere tone. "No, Saber wanted to refute. However, before she could finish her sentence, Iskandar, who no longer wanted to hear any more excuses from her, flew into the sky with his chariot and quickly disappeared into the horizon. leaving behind Saber, whose heart was filled with humiliation and helplessness as she lowered her head. You don't have to care, Saber. You just have to stick to the path that you believe in. However, at that moment, Gilgamesh's voice rang in her ears. You were mocking me just now, and now you want to flatter me. Archer? Archer! Saber looked up. She looked at Gilgamesh and said coldly. However, Saber couldn't be blamed for being rude. She had been mocking Lin Sanjiu all this while, but now she was suddenly encouraging Lin Sanjiu. Furthermore, Saber was in a bad mood right now. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been polite. However, the path of the king that you speak of is absolutely correct. There's no mistake at all. This is a huge burden to your weak body. Gilgamesh, who did not care about Saber's attitude, said with a gentle tone. This distress, this entanglement, it really makes one want to comfort her. You can continue to follow the path that you speak of and play the role of a clown. I like it. Saber, let me be happy. Maybe I'll give you the Holy Grail as a reward. However, the content of his words was filled with evil and perverted intentions. Then, Gilgamesh's expression changed, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Bastard, it's not enough that you contributed a farce to the king's banquet. Do you still want to be the host? Gilgamesh, who crushed the golden wine cup in his hand, scolded angrily. Work hard, Night King. Sometimes, I think you're quite cute. Gilgamesh glanced at the furious Saber and turned back into his spirit form. He disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at Archer's disappearance, the black cat's face showed a thoughtful expression. Lancer, the gathering is over. We should go. The black cat turned around and said in a strange tone, Yes. Lancer looked up at Saber, who was still standing there like a saintess under the bright moonlight, and replied softly. Then, her figure turned into a spirit. Then, the black cat that had been walking elegantly suddenly paused and meowed softly. Its eyes were filled with fear as it quickly ran off into the distance. I'm the king. Saber, who was left alone, whispered to herself. When the assassins appeared at the gathering place by the river, outside the Tasaka mansion, a humanoid figure wearing a suit of armor commonly seen in old night novels appeared on the street. Black smoke was rising from his body as he looked at the building in front of him with his scarlet eyes. Then, the Black Knight roared like a beast and rushed towards the Tasaka mansion. Bang! The door was shattered and the Black Knight entered the courtyard. Like a black shadow, he instantly appeared near the fountain in the courtyard. At this time, the balls on the stone platforms in the courtyard suddenly lit up and surged with strong magic. They intertwined with each other and formed a magic field that covered the entire courtyard. Then, under the rotation of the celestial track above the fountain, invisible magic wind blades were created and bombarded the enemies in the courtyard. Although the Dark Knight looked like a beast on the surface, that was not the case in terms of battle. Instead, he was more like a super warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. He nimbly dodged the invisible wind blades and darted through the seemingly messy magic field. In just over a minute, the Black Knight relied on his instinct to destroy the magic core of the magic field. In an instant, the magic field that covered the courtyard shook and disappeared. Then, the Black Knight did not stop and quickly rushed towards the main building. However, just as the Black Knight was about to reach the building, with a whoosh, a longsword suddenly flew down from the sky and stabbed the ground where the Black Knight had jumped to. The Black Knight, who regained his footing, raised his head and looked in the direction of the attack. It was located at the top of the villa. Over there, the hero King Gilgamesh, who was wrapped in golden armor, was standing with his arms crossed. With the golden barrier behind him, he sneered as he looked down at the Black Knight beneath him. Bastard! Have you thought of how you are going to apologize for ruining my mood? Gilgamesh said coldly. Roar! The Black Knight responded with a low growl that sounded like a beast's. A bastard without any rationality. That's very fitting of your identity, Gilgamesh said sarcastically. In that case, go to hell, bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light behind Gilgamesh rippled and small golden vortexes appeared. They spat out silver weapons one after another. The weapons turned into streams of light and shot towards the Black Knight like rain. The Black Knight nimbly dodged the silver light that shot down. At the same time, he rushed to one of the weapons that was stabbed into the ground and grabbed it in his hand. Then, he skillfully waved the weapon in his hand like a weapon master. Clang, 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 clang. All of a sudden, a series of crisp sounds were heard. All of the weapons that were flying towards the Black Knight were deflected and stabbed into the ground in the courtyard. Seeing this, Gilgamesh frowned. He enlarged the golden light barrier and created even more small vortexes, shooting weapons at the Black Knights in a concentrated manner. The Black Knight quickly waved his arms and blocked the attacks with his weapon. At that moment, the entire courtyard was filled with the crisp sound of metal clashing. There were continuous clanging sounds. If there were no changes, no matter how long the battle between Gilgamesh and the Black Knight went on, neither side would be able to obtain the final victory. After all, although one side had an endless supply of relics, they did not have a decisive explosive power. On the other hand, although the other side was brave and powerful and was not afraid of the attacks from the relics, they did not have the ability to break through. Therefore, they would not be able to reach Gilgamesh and kill him. "Bastard, you've completely angered me," Gilgamesh said angrily when he saw that his attacks were unable to take down the Dark Knight. Immediately afterward, the vortex on the golden barrier behind him swelled, and a golden chain immediately shot out toward the Black Knight. The Black Knight, who was running in the rain of relics, grabbed a spear and swung it in a circle, causing the chain to fly away. However, in the next moment, the chain that was swung away turned around and entangled the Black Knight like two spiritual snakes. The Black Knight swung the weapons in both of his hands and quickly swung the chain until it flew away again. At that moment, the golden light behind Gilgamesh vibrated again, and three long swords that were different from the ones that were shot out earlier were shot out. Chapter 18:12. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With three whistling sounds, three streams of light mixed with the rain of relics were shot straight at the Black Knight. The Black Knight did not notice anything unusual and continued to wave his hands to deflect the weapons that were shot at him. However, at the next moment, there was a crisp sound. The two weapons in the Black Knight's hands suddenly broke under the bombardment of the streams of light. He could no longer stop the streams of light from penetrating his body. He could only watch as the streams of light shot into his body. Huffed. Fortunately, the Black Knight's combat instincts were extremely good. The moment the streams of light shot into his body, he managed to avoid the fatal blow and did not lose his life in this accident. Roar. The injured Black Knight let out a beast-like roar. However, just when Gilgamesh wanted to see what the Black Knight was going to do, the Black Knight suddenly stopped moving forward. With a roar full of unwillingness, he turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared in front of Gilgamesh's eyes. Did he escape? He really is a bastard. Gilgamesh snorted coldly. Then, his figure also became illusory, and he turned into a spirit body and disappeared. In the church in Fuyuki Town, because of Tashimi's decision, Yin Fengqi, who had lost his helper, Asses, sat in silence for a while. After that, he suddenly stood up, left the room, and left the church. Under the cover of the dark night, he walked into the distance. Then, after about a minute, there was a flapping sound. Suddenly, a black night bird suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky. It then flew in the direction that Yin Fengqi left. At the same time, in a new hotel, the reason why it was called new was not because it was a newly built hotel or a newly open hotel. It was because this hotel was not the one that he and Sakura Tashimi stayed in before. It was another hotel in Fuyuki Town. In order to clear the traces and avoid being tracked down by Takemiya Kisi and his assistant, Takeo Jiu, who were very good at collecting information, it was only possible to avoid frequent changes of purpose. "Lancer, take care of Sakura," Ito said as he stood up. "Yes." In the void, Lancer's voice was heard. Ito nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the hotel. He moved toward a place in Fuyuki Town that was shrouded in darkness. 20 minutes later, Ito appeared in the outskirts of a forest. Not far in front of him, a house that looked like an abandoned hut stood quietly in the forest. Ito-sei lifted his foot and walked towards the hut. However, just as he was about to reach the house, a strange creaking sound was heard. Yin Fengili, who was wearing a black robe, opened the door and walked out. In the meantime, Itosei also saw Alice Phil, who was in a coma. He saw Sei-Ito outside the door. Yin Feng Chi Li stopped what he was doing. "Good evening, Father Yin Feng." Sei-Ito also stopped and smiled. Yin Feng and Chi Li didn't speak. They looked at Sei-Ito silently. "Looks like you're not interested in chatting with me here, Father. All right then, I'll get straight to the point. Can you give me the woman in your hands? After all, she's my trophy," Sei-Ito said softly as he pointed at Alice Phil, who was held by Yin Feng Chi Li's waist. Yin Feng Chi Li still didn't speak. He looked at Sei-Ito expressionlessly. After about half a minute, Yin Feng Chi Li suddenly moved and threw Alice Phil in front of Sei-Ito. Plop. "Perfect. She's useless to me. I'll give her to you," Yin Feng Chi Li said faintly. "Oh, Father, you really don't care about the fairer sex. How can you treat a lady like this? It's not gentlemanly," Sei-Ito said as he shook his head. Yin Feng Chi Li ignored him. He left the hut and walked out of the forest. "All right, Father Yin Feng." Just as Yin Fengili bypassed Alice Phil's body and went down, Ito-sei's voice sounded again. "If you feel empty, you can find Archer. Maybe he can help you find the meaning of life." Hearing this, Yin Feng Chi Li's footsteps paused, and then he started walking again. However, a sentence floated to Sei-Ito's ears along with the air. "I'll think about it." Not long after, Yin Feng Chi Li disappeared into the forest. Sei-Ito smiled. He bent down and picked up Alice Phil's body and walked out of the forest. However, Sei-Ito didn't immediately return to the hotel after getting Alice Phil back. Instead, he moved to another place in town. 10 minutes later, Sei-Ito came to a hill. The hill wasn't tall. It looked like it was only 50 or 60 meters high. It was covered with green needle-like trees. A staircase paved with stone slabs led to the top of the hill. Sei-Ito stepped on the steps and walked up the hill step by step. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Sei-Ito came to the end of the stone steps. Then, a wooden gate appeared in front of Sei-Ito's eyes. The gate was made of 2 wooden boards that didn't have any decorations. It looked a bit old because it wasn't painted. It was tightly shut to block outsiders who wanted to enter the courtyard. Above the gate, under the blocking tiles, an old rectangular plaque hung on it. On the surface, there were 3 large words written in black ink: Ludong Temple. Looking at the words on the plaque on the gate, Sei-Ito smiled softly. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the wooden door in front of him. With a muffled sound, the wooden door opened slightly. Then, Sei-Ito pushed open the wooden door in front of him. Immediately, a courtyard the size of a basketball court appeared. Next to the courtyard, there were several temple houses built in an inverted L shape. Probably because of the sound of the wooden bolt breaking, a light happened to be on in one of the houses. Then a figure swayed, and a man in a gray monk robe walked out of the temple house. But before the monk noticed what happened, he immediately fell into the hands of Sei-Ito, who rushed in front of him. He was controlled by Sei-Ito's hypnosis technique. "Is there a tunnel in the temple?" Sei-Ito asked in a low voice. "No," the monk said sluggishly. "Go back to the house and sleep." Sei-Ito frowned and ordered in a low voice. The monk nodded mechanically and turned around to return to the house. "Looks like I'll have to look for it myself," Sei-Ito muttered in a low voice. Then, like a thief in the night, he began a detailed search of Ludong Temple. Hard work pays off. Under Sei-Ito's careful investigation and psychic scan, he quickly found the entrance to a hidden tunnel. Sei-Ito opened the entrance and stepped on the stairs, carefully walking into the depths of the secret tunnel. At first, Ito-sei saw a long, dark corridor, but after walking for 2 or 3 meters, the scenery suddenly changed. There was a huge magic circle engraved on the ground, and the light from the magic circle made the underground space look strange and strange. It was the size of 2 classrooms and there was a huge magic circle engraved on the ground. Ito-sei could see the light from the magic circle. The Great Holy Grail, Sei Ito muttered as he looked at the remnants of the magic formation in the space. But at this moment, Alice Phil, who had been in a coma, woke up. Maybe it was because of the magic here, or the inexplicable resonance between the Great Holy Grail and the Small Holy Grail. She groaned and slowly opened her eyes. This is... Alice Phil, who saw the magic formation, asked subconsciously. The core of the Holy Grail system that was transformed by the Winter Saintess. Sei Ito said in a low voice. It's you? Alice Phil, who only realized who was beside her when she heard the voice, was shocked. It's me. How is it? Does it feel fast? Sei Ito, who put Alice Phil on the stairs, said to her with a smile. Where's Yin Feng's gift? Alice Phil, who ignored Sei Ito's teasing, asked. Do you miss him? Do you want me to send you back later? Sei Ito asked with interest. Alice Phil snorted softly and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled gently and stopped teasing her. He continued to walk along the stairs to the underground space. Seeing this, Alice Phil did not hesitate and stepped forward to follow him. 1 minute later, the two arrived at the underground hall. Release your magic. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly said. What? Alice Phil asked, puzzled. Release your magic and use the Small Holy Grail to resonate with the magic formation here, Sei Ito said in a low voice. You want to summon the Holy Grail? Alice Phil was surprised. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to answer, she shook her head and denied. It's impossible. Summoning the Holy Grail requires a huge amount of magic, which is the power of the heroic spirit after its death. Otherwise, even if I actively stimulate the Small Holy Grail, it's impossible to activate the entire system. There's no need to activate the system. You just need to do as I say and let the Small Holy Grail resonate with this place. Sei Ito didn't even look at Alice Phil. What do you want to do? Alice Phil frowned slightly and asked Sei Ito. Meet the Winter Saintess. Sei Ito didn't hide it and said directly. However, these words, which seemed ordinary to him, shocked Alice Phil like a clap of thunder. What did you say? Alice Phil was shocked. Although the Winter Saintess, Estisa Rizalai, died in the past, her personality was preserved in the system as the core until now. In other words, she's hibernating here. Sei Ito explained in a low voice. And you, as an android of the Einstein-Baron family, whether it's the soul core, the biological code, or the magic specialization, they're all products made with the Winter Saintess as a sample and her fragments. So, here, in the place where the Winter Saintess is hibernating, your magic surge can awaken the Winter Saintess through resonance and make her appear. Chapter 1813. P.S. Same old question, first pass, then change. Alice Phil, who heard of this for the first time, stared at the huge magic circle in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. Her mood was full of complicated emotions. The Winter Saintess, Sei Ito, didn't urge her and waited for her to recover on her own. After summoning the Winter Saintess, what do you want to do? After a moment, Alice Phil, who had recovered, asked again. Don't worry. Sei Ito's face showed a faint mocking smile. He looked at Alice Phil beside him and said, as you said before, without the support of a huge amount of magic, it is impossible to activate the entire Holy Grail summoning system. So you don't have to worry about summoning the Winter Saintess causing the Holy Grail to descend. She is not that exaggerated. Alice Phil was speechless. The purpose of me wanting to see the Winter Saintess is very simple. I want to see if I can get information about the third method or the construction of the entire Holy Grail summoning system from her. Sei Ito, who returned his gaze to the shining magic circle on the ground, said faintly. I don't understand, Alice Phil said in a low voice. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Alice Phil with some doubts. If you want to become a mage and achieve the final victory in this war, can't you just make a wish? That should be faster and have a higher success rate than you doing research on your own, right? Why do you want to do something superfluous? Aliceville looked straight at Seito and asked, "You really don't know anything?" Seito looked at Aliceville with pity. "What do you mean?" Aliceville frowned. "Ignorance is bliss," Seito said faintly. Then, without waiting for Aliceville to speak, Seito suddenly asked in amusement, "Also, who told you that I want to become a mage? It seems that when you were my captive, I never said such a thing. Isn't that so? If not, then why are you so obsessed with the information of the third law?" Alice Field was puzzled. "That's because I have a hobby of collecting." Seito laughed. "Just like how I have a special love for beautiful women." With that, Seito suddenly reached out and touched Aliceville's face. "You!" Aliceville, who was teased, glared at Seito. "All right, hurry up and do as I say. Otherwise, I'll have to use my own method to stimulate your mana. I believe that's not what you want to see." Seito retracted his gaze. He said indifferently, "Umph." Aliceville let out a cold snort. But that was how he behaved. But in terms of behavior, Aliceville, who had a bad feeling about the meaning of Seito's words, still closed her eyes and silently activated the huge magic circuit in her body, allowing the magic power to spread out. Almost at the very next moment, when Alice and Phil were agitated, the magic array in the underground space suddenly lit up. It blossomed with an even more dazzling brilliance. Void ripples appeared in the underground space. It spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Seito hurriedly released his spiritual energy, which surged in the air. He shouted the name of the Winter Saintess using the same method as before. Histissa Ritzreich von Einsbrunnen. Histissa Ritzreich von Einsbrunnen. Histissa Ritzreich von Einsbrunnen. After 5 or 6 minutes, the Winter Saintess did not respond to his call. He didn't know if it was because she was in a deep sleep or because she was affected by being the core for too long. The underground space was still the same as before. At most, the brightness of the magic array was a lot brighter than before. Seito, who did not get the expected result, frowned and turned his head to look at Alice Phil next to him. Then he reached out and grabbed her arm, pulled hard, and pulled Alice Phil, who was stimulating the magic circuit with her eyes closed, into his arms and hugged her tightly. Then, in the latter's panicked expression, he lowered his head and sucked on Alice Phil's lips, overbearingly and wantonly kissing and sucking. Subconsciously, Alice Phil's throat made a strange sound. With both hands, she pushed Seito's chest. However, how could her little strength be a match for Seito, who was alone and could challenge heroic spirits? No matter how she pushed, she couldn't push Seito away from her by half a centimeter. Alice Phil, whose heart was filled with grievance, anger, and a strong sense of shame, made up her mind and bit Seito's tongue that was stirring in her mouth. Seito, who was already prepared, shrunk his head and separated from Alice Phil. He looked at the magic array at the side with the corner of his eyes. "Liar bastard." Alice Phil glared at Seito and cursed. "Do I need more intense stimulation?" Seito, who ignored the struggling Alice Phil and cursed, looked at the magic array that still didn't have any new changes and thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito's palm that was hugging Alice Phil's waist moved down and landed on Alice Phil's butt. He grabbed it hard, then lowered his head again and opened his mouth to kiss Alice Phil's lips. In just a moment, an even stronger spiritual wave spread out from Alice Phil's body. After that, Seito, who left a part of his mind on the magic array, noticed that under the surge of this spiritual power, a little white light emerged from the magic array. Like a magnet, it attracted more white light and gradually transformed into a ball of light. Seeing this, Seito didn't stop. He kissed Alice Phil in an even more domineering manner. Like a primer, the light spots turned into a ball of light. The ball of light expanded and grew bigger as the light spots gathered. Finally, it grew to the height of a person and finally revealed the image of a woman. The woman looked almost the same as Alice Phil. They both had red eyes and silver hair. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal in the human world. However, her expression was colder than Alice Phil's. she really looked like a saint without any mortal desires. She wore a white robe with a cross pattern and a tall hat. She looked like a cardinal in the church. Seeing the appearance of this woman, Ito decisively let go of Alice Phil. And Alice Phil, who was freed, almost didn't think about it and slapped Itingching's face. Fortunately, Ito reacted quickly and grabbed Alice Phil's palm to avoid being slapped. Winter Saintess. At this moment, Ito said. Hearing this name, Alice Phil was stunned. She subconsciously followed Ito's gaze and looked over. Then, her expression changed and her face was full of shock. On the other side, as if she was awakened by this call, the Winter Saintess slowly opened her eyes. A pair of cold eyes without the slightest emotion instantly looked at Ito. "Hello, it's nice to meet you. Justissa Ritzelich von Erzbrunn," Ito said. "Is it time for the Holy Grail War again?" The Winter Saintess's gaze turned slightly and looked at Alice Phil, who was beside Ito. Alice Phil von Erzbrunn greets ancestor Justissa Ritzelich von Erzbrunn. Alice Phil shook off Ito's hand and saluted. Ito, who was already prepared, shrunk his head and separated from Alice Phil. He looked at the magic circle beside him from the corner of his eyes. "Liar, bastard!" Alice Phil glared at Ito and cursed. "Do I need a stronger stimulation?" Ito, who ignored the struggling Alice Phil and cursed, looked at the magic circle that still didn't have any new changes and thought to himself. After thinking, Ito's hand that was hugging Alice Phil's waist moved down and landed on Alice Phil's butt. He grabbed it hard, then lowered his head again and opened his mouth to kiss Alice Phil's lips. In just a moment, an even stronger spiritual wave spread out from Alice Phil's body. Then, Ito, who left a part of his mind on the magic circle, noticed that under the surge of this spiritual power, spots of white light emerged from the magic circle. Like a magnet, more white light appeared and gradually transformed into a ball of light. Seeing this, Ito didn't stop and kissed Alice Phil in an even more domineering manner. Like a primer, the spots of light turned into a ball of light. The ball of light expanded and grew bigger as the spots of light gathered. Finally, it grew to the height of a person and finally revealed the image of a woman. The woman looked almost the same as Alice Phil. They both had red eyes and silver hair. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal in the human world, but her expression was colder than Alice Phil's. She really looked like a saint without any mortal lust. Wearing a white robe with a cross pattern and a tall hat, she looked like a cardinal in the church. Seeing the appearance of this woman, Ito decisively let go of Alice Phil. Alice Phil, who had regained her freedom, slapped her palm towards Itingching's face without any hesitation. Fortunately, Ito reacted quickly and grabbed Alice Phil's palm to avoid being slapped. Winter Saintess. Hearing this name, Alice Phil was stunned. She subconsciously followed Ito's gaze and looked over. Then, her expression changed and her face was full of shock. On the other side, the Winter Saintess slowly opened her eyes as if she was awakened by this call. A pair of cold eyes without the slightest emotion instantly looked at Ito. "Hello, nice to meet you. Justissa Ritzelich von Erzbrunn," Ito said. "Is it time for the Holy Grail War again?" The Winter Saintess's gaze turned slightly and looked at Alice Phil, who was beside Ito. Alice Phil von Erzbrunn greets ancestor Justissa Ritzelich von Erzbrunn. Alice Phil shook off Ito's palm and saluted. Chapter 1814. If possible, I'll make sure you don't die. On the way down the mountain, Ito suddenly said to Alice Phil. Alice Phil's expression changed slightly, and she looked up at Ito. "Take it as compensation," Ito said without turning his head. "You don't need to pretend to be kind." Alice Phil said unhappily. "It doesn't matter, I won't force you." Ito chuckled, then changed the topic and said softly, "But it's not necessarily a good thing for a child to have her mother die so early." Alice Phil's body trembled slightly. and her face showed a complicated expression. After that, Sei Ito didn't say anything else and took Aliceville back to the hotel he was staying at. Nothing happened after that, and it was the second day in the blink of an eye. Miss Alice. In the morning, Sakura Tasaka, who woke up, looked at Aliceville, who suddenly appeared in the room, and called out in surprise. "Good morning, Sakura." Although she still didn't like Ito's say, she didn't have any bad feelings towards Sakura Tasaka. In addition, Sakura Tasaka and her girl, Ilya, seemed to be about the same age, so Aliceville, who would always connect them together, replied with a gentle expression. "Good morning, Miss Alice," Sakura Tasaka said politely. Then she bowed to Sei Ito and said, "Good morning, Changij." "Good morning, Sakura." Sei Ito nodded with a smile. After greeting each other, Sei Ito asked the hotel to send breakfast to the room, and he enjoyed it with Sakura, Tasaka, and Aliceville. Half an hour later, the three of them finished eating. "Sakura, let's rest today." Sei Ito looked at Sakura, Tasaka, and said, "Okay." Sakura Tasaka's eyes were full of joy as she nodded. Obviously, for the young Sakura Tasaka, being able to play for a day was much happier than learning the profound knowledge of magic. After all, she was just a child who had not experienced any major setbacks and was very playful. Sei Ito shook his head helplessly when he saw the smile on Sakura's face. "Alice, explain to me about the androids." Ito-sei, who didn't care about Sakura and Naka, looked at Aliceville and said. Then, without waiting for Aliceville to speak, he added in a light voice, "Don't think about not saying anything or anything. That would only force me to use special means to force you. Just like last night. You know I can do it." Hearing this, Aliceville, who was extremely angry because of what happened last night and wanted to refuse to explain, immediately changed her expression. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Sei Ito. Sei Ito remained unmoved. He looked back at her with a smile. "Got it." A moment later, Yi Zichen said. Aliceville sighed powerlessly and began to tell Sei Ito about the androids. Androids referred to the androids in alchemy. It was a strange life form that looked like a human but not a human. However, not every android was made with materials through secret techniques. There were also androids that were modified on the basis of real humans. The androids of the Ainz Baron family were closer to the latter. For example, Aliceville and Wei Gongkisi's daughter, Ilya, von Ainz Baron, who had now begun to be modified. Although Aliceville was also an android, her birth was more inclined to manufacturing. However, this manufacturing process was very close to the natural biological reproduction process, so she was not a product of materials. In other words, her vital signs were still human, which was why she could not give birth to her own offspring like the androids in the world of steel alchemists. After understanding this, Sei Ito had some ideas in his mind that could be used to treat Aliceville. But before that, he still had to check Aliceville's body. Thinking of this, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately stood up. "What are you doing?" Aliceville, who was startled by Sei Ito's action, grabbed her lapel with one hand and questioned loudly with a panicked face. "Checking your body." Sei Ito stopped and laughed. "Don't worry, Sakura is still here. Do you think I will do anything to you in front of her?" Hearing this, Aliceville remembered that Sakura was still in the room. She could not help but relax a little. But even so, Aliceville still stared at him with vigilant eyes. Ito-sei smiled gently and reached out to grab Aliceville's arm. Under her slight resistance, he forcibly pulled her arm to his front. He rolled up Aliceville's sleeves to reveal her snow-white arm. Then he observed her skin, elasticity, temperature, chi, and blood status, as well as various physical conditions that could be checked by traditional Chinese medicine methods. Sure enough, after a while, Sei Ito, who had roughly understood Aliceville's physical condition, said in realization, "It's a little troublesome." Then, Yitingxing let go of Aliceville's arm and sat back on the tatami while scratching his head. It turned out that although Aliceville's physical condition was basically the same as a human's, there were still many differences. For example, The organs in her abdomen that had been magically modified, the massive amount of magical circuits created by special means, and the small holy grail that had been hidden in her heart. All of these were thorny problems that could affect Alice Phil's life. And the most thorny of them all was the small holy grail hidden in her heart that was connected to her modified magic circuit. Because only by taking it out, Alice Phil might really survive. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. But in this way, a key problem was placed in front of, say, Ito, and that was how to take out the small holy grail. Ordinary methods definitely wouldn't work. He didn't know if the Ainz Balin family had intentionally done this, or if this was the only way to keep the little holy grail safely in Alice Phil's body. The little holy grail had almost become one with Alice Phil's heart. It was impossible to take out the small holy grail under the premise of destroying the heart. Coupled with the large number of magic circuits that connected the small holy grail to the heart, the entire heart was like a magic prop that tightly wrapped around the small holy grail. A little damage would cause a magic riot. In the end, it was very likely that before the small holy grail could be taken out, Alice Phil would first die from the impact of the magic explosion. Even the method of destroying the heart to take out the small holy grail was forbidden. Therefore, after thinking about it, Sei Ito could only think of a method that wasn't really a method, and that was to change the heart. But a new problem appeared, and that was the compatibility. In normal medical methods, there was a degree of fitness when it came to organ transplants between people. If it wasn't within this range of fitness, even if it was transplanted, there would be a rejection reaction, and finally, the organ tissue necrosis and death. And this situation was even worse for a magician, because in addition to the compatibility between the two, there was also a connection of magic circuits. It was an existence that repelled the origin. Although this situation could also be fixed by magic means, it seems that I have to go to various hospitals in Fuyuki City tonight. Sei Ito whispered. Really? I haven't even finished eating the meat, and I have to pay for the meat first. I really want to put a big green hat on Wei Gongqiji's head. Then, Sei Ito thought in a bad mood. He didn't know if it was because of his sharp perception. Still, at this moment, Alice Phil suddenly shivered for no reason, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Because killing heroic spirits, letting the little holy grail absorb the souls of the heroic spirits, would only increase the burden on Alice Phil's body, which was not conducive to Sei Ito's plan to change her fate. Therefore, during this day, Sei Ito didn't do anything that might provoke other heroic spirits to fight. He quietly played with Sakura Tasaka in a nearby amusement park until late at night. Lancer, keep an eye on her. Don't let her touch any communication tools. Sei Ito, who was ready to go out, ordered. Yes, Ito-san. In the void, Lancer, who was spiritualized, responded. Hua, the door opened, and Sei Ito walked out of the room. Bang! After leaving the hotel, Sei Ito's purpose was very clear, which was to go to the various hospitals in Fuyuki Town and Fuyuki New Capital. Therefore, he didn't stay on the street at all. He stopped a taxi, controlled the driver with hypnotism, and quickly shuttled through the city. All in all, Fuyuki Town wasn't big. Its size was about the same as a district in China, or even smaller than that. The number of residents was not very large, so the number of hospitals in the town was very limited. There were only 2 or 3, and they were all small hospitals. Not to mention the short preservation time of human organs. Even the young patients with incurable diseases that Sei Ito wanted to find were not suitable for heart extraction. Although the situation in the neighboring Fuyuki New Capital was much better, the number of suitable candidates was also very small. Having no choice, Sei Ito had to go to the nearby cities again to see if there were more suitable candidates in other cities and towns. In this way, Sei Ito arrived at Zen City in the car. Now that I'm here, I'll just take that woman away. At least she will have a chance to live if she falls into my hands. It's better than dying like in the original work. Sei Ito couldn't help but think as he looked at the buildings and neon lights outside the window. Then Sei Ito ordered the driver, go to the nearby police station. The driver, who was controlled by hypnotism, did not hesitate. He immediately turned the car and drove to the police station in Zen City. A few minutes later, the car stopped outside the police station. Seito got out of the car and walked into the police station's duty room. He reached out and knocked on the counter, waking up the policewoman who was lying on the table. "Hello." Seeing Seito, the policewoman quickly adjusted her spirit and smiled. Seeing the policewoman woke up, Seito smiled slightly and silently released hypnotism on the policewoman. "Help me find the location of a family surnamed Zen City," Seito ordered. The policewoman who received the order immediately began to search. However, now is not the future. The popularity of computers is extremely high. All kinds of documents and information are available on the internet. It is still in the original paper files. It is stored in the order of the first letter, so it is very time-consuming to search. So it was not until almost half an hour later that the policewoman handed a household registration information to Seito. Seito opened the information and looked down. Name, original name, Zen City Kwai, current name, Kwai in Osaka, status, married. This is the information he was looking for. Seito quickly skipped the basic information, and his eyes fell on the home address on the information. Snap! After a while, Seito, who wrote down the address, closed the information and handed it back to the policewoman. "Thank you." Then he turned and left the police station, got back into the taxi, and told the driver the location of Zen City's home. The driver drove him to the location of Zen City's home. With the help of the car, it didn't take long for Ito Sei to arrive at the location written on the address. It was a rather old European-style building. It was divided into 2 floors. The whole building was painted in a dark color. The entire building was surrounded by a wall, leaving only an iron fence door for people to pass through. Sei Ito, who was standing outside the building, looked around briefly. After he found that there were no traces of magic around, he did not hesitate and jumped over the wall. He landed in the courtyard and then quietly sneaked into the room. Seito did not spend much effort to sneak into the house and began to search for traces of Kwai in Osaka and Rin in Osaka. Because it was an ordinary house without guards or magic traps, for Seito, the door was completely open. So, within a few minutes, Seito found Kwai in Osaka, who was sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Then, he sneaked into the house and hit Kwai in Osaka's sleeping acupoint. Then, he stretched out his hands and carried Kwai in Osaka, who would not wake up easily. He quickly walked to the bedroom window, opened the window, and jumped out with Kwai in Osaka in his arms. Snap! Seito's footsteps landed softly on the ground. Then, without stopping, he jumped out of Zen City's home with Kwai in Osaka in his arms. He got into the taxi parked outside and quickly left the house. After that, Seito's journey continued. He went to various hospitals in the city. It was not until dawn the next day that he asked the driver to take him and Kwai in Osaka back to the hotel. But at this time, he had a frozen medical storage box in his hand. And what was stored there was none other than the best fresh heart that Ito Sei had selected from more than a dozen suitable candidates after a night of searching. 10 minutes later, the car stopped outside the hotel. Chapter 1815. Wah! Bang! Who is it? Hearing the sound, Alice Phil, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and asked subconsciously. "It's me," Seito said calmly. "Put on your clothes and follow me." Then, without waiting for Alice Phil to speak, Seito said again. Then, he directly walked past Alice Phil and went to Sakura, Tasaka. He first pressed her sleeping acupuncture point to make Sakura, Tasaka fall into a deep sleep. Then, he lifted Sakura, Tasaka from the bed, stood up, and walked to the side to pack up Sakura, Tasaka's belongings. After everything was packed up, Seito turned back to Alice Phil, who didn't move much, and said, "I'll wait for you outside." After that, he ignored Alice Phil, who was dawdling, and walked out of the room quietly. He returned to the taxi outside the hotel, put Sakura Tasaka in the back seat, and leaned against Koei Tasaka. Then, less than 10 minutes later, Alice Phil, who was neatly dressed, also came to the taxi. "Get in." Seito, who was standing next to the taxi, opened the back door and said. Aliceville looked at Ito-sei and then got into the taxi as she was told. Then Ito closed the door, turned around, opened the front passenger seat, and sat in. Bang! Go! Ito, who closed the door, said an address. Then the driver started the taxi and quickly drove away from the hotel. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an apartment. If Sakura Tasaka was awake at this time, she would definitely recognize that this apartment was the one she and Ito lived in before. However, she didn't know why she returned after only 2 days. In fact, the reason was very simple. Just like the old saying, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Therefore, after abandoning this place for 2 days, this apartment was basically excluded from surveillance by some people. Therefore, they could use the opportunity of darkness under the light to return to live here. What's more, for what Ito planned to do next, a safe and undisturbed environment was especially important. Therefore, the apartment was the most suitable place for him to use other than the deep mountains and forests. You carry Sakura, Ito said to Aliceville, who was sitting in the back of the car after picking up the medical freezer. Without waiting for her reply, he opened the door and got out of the car. He walked around the front of the car to the other side. He opened the car door. He bent down and carried the unconscious Oki Inosaka out of the car. At the same time, Aliceville carried Sakura and Naka out of the car. Then, Ito closed the car door and sent away the taxi that he had been controlling for the entire night. He brought Alice and Phil into the apartment. He placed Sakura, Tasaka, and Kue Tasaka in their own bedroom. That's enough. You should continue to rest. The rules are still the same. Don't move, or you know the consequences, Ito said to Aliceville as he returned to the hallway. Aliceville glared at Ito with hatred. He opened the door of a room, turned around, and walked in. Bang! The door slammed shut, slamming against the wall. In this regard, Ito-sei chuckled. He carried the medical freezer and went down to the living room. He went straight into the magic room, where Sakura and Naka practiced magic and began to use the things inside to manipulate her. At the same time, inside Tasaka's mansion. Creak! With a soft sound, Yin Fengili, dressed in a black robe, walked into the room that Ito-sei had entered twice. Okay, I still have things to do. We'll talk about the rest later. Tasaka, who was on the phone, looked up at Yin Fengili and spoke into the phone. Ring. Tasaka hung up. Welcome, Kiri, I was waiting for you. Tasaka sighed and got up. What happened? Yin Fengili asked. Kue is missing. She was kidnapped by someone. Tasaka was silent for a moment. Then his rigid expression was filled with uncontrollable anger. I've already sent her and Ling to Zen City. According to the script, no one should know about it. Why? Could it be another master? Yin Fengili asked. Who do you think it is? Tasaka took a deep breath to calm himself down. There are 4 people, Yin Fengili said. 1. Saber's master, Wei Gong Kisi. 2. Berserker's master. 3. Lancer's master. 4. Magician Ito. We don't have any information on Berserker and Lancer's new masters. However, Ito's existence and purpose are suspicious. He and Wei Gong Kisi, who is a magician assassin, may have kidnapped Shimi. You still haven't found out who Berserker and Lancer's masters are. Tasaka frowned. Not yet, Yin Fengili replied without changing his expression. Right, you're here for... Tasaka nodded slightly, then looked up at Yin Fengili, who came at an abnormal time. Before I leave Fuyuki, there are some things I want to talk to you about and say goodbye, Yin Fengili said. I see. What a rush. I also feel that it's a pity to part with you like this, Tasaka said. However, even though he said that, his face did not reveal the slightest bit of pity. I'm going to take a plane to Italy at first light. First, I have to send my father's things to the headquarters. I might not be able to return to Japan for a while. Yin Fengili didn't feel anything was wrong with this and continued to speak calmly. The closer you are to leaving, the more reluctant I feel to part with you. No matter what, I hope you can carry on your father's dying wish and continue to help the Tasaka family achieve their long-cherished wish. Tasaka said, although it's a pity that your operation against Einsbaron's family failed, I can understand that your intentions were good. Perhaps this is how agents do things, but I hope you can report the situation to me before and after the operation. That way, I can be prepared. Although a lot of changes had occurred due to Ito-Sei's intervention, Yin Fengili still launched an attack on Einsbaron's castle in the woods after asking Alice Phil for permission. Because of his intention to destroy Einsbaron's wish, Yin Fengili still launched an attack on Einsbaron's castle in the woods after asking Alice Phil. Even though they failed in the end, they didn't find anyone. I'm truly ashamed to have caused you so much trouble at the last moment. Yin Fengili lowered his head and apologized. It's true that we met because of the Holy Grail War, but no matter what, I am very proud to have a disciple like you. Tasaka said sincerely. Although something like talent can't be forced, even I am deeply impressed by your serious attitude towards cultivation as a Tao seeker. Chili, from now on, you will be like your father and continue to fight for the interests of the Tasaka family. How about it? I couldn't ask for more. Yin Fengili smiled and nodded in agreement. Tasaka had never understood Yin Fengili, so he didn't understand his personality and worldview. In addition, the men of the Tasaka family had a sad fate of always dropping the ball at crucial moments. He completely misunderstood Yin Fengili's smile and happily continued. You are a person who makes people feel at ease. I want my daughter to learn from you. After this Holy Grail War, Chili, you will be Ling's teacher and guide her. Tasaka picked up the letter on the corner of the table and handed it to Yin Fengili. Teacher, what's this? Yin Fengili asked in confusion. Although it's written rather simply, it's still something like a will. Tasaka smiled bitterly. What if, although the chances are low, it's still possible? What if something happens to me? I've written here that Ling will inherit the Tasaka family's governorship, and you will be her guardian until she reaches adulthood. As long as you give this letter to the chronograph tower, the association will naturally take care of the rest. Please leave it to me. Even if my abilities are limited, I will do my best to take care of your daughter. Yin Fengili's face was full of seriousness as he promised. This wasn't a pretense. After all, he was a clergyman. According to the teachings of clergymen, it was a duty to honestly and firmly fulfill the responsibilities that others entrusted to you. Thank you, Chili. Tasaka let out a sigh of relief. Tasaka then picked up a slender box from the table and handed it to Yin Fengili. Open it and take a look. This is my personal gift to you, Tasaka said. Yin Fengili did as he was told. Instantly, an exquisite dagger lying quietly in a velvet cloth appeared before Yin Fengili's eyes. This is, Yin Fengili said, the Sword of Azoth. It's made from a precious gem passed down in our family. After it's filled with magic, it can be used as a ceremonial attire. Use this as proof that you've graduated from the Tasaka family's demonic path. Tasaka explained. Yin Fengili took the dagger out of the box and silently stared at the blade. He didn't look away for a long time. After a while, Yin Fengili said with a slightly wriggling expression, My teacher, I am truly unable to repay the care and high hopes you have for me. You're the best way to repay me. Yin Fengili. This way, I can participate in the upcoming battles without any worries. Tasaka smiled. He then walked towards the door as he said, I'm really sorry for taking up so much of your time. Do you still have time to catch the plane? At this moment, his entire back appeared before Yin Fengili's eyes. Chapter 1816. P.S. It's repeated. Where at first, change it later. P.S. Go to the hospital tomorrow. No, don't worry, teacher. Yin Fengili smiled silently. There wasn't any flight to begin with. Then Yin Fengili walked up and stabbed the short sword that was supposed to represent friendship and trust into Inosaka's body. He was prepared to stab his heart. Ah! Inosaka screamed in pain his face contorted. Inosaka stumbled forward 2 steps and turned around. His twisted expression was full of confusion due to the pain. Then he fell heavily to the ground and quickly lost his life force. Plop! After a few seconds, a burst of mana aura suddenly bloomed. Then, the hero King Gilgamesh appeared beside Inaka Tashiomi, who was gradually losing his breath. Humph! What a disappointing ending, Gilgamesh snorted. He used the tip of his foot to push against his former master's body and kicked him over. I'm still looking forward to his final counterattack before he dies. Look at his blank expression. He didn't realize how stupid he was until the end. It's not unreasonable for him to let his guard down because there's a spiritualized pervert next to him, Yin Fengili mocked. You've learned how to joke so quickly? Fengili, you've improved a lot. Gilgamesh laughed when he heard Yin Fengili's words. You really don't have any objections to this, Hero King Gilgamesh? Yin Fengili looked at Gilgamesh with a serious expression. Before I get tired of you, after I lose interest in you, you will suffer the same fate as the wreckage lying here. You're the one who should be enlightened, Gilgamesh said sharply. Yin Fengili nodded without any change in his expression. Several hours later, at dusk, inside Sei Ito's apartment. It's finally done. Ito Sei looked at the bright red heart with faint luster and fine lines in the frozen medical box and said with satisfaction. It was placed in the middle of many ice cubes. This was the semi-modified magic heart that he had made in the past few hours. It was a potion refined from Alice Phil's blood. With the help of a special magic array, it was a product tempered with the alchemy of this world. It greatly weakened the rejection reaction caused by the connection of different organs and also strengthened the magic to a certain extent, allowing it to receive a certain amount of magic power. It wouldn't be damaged by the sudden flow of magic power. Now it's time for Alice Phil to change. Forget it. Seito closed the box and carried it to a corner of the room. Then, he returned to the experiment table, found the magic items he needed, and redrew the magic array on the floor of the newly cleared room. There was no other way. After all, the apartment was not a hospital. It was impossible to create a sterile environment in the operating theater. He had no choice but to use the power of a magic array instead. 10 minutes later, a circular magic array with a diameter of 3 meters was completed. Seito nodded in satisfaction and put away the items. He turned around and walked out of the magic room to find Alice Phil. Without saying a word, he rushed to her side and knocked her out with a wave of his hand. Then he reached out and caught Alice Phil's soft body, picked her up horizontally, and brought her back to the magic room. Seito, who had returned to the magic room, closed the door, came to the magic array, and lowered his body to put her in the magic array. Then, he freed his hands and began to take off the clothes on Alice Phil's upper body. In just a few minutes, Alice Phil's naked upper body appeared in front of Seito's eyes. A pair of plump white hills rose and fell quietly with Alice Phil's breathing. Her hair was scattered, and her face was peaceful, making people unable to bear to blaspheme her. TSK, it feels good. Seito, who reached out and pinched Alice Phil's chest, chuckled. Then, with a thought, he poured magic into the magic array on the ground and activated it. In an instant, a faint bluish-white radiance blossomed from the magic array, releasing an intense cold aura and creating frost. The frost quickly adhered to Alice Phil's body within the magic array. No, you don't have to worry, teacher. A silent smile appeared on Yin Fengili's face. There wasn't any flight in the first place. Then, Yin Fengili stepped forward and stabbed the short sword in his hand that was supposed to represent friendship and trust into Inosaka's body, preparing to stab his heart. Ah! Inosaka screamed in pain, his face contorted. Then, Inosaka staggered 2 steps forward and turned around. His twisted expression was full of confusion because of the pain. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, and his life force quickly drained away. Plop! A few seconds later, a burst of magic aura suddenly bloomed. Then, the hero King Gilgamesh, dressed in gold, appeared beside Inosaka, who was gradually losing his breath. Oof. What a disappointing ending, Gilgamesh snorted in disdain. He used the tip of his foot to push against his former master's body and kicked him over lightly. I was still looking forward to his final counterattack before his death. Look at his blank expression. He didn't realize how stupid he was until the end. It's not unreasonable for him to let his guard down because there's a spiritualized pervert next to him, Yin Fengili said sarcastically. You've learned how to joke so quickly? You've improved a lot, Chili. Gilgamesh laughed when he heard Yin Fengili's words. You really don't have any objections to this, Hero King Gilgamesh? Yin Fengili looked straight at Gilgamesh with a serious expression. Before I get tired of you, when I'm no longer interested in you, you'll end up like the corpse lying here. You're the one who should be enlightened, Gilgamesh said sharply. However, Yin Fengili nodded without any change in his expression. A few hours later, dusk. Inside Sei Ito's apartment. It's finally done, Sei Ito said with satisfaction as he looked at the bright red heart with faint luster and fine lines placed in the middle of many ice cubes in the frozen medical box. This was the half-modified magic heart he had made in the past few hours. It was a magic medicine refined from Aliceville's blood, a product refined with the alchemy of this world with the help of a special magic circle. It greatly weakened the rejection caused by different organs being connected. It also strengthened the magic to a certain extent. It could accept a certain amount of magic power and wouldn't be damaged by the sudden flow of magic power. Now it's time to change Aliceville into this. With that thought, Sei Ito closed the box and carried it to a corner of the room. Then he returned to the experiment table, found the magic items he needed, and redrew the magic circle on the newly cleared floor. There was no other way. After all, the apartment was not a hospital. It was impossible to create a sterile environment like the operating room. He could only use the power of the magic circle to replace it. After more than 10 minutes, a circular magic circle about 3 meters in diameter was drawn. Sei Ito nodded with satisfaction, put away the things, turned around, and left the magic room to find Aliceville. Without saying a word, he rushed to her side and knocked her out with a wave of his hand. Then he reached out and caught Aliceville's soft body, picked her up horizontally, and took her back to the magic room. Sei Ito, who returned to the magic room, closed the door, came to the magic circle, bent down, and put her in the magic circle. Then, he freed his hands and began to take off the clothes on Aliceville's upper body. In just a few minutes, Aliceville's naked upper body appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. A pair of plump white hills rose and fell quietly with Aliceville's breathing. Her hair was scattered, and her face was peaceful, making people unable to bear to blaspheme. TSK, it feels good. Sei Ito, who reached out and pinched Aliceville's chest, chuckled. Then, with a thought, he instilled magic into the magic circle on the ground and activated the magic circle. In an instant, a faint bluish-white radiance blossomed from the magic array, releasing an intense cold aura and creating frost. The frost quickly adhered to Aliceville's body within the magic array. It was a product tempered with the alchemy of this world. It greatly weakened the rejection reaction caused by the connection of different individual organs, and it also strengthened the magic to a certain extent. It could accept a certain amount of magic infusion, and it would not be damaged by the sudden flow of magic. Now it's time to put it on Aliceville. After thinking, Sei Ito closed the lid of the box and carried it to a corner of the room. Then he returned to the experiment table, found the magic items he needed, and redrew the magic circle on the floor of the newly cleared room. There was no other way. After all, the apartment was not a hospital. It was impossible to create a sterile environment for the operating room. He could only use the power of the magic circle to replace it. After more than 10 minutes, a circular magic circle about 3 meters in diameter was drawn and drawn. Sei Ito nodded with satisfaction, put away the things, turned around, and left the magic room to find Aliceville. Without saying a word, he rushed to her side and knocked her out with a wave of his hand. Then, he reached out and caught Aliceville's limp body, carried her up horizontally, and brought her back to the magic room. Ito, who returned to the magic room, closed the door, came to the magic circle, bent down, and put in the magic circle. Then, he freed his hands and began to take off the clothes on Alice Phil's upper body. Chapter 1817. P.S. Thank you to Sacronite for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their rewards. If you don't want to die, don't be so excited, Ito said in a low voice. Feel it carefully and see if there is any discomfort in your body. After a pause, Ito continued. This was originally a very common question, but when it fell into the ears of Alice Phil, who was half naked and thought she was being raped, it immediately made her expression change color. She turned her back with a gloomy face and carefully checked her body. Seeing this, Ito's face showed a strange smile. Then he said, "Don't worry, although I'm sometimes a bit immoral, I won't do things like rape." So far, Wei Gongkisi's head hasn't completely turned green. Scum, hooligan, dirty, shameless bastard. Alice Phil, who had her back facing Ito, scolded coldly. But the scum, hooligan, dirty, shameless bastard in your eyes, just save your life, Ito said in a low voice. What do you mean? Alice Phil turned her head slightly and frowned. Feel your body carefully, especially your heart, Ito reminded. Alice Phil hesitated for a moment. Then she closed her eyes again and felt her body's condition. Soon, she found the changes in her body. Compared to before, the heavy feeling of carrying a heavy object on his back had disappeared from his body. Secondly, the beating of her heart felt a bit strange. It was not harmonious with her body, as if it was added later. Finally, because of the strange feeling in her heart, there seemed to be a problem with the connection of her magic circuit. It made the operation not as smooth as before, and it became very unstable. Looking at the situation, before these problems could be solved, she could not use a large magic spell. It was true that he could no longer cast large-scale magic spells. In fact, even the use of small magic spells had been restricted. He was no longer as fearless as he used to be. In order to confirm her guess, Alice Phil opened her palm and softly chanted a magic spell. Instantly, magic powers surged and quickly surged through the magic circuits in her body. But immediately afterward, a sharp pain suddenly spread from her heart, causing her to involuntarily let out a painful groan. She was forced to stop the use of magic because of this. What did you do to me? Alice Field turned her head and stared into Ito's eyes with an unfriendly expression. I replaced your heart. Ito smiled. Hearing this, Alice Phil's expression immediately changed. Just as you thought, the small holy grail has been removed from your body. In other words, from now on, you're no longer the instrument manager of the little holy grail. Instead, you're a female magician whose body has been seriously contaminated by magic. Ito Sei, who ignored the change in Alice Phil's expression, continued to say calmly. You don't have to worry about dying in the Holy Grail War anymore. Hearing that she was not going to die, Alice Phil's expression became complicated for a moment. Of course, your problem isn't completely solved. As an android modulated by magic power, your body has been greatly damaged. Therefore, even without the small Holy Grail, your lifespan won't be long. If you don't actively use magic, you probably still have 3 to 5 years to live. But if you use magic during this period, your lifespan will be reduced and your survival time will be shortened rapidly. If it's serious, your heart will burst and you will die on spot. After all, you felt the condition of the new heart, right? After giving Alice Phil some time to straighten out her emotions, Ito once again introduced her current physical condition. Alice Phil was silent. Her heart was full of confused emotions. She didn't listen to Ito's words at all. But your situation is not impossible to solve, but it will take some time if you need it. We can talk about it in detail after the Holy Grail War is over. After speaking, Ito stood up from the floor and leaned over to pick up the medical freezer next to him. Think about your future life. Then he turned around and walked to the experiment table on the side of the room. He put the box on the experiment table, opened the box, took the tools, and removed part of the tissue fragments from the heart without damaging Alice Phil's original heart with a sealing function. It would be used for cloning and cultivation in the future. After all, without the cooperation of the resources in the Rubik's Cube world, cloning and cultivation with the current technological level of the Type Moon world, even if he had the technology to prepare various special nutrient solutions, it would still be a time-consuming task. Otherwise, say Ito could just directly use the original one. Why would he need to search for a heart source all over the city overnight? It was because of the urgency of time. After a while, say Ito finished removing the tissue fragments of Alice Phil's heart. At the same time, when he cut out the heart tissue fragments, Alice Phil also put her clothes back on her body and became the elf woman who didn't seem to be a human. Say Ito put away the special test tube bottle containing the tissue fragments and closed the freezer lid again. He glanced at Alice Phil, who was still in a daze, picked up the medical freezer, turned around, and walked out of the magic room. "Lancer!" Say Ito, who returned to the living room, suddenly shouted. In an instant, the air blurred, and Lancer's figure appeared from it. "Send these 4 letters. The addresses are on the envelopes." Say Ito walked to the coffee table in the living room, leaned over, and took out 4 white envelopes with words on the surface from the bottom of the coffee table and handed them to Lancer. "Yes." Lancer took the envelope and replied, then turned and left the apartment. Soon after, in the church located in Fuyuki Town, priest Yin Fengili, Lancer looked at the black-robed priest standing in the church and casually threw an envelope over. "This is the letter my master asked me to pass to you." The letter turned into a white arrow and shot toward Yin Fengili. Yin Feng and Chi grabbed the envelope with one hand. "Pan, the letter has been delivered. I have other missions. Goodbye." With that said, Lancer immediately leaped out of the church and disappeared from Yin Fengili's empty sight. "It's this bastard again." Then, magic surged, and the golden figure of the hero king Gilgamesh appeared from the void. He looked at the envelope in Yin Fengili's hand with disgust. Yin Fengili didn't say anything. He lowered his head and opened the envelope, took out a piece of paper folded into a rectangle, and opened it in front of him. Then, a short paragraph of ink-black text entered Yin Fengili's eyes. "Priest Yin Fengili, today I happened to obtain the key item of the war, the small holy grail, at the Ains Baron home. I feel that I am not enough and am unable to keep the small holy grail. Therefore, I have decided to offer it and let the strong hold it. However, forgive me for not being able to distinguish who is the real strong. After thinking about it, only a battle method is effective. Therefore, I have decided. At midnight today, the battle for the small Holy Grail will be held on the right bank 300 meters away from the mouth of the Not Far Creek River. I hereby invite the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Priest Yin Fengili, to be the witness." Master of Lancer. After reading the letter, Yin Fengili passed the letter to Archer beside him. "Stupid guy, do you think you can provoke a battle between heroic spirits like this?" After a moment, Gilgamesh, who had finished reading the letter, sneered with disdain. "What are you thinking?" Gilgamesh, who didn't get a response, turned to Yin Fengili and frowned. "So Lancer's new master is that guy. As expected, only that guy is possible. Are you finally not going to hide anymore?" Yin Fengili said calmly. Obviously, through this letter and the information he knew about the small Holy Grail, Yin Fengili guessed who was behind Lancer. "This is an opportunity." Yin Fengili looked back at Gilgamesh and said, "Oh." Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows with interest. "It's a good time to end everything," Yin Fengili said softly. Not long after, who is it come out? Saber, who was wearing a blue-skirted concept armor, stared at the top of the wall and shouted. This was a traditional Japanese-style courtyard building. There was a wall that was used to block vision and was used as a simple defense. A long row of ancient Japanese-style wooden houses and a warehouse stood quietly in the courtyard inside the wall. Obviously, this wasn't the castle of the Einsberg family. It was the ancestral home that Wei Gong Kisi inherited. Hearing the shout, Wei Gong Kisi, who was wearing a dark suit, walked out of the room and stood in the corridor outside. "I don't mean any harm," he said. With a sudden voice, Lancer's figure appeared from the void. "I'm here to deliver a letter." Lancer smiled. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a letter and threw it like a dart at Saber, who was waiting for him in a battle formation. Saber raised her hand and caught the letter. "All right, I've delivered the letter. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Lancer's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Saber and Wei Gongqi's eyes as he turned into a spirit body. Saber looked at the letter in her hand and walked in front of Wei Gongqi and handed it over. Wei Gongqi took the letter and opened it. He took out the letter and read it. But soon, a gloomy expression that even affected Saber quickly crept onto Wei Gongqi's face, making him look even scarier. "What does the letter say?" Saber asked. Wei Gongqi looked at Saber coldly, before tossing the letter to Saber. Even though Saber was displeased with Wei Gongqi's behavior, it wasn't the first time she had been treated this way ever since she became a servant. She didn't mind it too much. She quickly caught the letter that floated to the ground and read it with her head lowered. Soon, Saber's expression changed as well. She was emitting an uncontrollable, murderous aura. Actually, the content of the letter wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It was the same as the letter that was handed to Yin Feng. However, to Wei Gongqi and Saber, who knew exactly what the little Holy Grail was, the content of the letter was equivalent to telling them that Alice Phil was dead. How could they not be angry and want to kill her? "Master of Lancer, don't let me catch you." Saber clenched her fist and tore the letter in her hand. Then, Lancer sent the last two letters to Ryder Iskandar and the Tong family according to the address on the letter. The content of the letter sent to Iskandar was the same as the one sent to Yin Feng and Saber. It was just a normal notice. However, the letter that was sent to the Tachibana family was slightly different. In addition to the normal announcement content, there was an additional silver female necklace and a brief description. Whether it was the content of the description or the origin of the female necklace, they all pointed to one person, Tashimi Enosaka's wife, Kwai Enosaka. Seito deliberately added this in order to prevent Tong Yinya from playing any tricks again. Seito was very sure that Tong Yinya, whose heart was as rotten as maggots, would be happy to see Tong Yinya in pain. After understanding the meaning of these two things, he would be more than happy to send this letter to Tong Yinya, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He would then participate in the battle of the Holy Grail at night. He would also be interested in participating in the battle as a spectator. Just like that, under the circumstances where everyone's mentality was completely different, it was already late at night in the blink of an eye. "Lancer, carry this over." Seito gestured at the light blue medical freezer on the coffee table in the living room with his eyes. "Okay." Lancer did not ask any further. He reached out and picked up the freezer on the coffee table. "Go ahead. I'll give you permission to move freely this time, including the permission to fight." Seito looked at Lancer and said calmly. Lancer raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that and said, "Thank you." After seeing that Seito did not have any further instructions, he no longer hesitated and left the apartment with the freezer. Under the cover of the night, he moved toward the Weiyuan River next to Fuyuki with the agility and movement method of a heroic spirit. There should be a good show to watch tonight. Seito, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself softly. At the same time, Yin Feng, Chili, Saber, Ryder, and Weber, as well as Tong Yinya, who was muttering, "Kwai, I'm coming to save you," all left their respective residences and moved toward the Weiyuan River. Chapter 1818. P.S. Thank you to Sky Illusion Antenna for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Board Lord for your tip. Kaboom! Thunder rumbled. Two chariots pulled by strong black bulls appeared on the green riverbank, illuminated by the moonlight in a cloud of smoke. Am I early? Iskandar, who had telekinetically materialized the chariot and stepped onto the ground with young Master Wilbur Velvis in hand, looked at the empty environment around him and said in surprise. Then, he put Wilbur aside and sat on the grass. "Hey, Are you going to sit here and wait? Wilbur said angrily. What else can I do? Iskandar asked back. Hide first. Hide in the dark and observe the enemy. Then find a right time to give the enemy a fatal blow. That's the right strategy, Wilbur said loudly. No need, Iskandar said as he waved his hand generously. Ah! Wilbur shouted frantically. You'll attract the enemy if you do that, young master, Iskandar reminded him kindly. Ugh! Wilbur paused. His face turned red as he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. After another 3 to 4 minutes, Saber's figure appeared in Iskandar's sight with a clear whistling sound. She was wearing a concept gear, and her face was full of anger. Yo, we meet again, Saber. Iskandar greeted her as if the conflict caused by the discussion of the king's qualification did not exist. Ryder. Saber suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at Ryder with a complicated expression. Are you here to fight for the small holy grail too? Of course. Although I'm not sure what it's for, as long as I know that it's the key to the real holy grail, I'll get it at all costs, Iskandar said firmly. In that case, we'll be enemies. Saber gripped the sword of oath and victory that was invisible under the protection of a wind-type magic spell, Wind King Barrier, and said in a deep voice, Ah, that's a pity. Iskandar laughed heartily. It was hard to hate him when he looked like that. After another 1 to 2 minutes, there was a slight sound in the air. Lancer, who was holding a medical freezer, appeared in the field. Lancer! Saber could no longer suppress her anger when she saw Lancer. She glared at him and shouted angrily. Lancer furrowed his brows and looked at Saber in confusion. Tell me, where is Alice Phil? Saber, who was in an offensive posture, asked coldly. No comment, Lancer replied decisively. Although he didn't know where Alice Phil was, he was Sakura, Tasaka's servant. There was no reason for him to share his information with Saber, who was obviously an enemy, even if he had a good impression of her. Damn it, Saber cursed. But that was all. If she really wanted to kill Lancer on the spot, she really couldn't do it. This wasn't a matter of strength, but because even if she killed Lancer, she still wouldn't be able to find Alice Phil's whereabouts. On the contrary, it might even anger the other party and put Alice Phil in danger. This was against her wishes. Both of you, can you explain what's going on? Iskandar frowned and asked. No matter what, Lancer was the key to the appearance of the little Holy Grail this time. He didn't want to mess up this matter because of something. Saber, who couldn't tell him the fact that Alice Phil was the little Holy Grail, snorted and didn't answer. No comment, Lancer replied bitterly. Then forget it. Iskandar shrugged when he saw that both of them were unwilling to say. He didn't ask further. Instead, he asked, Lancer, since you're here, the little Holy Grail that was promised in the letter should be nearby, right? As soon as he said that, Saber immediately looked at Lancer with her sharp eyes. Is it in that box? Iskandar stared at the blue freezer in Lancer's hand with his burning eyes. Saber's expression changed slightly when she heard that. She stared at the box in Lancer's hand with an unpleasant expression. Yes, the little Holy Grail is here. Lancer nodded and admitted. At that moment, a murderous aura gushed out of Saber's body uncontrollably. Iskandar looked at Saber, who was obviously not in a good state, and said to Lancer again, Do you mind opening it for me to take a look? Let's wait until the others are here, Lancer replied. All right, Iskandar agreed. As long as he could see it, he could confirm whether it was the real little Holy Grail. It didn't matter to him whether he opened it in the morning or at night. He wasn't a young lad. He wasn't impatient. Saber hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of looking at it immediately. She silently retreated to the side and closed her eyes to calm herself down. At that moment, she also realized that her current state was not right. It would be very disadvantageous for the upcoming battle. Just like that, in the silence of the 3 heroic spirits and 1 person, time slowly passed by for a few minutes. At that moment, Lancer, Saber, and Ryder's expressions changed at the same time. They turned their heads and looked at a place not far away. The next moment, they saw a black shadow wriggling at the place where the 3 of them looked at. A black knight, wearing medieval European knight armor with black smoke coming out of his body, appeared there. It was the heroic spirit, Berserker. However, as soon as he appeared, he immediately stared at Saber, who was not far away with his scarlet eyes. His body trembled violently, as if he was preparing for something. It was very strange. Seeing that, Saber frowned and became alert. But in the next second, the Dark Knight's body trembled and a powerful magical radiance erupted. Then, a pitch-black longsword with red elven runes engraved on its surface appeared in the Dark Knight's hand amidst the rolling black smoke. Looking at the appearance of the sword, Saber's face was filled with shock and disbelief. What responded to her was the Black Knight suddenly swinging his long sword at her. Saber looked sad and raised her sword to block the attack. Block! A powerful magical impact immediately spread out from between the two of them. Like the howling of the wind, it blew and crushed the surrounding green trees. "Hey, don't mess around." Iskandar stood up and shouted. "No!" Saber's voice sounded and stopped him. "Please don't do anything. Leave this person to me." Iskandar frowned and quietly looked at Saber, who was fighting with the Black Knight. He noticed the sadness and resentment on her face and said softly, "All right, as you wish." After that, just like before, he sat back down on the ground. Do you hate me so much, my friend? Even if you become like that, do you still hate me so much, Knight of the Lake?" Saber's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at her former best friend, who had fallen into a frenzy of cursing as she fought with the Black Knights, sword-like in the past. The Knight of the Lake Lancelot, the first knight under King Arthur. His bravery and strength were even above King Arthur. He was one of the representatives of the perfect knight. However, because of the incident with Guinevere, he became the fuse that pushed the country built by King Arthur into the abyss of history. However, the more interesting point was that the legend of the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot, was based on the chief knight of the Fiona Knights in Ireland, the radiant-faced Dilumido Odina, who was now the current Lancer. No one knew if there would be any chemical reaction when the two of them met. At the same time, Saber's mind could not help but recall Guinevere and her crying face. A.R. Thursday. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the Black Knight's mask and woke Saber up from her memories. "Arthur, both Arthur." Then, the Black Knight raised his sword and slashed at Saber, who was in a daze. Saber instinctively raised her sword to block the attack. Then, with a muffled bang, Saber's body was thrown high into the air. Clang! Saber fell heavily on the ground, not far away. Looking at Saber's performance, Iskandar could not help but frown. "It's a good scene, isn't it?" At this moment, a new voice came from a golden radiance amidst the surge of magic power. "I really can't get along with you, hero king of Babylon." Iskandar sighed helplessly. "You just found out?" Gimigarsh sneered. Then, a light appeared behind him, and he took out a golden wine glass and wine bottle from the vortex above. He poured wine into the glass and looked at the battle between Saber and Berserker with interest while leisurely tasting the wine in the glass. After countless times, Saber, who no longer had the will to fight, mustered all her strength and shouted, "Stop! Stop! I beg you." Then, she suddenly knelt on the ground and cried. At this moment, the once invincible heroic spirit had given up resistance and welcomed her own death. However, at this moment, Berserker's attack suddenly stopped. Iskandar's face showed a look of surprise. "TSK, a bastard is a bastard." Gilgamesh's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Chapter 1819. Even so, I still have to get the Holy Grail. At some point, Saber, whose long sword had already sunk into the Dark Knight's chest, cried as she pressed her head against the armor on the Dark Knight's chest. "If I don't do this, my friend, if I don't do this, I won't be able to make it up to you. This is so sad." At this point, are you still looking for excuses for your own battle? At this moment, a clear voice came from the Dark Knight's mouth. It was a voice that Saber missed. Saber raised her head and looked at the Black Knight who had revealed his face. He used a gaze that she was familiar with to look at the king who was crying. "Lancelot," Saber called out softly. "Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps this is the only way I can express my thoughts." Lancelot said, He then looked down at the sword that had pierced through his chest and smiled bitterly. Actually, I wanted you to punish me personally. My king, I really hoped that you would punish me out of anger. If I could be punished by you, if you could ask me for compensation, then I would believe in atonement. I would believe that one day I would find a way to forgive myself. The queen should be the same. In King Arthur's legend, Lancelot, who had caused all the trouble, died in regret. The queen, Guinevere, became a nun and spent the rest of her life in the monastery to wash away her sins. Then Lancelot sighed deeply, relaxed his body, and fell towards Saber. Saber quickly stood up and supported Lancelot's body. She let him rest his head on her chest. Because he was about to return to the heroic spirit throne, Lancelot's body was so light that it seemed weightless. Although it was in this form, in the end, I still borrowed your chest. Lancelot murmured. Countless particles of light gushed out of Lancelot's body. In the king's arms, dying in front of the king. I'm just like a loyal knight. You don't say that, Saber said anxiously. Lancelot, who was partially satisfied, closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. His body gradually became transparent and was about to disappear completely. Lancelot, actually you, Saber sobbed. However, before she could finish her words, Lancelot suddenly exploded into countless spiritual light particles and quickly melted into the air. At this point, the servant berserker, the knight of the lake, Lancelot, left the stage. And the reason for his defeat was the same as the original. This was because Tong Yin Ye's magic supply was insufficient. However, Sei Ito also played a part in this. After all, it was because of Lancelot that Nagasaka Sakura was not able to enter the Tong family, and the Tong family was not able to use the insects to obtain Nagasaka Sakura's virginity magic. Therefore, they were unable to give Tong Yin Yi a larger reserve of magic. Therefore, Tong Yin Yi, who was fighting with his life on the line, only managed to hold on for a few seconds. His magic was completely exhausted and he was sucked dry. Wait! Lancelot. Saber's arms tightened as if she wanted to hold on to Lancelot's breath. She cried silently. It's not over yet. However, not long after, a stubborn voice came from the sobbing Saber. I can still make it up. It's not too late. I still have the Holy Grail. I still have a miracle that can overturn fate. Then, Saber clenched the sword of victory and pledge in her hand and stood up from the ground with a determined look. Sigh. Looking at Saber, Iskandar sighed for no reason. Perhaps it was because he felt sorry for her. He felt sorry for a naive young girl. Or maybe it was because he pitied her. That's it. That's it, Saber. You're the best. Contrary to Iskandar, Gilgamesh seemed to have found a treasure that was worth treasuring as he let out a wanton and evil laugh. Archer, do you want to fight me? Saber, whose heart was filled with battle intent, shouted sternly. Hold on. Iskandar raised his hand to stop them. Then he looked up at Lancer and said, Now that everyone is here, can you open the box and let me see the so-called Holy Grail? Of course. Lancer nodded in agreement. Then he lifted the freezer box into his arms and held it diagonally towards Ryder, Saber, and Archer. He opened the lock and opened the lid. In an instant, white mist rose, and a dark yellow heart wrapped in many ice cubes appeared before everyone's eyes. It was emitting a huge amount of magic that could be clearly felt. Obviously, under the influence of Berserker's death, the small Holy Grail's condition was even more dazzling and eye-catching than when it was first taken out from Alice Phil's body. Looking at the heart, Saber's expression immediately changed. If Saber still harbored some hope for Alice Phil's survival before this, the thought in her mind was completely extinguished after seeing the heart. She glared at Lancer with a murderous intent. Lancer, I'm going to kill you, Saber roared. As soon as she finished speaking, Saber rushed towards Lancer with a biting cold wind barrier. Lancer did not dare to hesitate and immediately dodged to the side with his superb agility. In the process of dodging, he closed the lid of the freezer box and threw it aside. Then, he summoned the golden and red spears and faced Saber, who was chasing after him. In the next moment, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, a violent shockwave and a suffocating magical wave spread out in all directions with a deafening sound. It was like a lawnmower crushing and tearing apart the surrounding grass, leaving meter-long cracks as thick as a child's arm on the ground. At the same time, not far away from the battle between Saber and Lancer. "Are you scared, kid?" Iskandar stared at Gilgamesh and said to Master, who was beside him, "Yes, I'm scared. Or should I say, is this your so-called leap of joy?" Wilbur said while trembling all over. "That's right. The more powerful the enemy is, the more excited one's desire to drink the wine of victory. Hee, you've also become smarter." Hearing Wilbur's stiff answer, Iskandar smiled proudly. "Kid, you go to the side first. I might not be able to take care of you in the battle later." Iskandar continued. "Huh," Wilbur exclaimed. Then, he quickly ran to the side. He knew very well that as a low-grade magician, he was a burden to Ryder. The best way to help him was to listen to his arrangements. "Are you ready to accept my punishment?" Gilgamesh said calmly. "Yes." Iskandar smiled. Then, he reached out and pulled out the short sword of Maluit from his waist and pointed the tip of the sword at the sky. In the next moment, there was a rumble of thunder. An ancient chariot pulled by two pitch-black bulls appeared beside Ryder. Ryder jumped into the chariot and grabbed the reins with both hands. "Go!" Iskandar shouted. Then, he shook his hands and whipped the reins onto the bull's back. "Moo!" In an instant, the two bulls roared angrily and raised their front hooves to stomp on Gilgamesh. Ryder's military-type noble phantasm, the distant boa tyrant. Archer leaped back and instantly dodged the two bulls' trampling. Boom! Then, the four hooves that missed the target fiercely landed on the ground, forming a violent shockwave that spread out in all directions. However, the distant boa tyrant's attack was not over yet. After the physical attack missed, two lightning bolts that were filled with holy power suddenly flew out from the sky and bombarded Archer. Humph! Archer snorted and summoned two golden shields from the vortex that appeared on the huge golden canopy behind him. He placed them above his head. Boom! Thunder roared, treasure flash, surging out waves of azure thunder flowers. "Is this a divine creature?" Gilgamesh, who was looking at the two bulls on Ryder's chariot, said with disgust. Then, with a thought, two long chains that looked like spears flew out from the golden canopy. The king's treasure, straight towards the two black bulls. All LLL A. Iskandar, who did not know how powerful the chains were, shouted and drove the god's might chariot towards Gilgamesh. The wheels of the chariot rolled and blue sparks shot out from the round axle in the middle of the wheels. As the wheels spun, two blue and purple conical lightning bolts were formed, plowing two long trails on the ground. But in the next moment, two moo sounds were heard. The two black bulls suddenly knelt on the ground as if their hooves were broken. Under the huge momentum, they plowed a deep trench on the ground. At the same time, Iskandar, who was not able to react in time, was thrown into the air by the chariot. Then, a large number of spears, lances, swords, and other weapons of different sizes and shapes flew out, bringing along rays of light as they shot towards Iskandar like rain. It was Archer's noble phantasm. Chapter 1820. P.S. Thanks to Heavenly Stratagem, True Dragon, Boring Lord, and Insta-Killing Potato for their tips. Ryder, seeing that Iskandar was about to be buried in the rain of swords, Wilbur's expression changed drastically as he shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I won't fail that easily." Iskandar, who was thrown into the air, laughed fearlessly. As he spoke, he pulled out the Beluth short sword from his waist and slashed in front of him with his superb swordsmanship. Clang, 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 clang. A series of clanging sounds of metal rang in the night sky. With the series of clanging sounds, Iskandar passed through the rain of swords and charged towards Archer. "Bastard, do you think you can get close to me?" Gilgamesh sneered with a disdainful expression. Following that, the rain of swords changed direction and shot out diagonally from the bottom like arrows. Iskandar's expression did not change as he continued to wield the short sword with full concentration. Clang, 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 clang. He deflected the deadly swords away. However, even so, Ryder's response was still limited. He could not help but let the rain of swords leave a dozen wounds of various sizes on his body while he was falling. It made him look extremely brutal and wild. Bang! After flying for a few seconds, Iskandar landed heavily on the ground in front of Archer and handed over the short sword in his hand. Oomph! Archer snorted with a cold expression. He pulled out a golden longsword that looked like a spiral brick from the vortex on the golden light screen behind him and took the initiative to meet the attack. Clang! A crisp sound rang as the two short swords clashed together. Golden sparks were created from the friction. Die, bastard! Archer sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden spiral sword in Archer's hand flashed with blue light and released a large amount of lightning. It exploded in all directions and struck Iskandar, who was caught off guard. Iskandar used the momentum to leap back and retreat from Archer's front. He frowned slightly as he looked at Archer. "Hey, Archer, let me finish the rest of the wine in one gulp." Iskandar showed a hearty smile as if he was meeting a friend. He said, it was as if the previous confrontation between him and Archer was completely illusory. "Although I was disrupted by that unromantic bastard, there's still a little wine left in the bottle. Don't even think about hiding from me." As expected of the king of usurpation, keeping such a close eye on other people's things, Gilgamesh frowned and then smiled bitterly. He took out the wine vessel and 2 wine cups from the last banquet from the treasure wall. He poured every drop of wine from the bottle into the cup. In the meantime, Iskandar, on the other hand, casually walked up to Gilgamesh. He took the wine glass and clinked it with Gilgamesh's. Clang! "O king of Babylonia, allow me to ask one last question." "Let's end the banquet," Iskandar said as he raised his wine glass in a serious manner. "Yes, go ahead." Gilgamesh gave his permission as the king. "For example, if my king's army was armed with your treasure of Wong, it would definitely become an invincible army." "Well, Western private army, it's not even worth a fart," Iskandar stated. So?" Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. "I'll ask again. Do you want to form an alliance with me? As long as we work together, we can definitely fight to the end of the galaxy," Iskandar said seriously. "You're really an interesting guy. It's been a long time since I laughed so happily because of the nonsense of an ignorant man." Gilgamesh suddenly laughed as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Then his expression changed slightly, and his eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent as he continued. "Unfortunately, I don't need a second friend. He's the only friend I've had since the ancient times. Besides, this world doesn't need 2 kings. The lonely way of the king. Huh? Your firm way of survival. Let me challenge it." Iskandar, who was not surprised by Gilgamesh's answer, nodded quietly. "Very well. Show yourself to your heart's content, Conqueror King. You're a thief who deserves to be judged by me personally," Gilgamesh said coldly. Then the two of them fell silent and drank the wine in their cups at the same time. Then they threw away their cups at the same time and separated again. "Are you guys really that close?" Wilbur, who did not understand the king's thoughts, was confused. "Sort of, but now we're going to fight. He might be the last person in my life that I'll look at. How can I not treat him with respect?" Iskandar laughed. "Don't be silly." Wilbur paused and retorted in a deep voice. "How can you die?" "I don't agree." Then Wilbur clenched his teeth and suddenly pointed at Iskandar. The latter looked back at his master calmly. "My lord, I, Wilbur Velvet, use the command incantation to command," Wilbur said with a deep voice with a serious expression. "Ryder, you must obtain the final victory." A command incantation disappeared in his words. At the same time, a majestic magic surged out from Ryder's body. "I'll use the command incantation to command again. Ryder, you must obtain the Holy Grail." The second command incantation also disappeared from the back of his hand amidst these calm words that sounded like instructions. "Finally, I'll use the command incantation to command. Ryder, you must obtain the world. Failure is not allowed." The third command, incantation, also disappeared in Wilbur's unquestionable words. Then a majestic magic surged out from Wilbur's body, stirring up the air and creating a whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, it flowed into Ryder's body through an unknown method. In this way, I will no longer be your master. After doing all this, Yi Zichen smiled. After finishing everything, Wilbur put down his arm, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Go. You've already slapped." Iskandar slapped Wilbur's head with his large hand. "Since you've given the annoying command, you must have made up your mind, right? Then witness the moment when the command is fulfilled." Iskandar smiled. You idiot. I said, hey." Wilbur raised his head. His face was full of bewilderment as he said hurriedly, "I don't have the command incantation anymore. I'm no longer master." "Why? Whether you're master or not, you're my friend. This will not change." Iskandar smiled calmly. When these words came out, Wilbur's eyes immediately overflowed with clear tears as he was hit in the softest part of his heart. Someone like me, can I, really, stay by your side?" Wilbur asked with a choked voice. "You've been to the battlefield with me so many times. Why are you still saying this now? You idiot." Iskandar's palm pressed down on Wilbur's head as he reprimanded him lightly. "Aren't you a man who faced the enemy with me? Then, you my friend. Stick out your chest and stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Wilbur's emotions surged. He did not know what words to use to answer the man in front of him. "Then, it's time to answer the first command, incantation. Open your eyes and watch carefully, kid." Iskandar retracted his arm, turned around, and said softly to Archer, who had been waiting not far away, I'll definitely watch with these eyes." Wilbur hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face and tried his best to open his eyes wide as he stared at the empty space in front of him. At this moment, Iskandar once again pulled out the short sword from his waist, raised it high into the air, and issued a king's call. "Gather, my compatriots. Tonight, our bravery will leave behind the strongest legend." The scorching wind and the yellow sand that should have appeared at this place suddenly blew in the night sky, as if responding to the summons. It blew away the faint white mist that floated from the river, blew away the thick darkness of the night, and changed the world. The sky turned into a dark blue color. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The air evaporated, and the endless yellow sand on the surface of the earth trembled vaguely. Thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers appeared on the yellow sand, wearing armor and holding weapons, standing behind their king. Thud, 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 thud. The legendary horse ran out from the crowd and came to Iskandar's side. The latter patted the yellow horse's head lightly, held the reins, and flipped over to ride on the horse. "The enemy is the mighty hero king. I have no complaints as an opponent. Warriors, show your dominance to the first heroic spirit." Iskandar, who looked radiant under the blazing sunlight, said loudly, "Oh, bring it on, Overlord Army Master." Now, I'll let you know what it means to be a true king. Gilgamesh smirked as he ignored the shouts of the army. Plus, lalalala. As a response, Iskandar squeezed his legs and urged his horse forward while letting out a familiar strange cry. He took the lead and led the army to charge at the hero king. Seeing the daunting charge of the army, the hero king did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he unexpectedly revealed a look of joy. It was as if he had been looking forward to such an exciting battle for a long time. Lofty dreams, ambition to dominate the world. This passion is indeed worthy of praise. But soldiers, do you understand? You will have to wake up from your dreams one day, Gilgamesh said softly. Then he extended his arm to the right and reached into the golden light screen behind him. He took out a strange-looking weapon. The blade and guard of the sword were golden with faint blue patterns on the surface. The body of the sword was cylindrical and bright red in color. On the surface, there was a black, irregular pattern that resembled an electronic circuit. It could be called a sword for the time being. This sword was indeed a sword, and it was a very famous sword, the deviant star that split heaven and earth. It was a pseudo-divine sword that possessed the power of the great god Ea in ancient Babylonian mythology. Its function was to cut through space and shatter the world. Because of this, I will definitely block your path. Conquering King. Gilgamesh raised the deviant star and said softly, "Come, put an end to your endless dream. I will personally show you the laws of the world." The scarlet sword began to spin, and in the blink of an eye, it spun at an extremely high speed. It stirred the air and created a dense wind wall visible to the naked eye. Boom! A huge amount of magic power erupted from the sword. "Let's go." Iskandar, who had noticed Gilgamesh's situation, urged his horse and shouted, "Wake up, Ea! The stage worthy of you has been set up." Gilgamesh said loudly, "Watch carefully. This is the deviant star of split heaven and earth." After saying that, Gilgamesh swung the strange sword in his hand forward and viciously chopped down. In an instant, there was a loud rumble, and a huge crack that seemed to lead straight to the abyss appeared in the desert. It was like a natural moat that blocked the front of the King of Conquest's army. Even though this attack was aimed at the enemy, the massive damage it dealt was still not something the conquering King's army could endure. A large number of soldiers who could not stop themselves stepped into the crack and fell into the abyss. But this was only the beginning. With the rapid expansion of the cracks, more cracks appeared in the desert, splitting the entire desert into countless fragments of different sizes. Like sand in a sea of water, it quickly collapsed and sank. At the same time, the sky shattered like glass, revealing a pitch-black hole. Clearly, the Hero King's slash did not only split the ground, but it directly penetrated the entire world, just like how the great god, Noah, who had the same name as the sword, recreated the world. Then, the space began to ripple and disappear, returning the world to its normal state. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. A faint river breeze blew from the nearby not far river, pressing down on the green grass on the nearby embankment. F***. Wilbur looked at his Kandar with a pale face and shouted, "In that case, there's something important I haven't asked you yet." Iskandar looked at Wilbur's face and asked solemnly, "Wilbur Velvet, are you willing to serve me as a vassal?" "You are." Wilbur's expression was agitated, and his face was flushed with blood. He said with a trembling voice, "You are my king. I swear to serve you and die for you. Please guide me forward and let me see the same dream." "Okay, all right." Iskandar nodded and said, "Showing the location of the dream is the king's task, and witnessing the end of the dream and passing it down to the future generations is your vassal's task. Live on, Wilbur. Witness all of this and pass down the king's way of living and Iskandar's flying heroism." Then, without waiting for Wilbur to speak, he rode the legendary horse, Bucephalus, towards Gilgamesh. "Come, let's set off." Chapter 1821. Clang. Lancer and Saber separated from each other amidst the melodious clanging sound. They turned their heads to the side at the same time. Over there, the heroic spirit rider turned into nothingness amidst the radiance of spiritual droplets. Both of them understood that Ryder had lost to Archer and returned to the heroic spirit palace. After witnessing Ryder's death, Saber had a complicated expression on her face. It was that person who relied on the king's army, that was interdependent with his people and almost shook her belief as a king. Phew! Magical light surged. Alice Phil's heart that was placed aside with the small holy grail sealed within it exploded with even more magical power. That was the inheritance that Ryder had given her after his death. "Let's end this battle tonight." Saber, who had regained her senses, exhaled softly and looked at Lancer in front of her with a serious expression. "All right, my master has granted me the permission to move and fight freely. Let's end this tonight." Lancer smiled. Both of them stomped their feet and charged toward each other. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clanging sounds echoed in the night sky. Compared to the other heroic spirits, Saber and Lancer could be said to have met each other's match. Both of them were excellent in close combat. Moreover, one of them had a battle tool like intuition, while the other had a dual cheat like mind's eye. Both of them had the ability to avoid fatal attacks at critical moments. In addition, both of them had unique relics. It could be said that it would take some time for both of them to emerge victorious. While the two of them were fighting, Gilgamesh, who had just sent his Kandar back to the martyr's palace, walked with light steps to the medical freezer placed at the side. He opened it with his foot and bent down to take out the dark, red heart inside. Is this the Holy Grail? It's disgusting. Gilgamesh looked at the heart in his hand with disgust. Then, he threw the heart back into the freezer by his feet. He used his magical power to wash away the filth in his hand. He crossed his arms and looked up at the two of them who were fighting. There was a faint look of lust on his face. At this moment, with a pong sound, the two of them quickly separated again. But at this time, a trace of blood appeared on the red spear in Lancer's hand, dripping to the ground along with the curve of the spear blade. To be able to leave behind blood at this location. Needless to say, he knew who the injured person was. True enough, opposite Lancer, Saber frowned and touched the armor on her waist. However, there was nothing there. There were no shallow marks left by the blade of the spear, nor were there any cracks left by the armor being pierced. It was still as smooth as before. I understand. I know the secret of your gun, Lancer. Saber raised her head and looked at Lancer. You should give up your armor, Saber. In front of my spear, you're no different from being naked. Lancer smiled. If taking off your armor can make you so proud, I'll have a headache. Saber snorted. However, at the next moment, the silver armor on Saber's body exploded into countless spiritual droplets that scattered in all directions. Without the supply of magical power, the spiritual droplets quickly melted into the air. In an instant, other than the blue skirt on Saber's body, there was no armor left. She had really taken off her armor. Since I can't defend, I can only attack you before I'm cut. Be prepared, Lancer. Lancer, Saber said in a stern tone. Then, she stomped her feet again and rushed in front of Lancer. She started the battle with Lancer in the most dangerous position. As a warrior, Lancer naturally wouldn't hold back and stabbed with his spear. Saber nimbly dodged and continued to force Lancer. From the looks of it, he had completely given up on defense and was prepared to risk it all with a single strike to determine the victor. The final strike. Is this the so-called all or nothing? Lancer said with a satisfied face and a nostalgic tone. However, for some reason, there was a hint of nervousness in his voice. It was probably because of the current state that she was in. Compared to before, Saber was not only stronger after removing her armor, but her movement speed and reflexes were also much stronger. Coupled with the increased intuition due to the gamble status and the disparity between the two of them, Lancer could not help but feel nervous when dealing with the situation. I admire your courage and agility. Lancer, who was trying his best to deal with Saber, provoked, but now, I want to say that you've miscalculated, Saber. Then try it. Wait until you've taken my sword, Saber said without showing any signs of weakness. Then, she focused on Lancer's footsteps and calculated the timing. Soon, the timing in her eyes had arrived. Lancer's feet suddenly sank, causing his movements to stop abruptly. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, Saber didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately used her mind to release the wind enchantment on her sword and turned it into a whirlwind behind her. Like a propeller, it pushed Saber towards Lancer at a faster speed than before. Saber's body was wrapped in white wind as she attacked Lancer at supersonic speed. However, at this moment, Lancer, who should have lost his balance, suddenly lifted his foot and kicked up a large piece of soil to block Saber's line of sight. Then, he dodged to the side, and a golden light appeared in his other hand. He thrust the golden short spear at Saber, who couldn't dodge due to her high speed. It was obvious that his previous performance was to fool Saber. Whoosh! The wind exploded as Saber and Lancer passed by each other. Then, both of them turned their heads at the same time. At this moment, both of their expressions didn't change as they calmly looked at each other. However, There was a long and narrow wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. The wound on Saber's body was slanted on her left rib. Lancer's wound was at the elbow of his left arm. It was also cut diagonally. For Saber, the wound on her left rib didn't affect her battle too much. After all, both of her hands were still intact. As long as she endured the pain, she could perform normal swordsmanship. But for Lancer, the wound here was a bit fatal. Whether he used a single spear or two, the elbow would affect the accuracy of the spear. When fighting a master of close combat and swordsmanship like Saber, this little bit of impact was enough to kill him. You still won't let me win easily. Very well. Look at your unyielding expression. Lancer's expression was bleak as he tried to pretend that he didn't care about the wound on his elbow. Bastard, how dare you hurt my treasure? However, before Saber could answer, an angry roar sounded in Lancer's ears. It was Gilgamesh, who was watching from the side. The treasure he was talking about was naturally Saber, who was already in his pocket. As a domineering king, he wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish or destroy his treasure. Otherwise, he would punish them severely. Archer, stop your nonsense. This is your last warning. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Saber shouted angrily. Saber, I can allow you to act like a spoiled child, but not now. I want to get rid of this bastard who dared to hurt you. Gilgamesh said with a furious expression. Then, the golden light screen that connected to his treasure vault appeared behind him. Archer, you're courting death. Saber shouted angrily. Bastard, suffer my wrath. Gilgamesh ignored Saber's angry roar and said directly to Lancer. The next moment, a large number of strange-looking weapons flew out from the golden light screen and turned into a rain of light that shot towards Lancer. Lancer did not want to sit still and wait for his death. He swung both of his guns to deflect the weapons and defended himself with all his might. However, there was a saying that went, defense is bound to fail. Not to mention, Lancer was still injured at this time. So, after a few seconds, Lancer was finally careless and could not defend himself. His body was pierced by a weapon. Poo-pee-you. In an instant, a few wounds appeared on Lancer's body. As a result, Lancer, who was already unable to resist, immediately became even more miserable, causing more and more wounds to appear on his body. Archer, you're not worthy of being called a hero. Lancer knew that he would definitely die if he wasted his time there. He then swung both of his guns and deflected the attacks that were flying towards him. He then turned around and ran away. However, at that moment, a chain suddenly appeared beside Lancer and tied him up tightly. It was one of Archer's relic, the Heaven Lock, that had a strong binding ability. Then, the rain of light arrived, piercing Lancer into a sieve amidst the sudden popping sounds, ending his life. I can't accept this, Lancer shouted. Then, Lancer's body exploded and turned into a large number of spiritual droplets that disappeared into the air. Chapter 1822. Author's note. Same as before, change later. At the same time, in the apartment in Fuyuki City, Sakura, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up and rubbed her eyes in confusion. What Sakura didn't notice was that when she rubbed her eyes, the 3 command seals on the back of her hand that represented Lancer's master suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the magic supply between Sei-Ito and Lancer also lost its connection. Is she dead? Sei-Ito whispered to himself. At this time, they were still on the bank of the Weiyuan River near the estuary. Saber, as long as you are willing to submit to me and become my private property, this king can make the decision to bestow the Holy Grail to you so that you can fulfill your wish, Gilgamesh said with a gentle yet devilish expression. Don't even think about it, Saber shouted. She decisively rejected Archer's idea. If that's the case, I can only use force to conquer you. You can't escape from the palm of this king's hand. Gilgamesh smiled. Saber summoned the armor that she removed before, slightly lowered her body, and responded to Gilgamesh's words with a posture that was ready to fight at any time. At this moment, neither Saber nor Archer noticed that the small Holy Grail that had absorbed Lancer and Berserker's Holy Grail was emanating strange colors and waves. It seemed like it could summon the Holy Grail at any time as long as it found the right location. Yes, that's it. She's obviously a delicate girl, but she can show the strong spirit, tenacity, and beauty of a lioness. It's really the best work of art in the world. Gilgamesh, who didn't notice the abnormality of the small Holy Grail, stared at Saber with his scarlet eyes as if he was looking at a work of art. "Archer, shut the hell up," Saber shouted. Then she stomped her feet and rushed toward Archer with a white air wall visible to the naked eye. For Saber's attack, Gilgamesh didn't directly use the king's treasure to deal with it like how he dealt with other heroic spirits. Instead, he grabbed the air beside him with one hand. He pulled out a long sword from the golden vortex and faced Saber with the identity of a warrior. Clang! As the two swords clashed, a crisp sound rang out. That's right, it's this expression of fighting to the death for some kind of belief. "Awesome. Too beautiful," Gilgamesh said with an intoxicated look in his eyes. At this moment, Gilgamesh was not behaving like a king at all. Instead, he was like a perverted and incapable ruler who was immersed in beauty. Saber's face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, she slashed at Archer with even more ferocity. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing reverberated in the quiet, not distant river. Mana splashed out, turning into invisible shockwaves and wind that spread out in all directions, plowing long and narrow marks on the ground that was not hard to begin with. Just like that, they exchanged countless blows. Right at this moment, a muffled bang sound was heard. The freezer containing Alice Phil's heart, which contained the little Holy Grail, suddenly exploded. The dark yellow heart inside was blasted out. Hearing the sound, Archer and Saber both looked over at the same time. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the two, the heart that was sent flying into the air by the explosion suddenly lit up and burned abruptly. The outer part of the heart was burned to ashes, revealing the golden cup sealed inside. It was still floating in the air, releasing a huge amount of magic power to the outside. Archer and Saber's expressions changed slightly. They both jumped back at the same time. Their eyes fell on the little Holy Grail that was suspended in the air. Then, a thin and long black line that spread horizontally appeared in the void. Like an eye that was about to open, it slowly opened from top to bottom. A mysterious aura flowed out from the black line. Then a thick and viscous substance came out, like oil mixed with impurities, or like black mud that had just been dug out from the depths of a swamp. A pitch-black substance gushed out from the crack and dripped to the ground. Whoosh, a pit that looked like it was corroded instantly appeared where the black mud dripped. "So this is the Holy Grail?" Saber frowned as she looked at the strange scene in front of her. "So this is the Holy Grail?" Archer said sarcastically. "The Holy Grail has appeared." "Archer, let's settle this now," Saber said solemnly. "All right, I agree," Archer agreed. Then, the two of them decided to fight and prepared for their strongest attack. Archer took out his blood-red sword and activated the Star of Heaven and Earth. He activated his mana, and the sword began to spin at a high speed. On the other hand, Saber removed the wind barrier that was wrapped around the sword. She held the golden sword high with both of her hands and injected her mana into it. Under the influence of the two powerful mana, a ferocious whirlwind appeared between the sky and the earth, completely blocking the area where Archer and Spare were. A few seconds passed. Star of Heaven and Earth, Star of Heaven and Earth. Excalibur. At this time, the two of them simultaneously swung down their weapons and shouted out the true fate of their weapons, completely releasing the power of their treasures. Whoosh! As the wind howled, two thick energy beams, one red and one yellow, shot forward at high speed, colliding with each other in midair. Boom! The two pillars of light were in a stalemate. It was like a tug-of-war between ordinary people. One of them pushed the other one, and the other one hit back. In this Holy Grail war, Saber's attributes were Strength B, Durability A, Agility A, Mana, Luck D, and Relic A++. Archer's attributes were Strength B, Durability C, Agility C, Mana B, Luck A, and Relic EX. Based on the statistics alone, Saber was better than Archer. However, in a real battle, one would need to rely on quantity. For example, Archer's Relic EX was more powerful than Saber's A++ Relic. However, Saber's powerful mana could make up for the difference to a certain extent. However, her luck was not as good as Archer's. Sometimes, she might lose the battle due to some unexpected factors. Therefore, it was hard to tell who was the winner. As for strength, endurance, agility, and so on, they were practically useless if they didn't fight in close combat and didn't compete in consumption. Clang! As the two swords clashed, a crisp sound rang out. That's right. It's the expression of fighting to the death for some kind of belief. That's great. That's beautiful, Gilgamesh said with a mesmerized look. At that moment, Gilgamesh did not look like a king at all. Instead, he looked like a perverted and incapable ruler who was immersed in beauty. Saber was furious. Without saying a word, she slashed at Archer even more fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons clashing reverberated in the quiet, not distant river. Mana splashed and turned into invisible shockwaves and wind. It spread in all directions, plowing long and narrow marks on the ground that was not hard to begin with. Just like that, no one knew how many times they had clashed. Right at this moment, a muffled bang sound rang out. The frozen box containing Alice Phil's heart that was sealed within the small holy grail suddenly exploded, causing the dark yellow heart to fly out of the box. Hearing the sound, Archer and Saber both looked over at the same time. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the two, the heart that was sent flying into the air by the explosion suddenly lit up and burned abruptly. The outer part of the heart was burned to ashes, revealing the golden cup sealed inside. It was still floating in the air, releasing a huge amount of magic power to the outside. Archer's and Saber's expressions changed slightly. They both jumped back at the same time as their gazes landed on the small holy grail in midair. Then, a thin and long black line that spread horizontally appeared in the void. Like an eye that was about to open, it slowly opened from top to bottom. A mysterious aura leaked out from the black line. Then, a thick and viscous substance that looked like oil mixed with impurities or black mud that had just been dug out from the depths of a swamp surged out from the crack and dripped to the ground. Whoosh! A pit that looked like it had been corroded instantly appeared at the place where the black mud dripped. This is the Holy Grail. Saber frowned and thought to herself as she looked at the strange scene before her. This is the Holy Grail. Archer's expression was full of mockery. The Holy Grail has appeared. Archer, let us decide the victor now, Saber said solemnly. Very well, I agree. Archer agreed. Then, the two of them settled down and began to prepare for their most powerful attack. Archer took out his blood-red sword and activated the Star of Wretchedness. He surged his mana and caused the sword to spin at high speed. Saber undid the wind barrier around the sword and raised the golden longsword with both hands. She infused the sword with mana, and a blinding golden light shone from it. Under the influence of the two massive waves of mana, a violent whirlwind appeared between heaven and earth. It completely surrounded the area where Archer and Saber were standing. A few seconds passed. Star of Wretchedness, Star of Wretchedness. Chapter 1823. P.S. Thank you to Board Lord and Instant Potato for their tips. They actually treated that thing as a wish machine and fought to the death for it. This sideshow really makes me feel helpless. Standing in the black mud, Gilgamesh said helplessly without a shred of embarrassment on his face. Then he lowered his head and touched the new body that he unexpectedly obtained, and a satisfied smile appeared on the Hero King's face. Gods will want me to rule this era again and unify the world. The previous test was boring enough. But that's fine. Dissatisfaction aside, it's better to accept reality. Gilgamesh snorted as he looked at the sky with his head held high. But the moment he finished his sentence, Saber's figure reappeared with a soft pop sound. However, at this moment, her appearance had completely changed. The original silver armor with a metallic luster had turned black. Perhaps it was due to the berserker's black fog from before or something else, but there was a blood-red light pattern on the surface. The blue skirt under the armor was replaced by a black windbreaker-like robe, making her look more feminine. Even the Excalibur in her hand that was supposed to be golden had turned completely black. The European-style longsword with strange red patterns on the blade was exposed to the air without any concealment. Her face was covered with an eye patch that completely covered her eyes. Just like the armor on her body, it was made of black metal with strange red patterns on the surface. It covered her originally beautiful, gem-like eyes. It made it impossible to see her emotions through her eyes like before. Oh, looking at the newly appeared Saber, Gilgamesh's face showed a look of interest. As expected of the woman I fancy. You really have the bearing to match me. Are you talking to me, Archer? Black Saber raised her head slightly and looked directly at Gilgamesh with her eyes covered by the eye patch. She spoke with a cold and powerful aura, as if she was a queen sitting high in the sky. You abandoned your naivety under the temptation of evil and completely released the nature of a king? Gilgamesh frowned. Archer, the Holy Grail is something I must obtain. If you give it up now, I can forgive your previous offense. Black Saber raised her sword high. He pointed the tip of his sword at Archer and said lightly, Ridiculous. Women, you actually dare to speak to me like this? It seems you have forgotten your identity. Gilgamesh was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, the mana in his body surged violently, transforming into a golden radiance that transformed into a set of glittering golden armor that covered his body. How dare you? Archer, you will be punished by me, Black Saber said coldly. Women, enough of this farce. Don't take my magnanimity as indulgence, Gilgamesh said with a cold expression. He admired Saber and wanted to make her his woman. His collection, but that was only if she was obedient. Gilgamesh didn't mind personally destroying her if she was provoking his majesty as a king. Words are useless. Let's fight it out, Archer, Black Saber said. Very well. Let this king awaken you from that illusory nightmare of a queen. Gilgamesh looked at Black Saber with eyes full of pity. Black Saber and Gilgamesh raised the weapons in their hands. The deviant star of heaven and earth, Ea, and the Excalibur that had turned into a sacred sword of darkness. Violent whirlwinds and dull black light immediately emerged from the most powerful weapon in the world, surging with a terrifying amount of magic power that could suffocate a person. Heaven and Earth Splitter Deviant Star, Excalibur. Both of them waved their arms and slashed their weapons at each other. Whoosh! In an instant, a fiery red light and a dark light that was darker than the night shot out from the deviant star of heaven and earth and Excalibur and collided with each other. Boom! The sound of a violent air explosion resounded across the riverbank. A powerful shockwave spread out from the collision of the energy like a hurricane that pushed the land far away. This time, the stalemate between the two energy beams was shorter than before they entered the black mud. In less than 10 seconds, the red beam released by Gilgamesh's EA was repelled by the black beam and slammed into Gilgamesh's body. Boom! Obviously, after being devoured by the black mud, the blackened saber's attack power was much stronger than before. Even Gilgamesh's EA couldn't withstand the bombardment of the holy sword. A few seconds later, the dust settled, revealing Gilgamesh's wretched state. Bastard! How is this possible? I, the hero king Gilgamesh, am the strongest heroic spirit. How can I lose to a tainted bastard? Gilgamesh said with a twisted expression as blood dripped from his forehead. Arrogant and rude fool. Accept the punishment of I, Arthur, Black Saber replied calmly. Black Saber replied calmly. She then raised the black holy sword in her hand again and imbued it with mana, causing a black light to appear on it. Obviously, not only did the Darksaber's attack power become stronger, she could even use Excalibur like Chong Gui's ultimate battle skill. This was definitely not good news for the current archer. Archer's expression changed when he sensed the light emitted from the sacred sword. He raised the deviant star of heaven and earth without hesitation and infused it with mana to create a whirlwind. However, he was still one step too late. Not long after he created the whirlwind, the black beam of light shot towards him as the black saber shouted, "Excalibur!" Archer had no choice but to release his EA that wasn't at its peak. Boom! Another loud bang resounded from the riverside. Then, at the next moment, the red beam retreated and the black beam landed on Gilgamesh's body once again. In fact, if Archer was serious, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Even if the black saber had an attack power that Archer couldn't match, it was Gilgamesh's pride that went deep into his bones that caused him to lose. As the ancient king and the first heroic spirit, he always thought that he was the strongest among all the heroic spirits. What happened in the past had indeed proven that. Therefore, he would never admit that he, who possessed the pseudo-deified relic, Heaven and Earth, deviant star of heaven and earth, would lose to Saber in terms of attack power. Due to his arrogance, he did not activate his king's treasure to summon a powerful defensive relic even though he was in a hurry. On top of that, the one who attacked was Saber, the woman he admired and wanted to marry to keep as a collection and toy with. Archer had no reason to back down. That was the reason for the current situation. Otherwise, with the king's treasure, that he claimed to have all the treasures in the world, how could he not have any treasures that could block Saber's attack for a short period of time? A few seconds later, the smoke dispersed. Gilgamesh's figure was revealed. He looked even worse than before. He was half kneeling on the ground, exhausted. He was holding his EA on the ground with one hand. His face was covered in blood and ashes as he panted, glaring at Black Saber in front of him. Black Saber's reaction was straightforward as he raised the sacred sword in his hand again. He was about to cast Excalibur. Oomph. Ha! Ha ha ha! I never expected the mighty hero king to be defeated by a toy. What a huge irony. Is this the first obstacle that the gods have set? Interesting. This is really interesting. Gilgamesh laughed as he tried his best to support his body. Even if I die, I won't admit defeat to you guys. Gilgamesh raised his heaven and earth, deviant star of heaven and earth, deviant star, and channel mana into the relic in his hand, preparing for his final attack. However, just as Gilgamesh and Black Saber were about to attack each other, Black Saber suddenly stopped and his body trembled violently. Damn it! Wagon Kisi, how dare you use the incantation of command to restrain me? I won't let this go. Black Saber said with hatred as he struggled. Hearing Black Saber's words and seeing his reaction, Gilgamesh frowned and stopped the light of Genesis that he was about to cast. As the proud hero king, he did not want to take advantage of others. Damn it! Wagon Kisi, I won't forgive you. Black Saber shouted again. He then turned around and looked at the Holy Grail that was floating in midair. He then cast the attack that he had been preparing for a long time. Excalibur! In the blink of an eye, a black magical beam that was even larger than the one he used to attack Archer shot out from Excalibur and struck the Holy Grail. What? Archer exclaimed in shock at this sudden turn of events. He did not dare to hesitate as he quickly jumped back and dodged the attack that Black Saber had cast. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the Holy Grail deformed and shattered right before Black Saber's eyes. It spewed out an exaggerated amount of magic power, forming a powerful impact that spread out in all directions along the ley lines. At the same time, the beam of light that had completed the destruction of the Holy Grail shot out into the distance. This time, the Excalibur relic had launched a destructive attack on the city. The terrifying purgatory instantly shrouded the entire Winterwood, destroying the buildings and streets in the city. It devoured the lives and wealth of the people, turning the entire Winterwood into a pile of ruins. At the same time, Saber, who had lost the support of the command, incantation, and mana, did not obtain a body similar to Archer's due to the uniqueness of her existence despite being devoured by the black mud. Like the other defeated heroic spirits, she slowly dispersed into spiritual droplets, dissipating into the air amidst the powerful winds formed by the impact of energy. Damn it! Saber's unwilling voice echoed in the air. At that moment, the entire Holy Grail War had come to an end. Just like the Third Holy Grail War, there was no winner in this world. In other words, there was originally a winner, but that person gave it up. Only Archer, the hero King Gilgamesh, who had obtained a physical body, continued to wander in the world with a human body. Flutter! The black bird flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky. Is it back on track again? The inevitability that was created by chance is really scary. Ito sighed softly as he watched the final battle with the help of the spirit attached to the bird. Then he stood up from the sofa and returned to the bedroom on the second floor to rest. You're such a troublesome man. In order to find you, I spent a lot of effort. Gilgamesh, who survived with his 11 luck, found the unconscious Yin Feng Kaylee and woke him up from his coma. Gilgamesh, what happened? Yin Feng Kaylee, who had just woken up, was still a little dizzy and asked subconsciously. Then, Yin Feng Kaylee tried to use his confused brain to try to recall everything that happened. Then the scene of his body being held tightly by Kuyu Mamiya, who had one of his arms broken, and finally being shot by Wei Gong Kissy appeared in his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he should be dead already. Then he lowered his head, tore open the robe on his chest, and looked at the place where he was shot. But there was nothing there. The skin was still intact, neatly presented in front of his eyes. Did you treat me? Gilgamesh. Yin Feng Kaylee, who tried to touch his hand and found that it was indeed not an illusion and did not feel anything strange, looked up at Gilgamesh and asked, Well, you do look dead, but you're connected to me by contract. I obtained a physical body because of the mud. Maybe you also came back to life for some reason. Gilgamesh thought for a moment and explained. In other words, Yin Feng Kaylee was lucky to be resurrected through the magic of the black mud. All the color vans have been destroyed. Only I am left. Do you understand what this means? Kaylee. Ignoring Yin Feng Kaylee's contemplation, Gilgamesh said again, We are the ones who got the Holy Grail, so you just have to watch with your eyes wide open. If the Holy Grail can really fulfill the wish of the winner, then the scene in front of you, Yin Feng Kaylee, is what you desire. Yin Feng Kaylee came back to his senses and looked at the red lotus hell in front of him in a daze. This is my wish. Chapter 1824. The next day, which was the day after the end of the Holy Grail War. Late last night, the city was engulfed by a fire caused by unknown reasons. On the TV in the living room, the female host reported the news about the huge destruction caused by the destruction of the Holy Grail last night with a sorrowful face. From today on, you are free. At the dining table in the living room, Idose looked at Alice Phil across the table and said with an indifferent expression, What? Alice Phil was stunned. As for freedom, she had almost forgotten about it. The Holy Grail War is over, and you are no longer the coveted little Holy Grail. So from now on, you are free, Ito said lightly. The Holy Grail War is over? Alice Phil asked with a slightly changed expression. Last night, she did feel that the supply connection between her and Saber was suddenly cut off, but it was only because of the confusion caused by her new heart, so she didn't take it too seriously. But who would have thought that today she heard from that hateful man that the end of the Holy Grail War disappeared? At this point, how could she not understand that Saber had completed her mission as a servant and returned? She just didn't know if she could help Check to achieve the final victory. Did you hear the news broadcast on TV? Ito turned his head slightly and said, The fire that swept through most of the city was the last remnant of the Holy Grail War. How was that possible? Alice Phil said in disbelief. Believe it or not, that's the truth, Ito said lightly. What followed was a short period of silence. Are you really willing to let me go? Alice Phil doubted. Yes. Ito nodded, then changed the topic and teased. Of course, if you are willing to stay, I welcome you. After all, you're also a great beauty. If something can happen between us, I'm also very happy. Pervert. Alice Phil scolded with a sullen face, then stood up from her seat, turned around, and walked quickly to the door. My door here is always open for you, Seito said softly as his gaze lingered on the food in front of him. Also, if you've made up your mind and are willing to accept my treatment, I'll give you a chance. Come and find me. Alice Field, who had already walked to the entrance, turned her head and looked back at Seito, who was eating with a complicated expression. Then, she withdrew her gaze, opened the door, and left the apartment in a flash. Bang! After moving for a while, Alice Phil blankly looked at the street that had suddenly become cold and unfamiliar. He didn't know what to do. For someone like her who had never left the castle, she had no idea what to do next. All right, phone. You can call Chi and ask him to pick me up. After a moment, he suddenly recalled Alice, who used the telephone as a communication tool. Phil's eyes widened as he said, but immediately, Alice Phil's face quickly darkened again. The reason was simple. She finally remembered that she didn't have a phone with her. I have no choice but to use magic, Alice Phil encouraged herself in her heart. Then, she took a step forward again and walked towards a passerby who looked quite kind. I'm sorry to disturb you. Do you have a phone? Alice Phil walked in front of the chosen passerby and stopped him. She asked with a smile. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that Alice Phil's eyes at this time were very strange. They were deep and beautiful. As long as one looked at them a little, they would be involuntarily attracted and lost in them. Ah, yes, please use it. The passerby, who was attracted by Alice Phil's beauty, said with a blank expression. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and took out a phone and handed it to Alice Phil. Thank you. Alice Phil, who took the phone, thanked him. Then, she lowered her head. While trying to recall the memory of Chi telling her how to use the phone, she operated the phone according to the contents of that memory. Fortunately, Alice Phil's memory was very strong. It didn't take long before she entered the phone number that Chi told her in her memory and dialed it. Duda, hello. Alice Phil's familiar voice came out of the phone. It was just compared to the voice in her memory. It was obviously a lot more indifferent. Chi, it's Chi, right? It's me, Alice Phil. Alice Phil said to the phone with an excited expression. Ollie? On the phone, Wei Gong Chi's voice changed. Where are you? Then, Wei Gong Chi asked in a serious voice. Wait. Alice Phil heard a small response and took the phone away from her ear. She looked at the man standing in front of her and asked, Excuse me, where is this? This is... The man quickly told the specific information of their location. Then, Alice Phil picked up the phone and repeated the address to Wei Gong Chi. I got it. Ollie, wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Wei Gong Chi said. Okay. Alice Phil replied. Then, the two hung up the phone. Thank you. Alice Phil, who handed the phone back to the passerby, said. The latter said politely with a flustered expression and took the phone. Then, she reluctantly parted with Alice Phil and walked into the distance without looking back. After about 10 minutes, Wei Gong Chi, who was wearing a dark, long windbreaker with a gloomy expression, a circle of stubble on his face, and slightly messy hair, appeared on the street. Cut the meat. Seeing Wei Gong cut the meat, Alice Phil called out happily. Ollie. Wei Gong Chi quickened his pace and called back as he walked quickly to Alice Phil. Then, the two hugged each other tightly and sniffed each other's scent. By the way, Ollie, why are you here? After a while, Wei Gong Chi let go of Alice Phil and asked with a flicker in his eyes. It's all thanks to Lancer's master. Thanks to him, I survived. Now that the Holy Grail War is over, he released me. Alice Phil, who knew what Wei Gong Chi was really asking, answered with a smile. However, she wasn't stupid. She didn't tell him what happened to her in the hands of Seito. Lancer's master, Wei Gong Chi frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking of. Chase, you've won, right? Alice Phil asked with a face full of anticipation. Hearing Alice Phil's question, Seiji couldn't help but recall yesterday when he relied on Mamie Kuyu's sacrifice to shoot down the powerful enemy, Yin Feng and Kiri. Then he rushed to the Holy Grail with his injured body and finally fell into the black mud. Seiji's face couldn't help but darken, and he remained silent. Seeing the change in Wei Gongqi's face, how could the smart Alice Phil not know what happened? She reached out and held Wei Gongqi's hand, silently comforting him. "Qixi, let's go home. I miss Ilya," Alice Fayer said softly. "Okay." Wei Gongqi nodded and agreed. Then, the two of them walked side by side along the road into the distance. 20 minutes later, the two returned to the old house left by Wei Gongqi's father. "This is..." Looking at the little boy lying in the room, Alice Phil was puzzled. "He's called Scholar. He's a child I saved from outside." Wei Gongqi walked to the side of the child Scholar and squatted down. He reached out and picked up the wet towel on the child's forehead and explained softly. "Ollie, I need to take out the scabbard from your body and put it in this child's body." Wei Gongqi said. "Okay." Alice Phil smiled. "Thank you, Ollie." Wei Gongqi's tone was full of gratitude. "No need. We're husband and wife." Alice Phil walked behind Wei Gongqi, leaned down and hugged Wei Gongqi's body and said softly. Then, Wei Gongqi used magic to take out the scabbard from Alice Phil's body and put in the body of the child Scholar, who was having a high fever. But at this time, Wei Gongqi, who was paying attention to the child's situation, didn't notice that Alice Phil's face suddenly became pale after the scabbard was taken out. Her body tensed up and she bit her lips, her face full of pain. It was obvious that she was holding back something. So, it's not that there aren't any more severe side effects. So it's all thanks to that scabbard. Feeling the pain in her body, Alice Phil suddenly realized. Complete treatment, huh? Alice Phil murmured softly in her heart. At the same time, in Seito's apartment, after eating breakfast, Seito sent Sakura Inaka to the magic room to practice magic. He walked up the stairs to the second floor and walked into one of the rooms. On the bed in this room, there was a silky pajamas covering her body. Her white calves and arms, as well as her chest and collarbone, were completely exposed to the air. Her long green hair was scattered as she laid on the bed like a sleeping beauty, sleeping peacefully. She had been like this ever since she was captured. After closing the door, Ito, stepped forward, reached out his hand to open Oki Inosaka's eyelids, urged his spiritual power to invade her mind, and gave her an order to return home. Almost at the same time as this order was given, Oki Inosaka groaned and woke up from her sleep. Then, Inaka opened her eyes and sat up as if she didn't see Seito. She skillfully grabbed the female clothes that Lancer bought while delivering the letter and changed in front of Seito. Seito didn't avoid it and just watched with interest. After more than 10 minutes, Inaka, who had changed back into a dignified young woman, appeared in front of Seito. Chapter 1825. Author's note. Same old question. A few days later, in the Inosaka family's mansion, Akui Inosaka, Rin Inosaka, Sakura Inosaka, and Seito sat across each other. A few days after Akui Inosaka was released, Seito sent Sakura Inosaka back to the Inosaka family in the name of having holiday. Just like that, Seito seemed to have made up the news of Tashimi Inosaka's death and used his identity as Sakura Inosaka's master to send information that could help Akui Inosaka. "Thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourself." Akui Inosaka shook her head and refused. "All right then, but I'll say the same thing. If there's anything, just tell me. No matter what, I'm still Sakura's master. It's my duty to help you." Seito nodded. "Thank you." Akui Inosaka thanked him again. "Sakura, stay at home with your mother for the time being. Come back to my place after a while." Seito turned around and looked at Sakura Inosaka, whose eyes were red from crying. "I understand, Brother Chung." Sakura Inosaka sobbed. Akui Inosaka opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. "Then I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye." Seito stood up. "I'll send you off." Akui Inosaka stood up. "No need." Seito smiled and waved his hand. "Mother, let me send you off." Rin Inosaka said with a calm expression as if he didn't hear about his father's death. All right then. Akui Inosaka thought about it and nodded. Although Rin Inosaka was still young, he was still a magician. Moreover, he was chosen by Toshimi Inosaka to be the head of the Inosaka family. He was much more suitable than her mother, who was just an ordinary person. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't insist. He bid farewell to Akui Inosaka and Sakura Inosaka and left the mansion with Rin Inosaka. You're very strong, Rin, Sei Ito said softly. If you're not strong, are you going to cry like an ordinary girl? Others will only laugh at us and gossip about our family. I don't want to give them the chance to do that, Rin Inbin said with a snort. It's easy to break if it's too hard. An appropriate display of weakness could reduce the hostility of the outside world. No matter what, you are still a child. No one will say anything if you are a little weak. No need, Rin Inosaka replied bluntly. Up to you. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito sighed softly. But for Sakura's sake, I will help you with the matter of the magic engraving. But I can't guarantee how effective it will be. After all, I'm also one of the people that the chronometer tower rejects. Thank you. The Tozaka family will remember your kindness. Tozaka Rin stopped and bowed to Ito-sei with a serious expression. There's no need for that. Sei Ito waved his hand. Then, the two of them started walking again and quietly walked out of the courtyard. Well, let's stop here. You can go back. Sei Ito stood at the door and said to Rin Inbin next to him. Okay, good luck. Rin Inbin said politely. Sei Ito nodded slightly, stepped forward, and soon disappeared from Rin Inbin's sight. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end will stand on the earth. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in me flesh will see God. I will see him with my own eyes, I, and not another. How my heart felt years with me. Amen. Half a year later, in an open-air cemetery on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, a group of men and women dressed in black stood in front of a hole that had been dug. They quietly listened to the prayer that the priest, Yin Feng Chili, recited in English. They silently watched several mercenaries use shovels to fill the hole with soil and bury the lacquered wooden coffin inside. This was Toshiomi Enbin's funeral. After about half a year of discussion, exchange of benefits, and some other procedures, the Enbin family's magic seal was successfully transplanted onto the wrist of the current head of the Enbin family, Rin Enbin. However, compared to the beginning, the magic seal had shrunk by more than half. It had shrunk countless times. This was the result after Sei Ito kept his promise and returned to the chronometer tower. He used his identity as Huang to bargain and obtain the result. Based on the original work standard, it would be good to keep the last 10%. You've worked hard. As the new head of the family, your debut is already very impressive. I'm sure your father would be proud. Yin Feng Chili, who presided over the funeral, walked up to Rin Enbin and put his hand on her shoulder encouragingly. I'll stay in Nippon for a while. Do you have anything to worry about in the future? Nothing. I've already troubled you too much. It's fine now. Rin Enbin didn't even look at Yin Feng Chili as she said firmly. This wasn't because she already knew that Yin Feng Chili was the real murderer of her father. It was because she made a promise to Ming Ming, but she couldn't truly protect her father. Simple and direct. The next time we meet is in half a year. There will be a second transplant at that time. Please take care of yourself. Yin Feng Chili was amused by Rin's disgust. Even if you don't say it, I know. I think I'll be working outside most of the time. Although I'm sorry, I don't think I can live in Nippon. As a protector, I'm really not qualified. If you're busy, that's fine. If you're not here, I'll take care of my mother and the Enbin family. As for what you're going to do, as long as you don't cause any trouble for us, it's fine. When Yin Feng heard Rin Enbin's stubborn words, he suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. Rin, from now on, you're the head of the Enbin family. In order to celebrate this special day, I'll give you a gift. After saying that, he raised his arm and took out an exquisite dagger with a sheath from his bosom. The dagger was none other than the Sword of Azoth, which was given to him by Toshimi as a gift half a year ago. Later, Yin Feng Kaylee used it as a murder weapon and stabbed it into Tashimi's body to end his life. This is what I got when Master Tashimi recognized my magic skills. I think it's better for you to keep it. Rin Inbin took the dagger and examined it carefully. Father, Rin Inbin suddenly said in a low voice. Then, a drop of water fell on the dagger and reflected Rin Inbin's image. This was the first time Rin Inbin shed a tear in half a year. To the twisted Yin Feng Chili, this was undoubtedly the best delicacy in the world. Rin, but just as he was about to taste it, a gentle voice called him from afar. It was Kuei Inbin's voice. Hearing the call, Rin Inbin quickly wiped away the tears on his face and returned to his normal self. He said to Yin Fengqi, "Mother is calling me." After saying that, he turned around and walked over to Sakura, who was accompanying her. "Are you satisfied?" Then, a familiar male voice sounded in Yin Feng Chili's ears. Yin Feng Chili turned around and looked at the person who came. It was a dangerous person he had always been wary of, Sei Ito, someone who had survived the Holy Grail War like him, and Kamiya Kissy. Yin Feng Chili looked at Sei Ito in silence. "I'll be staying in Japan for a while. Do you have anything to worry about in the future?" "Nothing much. I've already troubled you too much. It's fine now." Rin Inbin didn't even look at Yin Feng Chili as he said firmly. This wasn't because he already knew that Yin Feng Chili was his father's murderer, but because he couldn't protect his father even though he made a promise. It was simple and direct. "The next time we meet is in half a year. There will be a second imprint transplant then. Please take care of yourself." Yin Feng Chili was amused by Rin's disgust. "I know even if you don't say it. I think I'll be working outside most of the time. Although I'm sorry, I don't think I can live in Japan. As a guardian, I'm not qualified. It's fine if you're busy. If you're not here, I'll take care of my mother and the Inbin family. As for what you're doing, it's fine as long as you don't cause us any trouble." When Yin Feng heard Rin Inbin's stubborn words, he suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. "Rin, from now on, you're the leader of the Inbin family. To celebrate this special day, I'll give you a gift." After saying that, he raised his arm and took out an exquisite dagger with a sheath from his bosom. This dagger was none other than the Sword of Azoth, which was given to him by Tashimi as a gift half a year ago. Later on, Yin Feng Kaylee used it as a murder weapon and stabbed it into Tashimi's body to end his life. This is what I got when my master Shurichun acknowledged my achievements in magic. I think it would be better for you to keep it from now on. Rin Inbin took the dagger and examined it carefully. "Father," Rin Inbin suddenly said in a low voice. Then, a drop of water fell on the dagger and reflected Rin Inbin's image. Chapter 1826. After dealing with the matters of the Inosaka family, Ito-sei's life became calm again. Every day, he would either teach Inosaka Sakura about magic, or occasionally take time to visit Asakami Tashino, Hupa, and Faidui, and give them some guidance. Sometimes, he would take out some technical information that should belong to the semi-future technology of the M-shaped moon world and sell it around the world. While earning the world's power to accelerate the development process, he also earned amazing wealth that made countless people jealous and wanted to kill him. In this way, time passed slowly in Seito's leisurely life. On May 4th, 1992, Roha appeared in a small town in the suburbs of France. He possessed the body of a 16-year-old girl named Here. Then he was found and killed by Alquite. In June of 1992, Roha took over Yukino's body and killed Yukino's consciousness. He controlled Yukino's body and killed everyone except Akiha, who was in Yukino's house. At this point, one of the four great families, the Tasaka family, officially followed in the footsteps of the Sanami family. On the contrary, the Seven Knights family that was supposed to be exterminated by the Tasaka family was still intact because of Sei Ito's intervention. They gradually left the circle of the Tasaka family and focused on training Shiki, who was still surnamed Seven Knights. Then, in 1993 and 1994, the world was peaceful and peaceful. Time passed quietly into 1995. Today, in a villa in Fuyuki City, Brother Chung, that sister, woke up Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, Tasaka Sakura, who was wearing a junior high school uniform, ran down from the second floor of the mansion. She anxiously said to Ito Sei, who was sitting in the living room and fiddling with a doll. "Oh." Hearing Sakura's words, Ito's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly put down the doll in his hand and stood up from the sofa. He quickly walked to the stairs and went to the second floor. Soon, he came to a clean room. On the bed in the room, there was a girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a head of long dark blue hair that fell to her shoulders. She was naked from head to toe. She just sat on the bed with a dazed look in her eyes. She was obviously unfamiliar with everything in front of her. At this moment, Kasaka Sakura suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Brother Chung, hurry up and leave." Sakura Inaka's face was red as she stood in front of Ito. She pushed his chest with both hands as she tried to push him out of the room. Ito Sei was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile and left the room. Bang! Then, the door was slammed shut. "I'm not going in." Sakura stared at Ito and said, Yes, I got it, little housekeeper." Ito laughed. Hearing how Ito addressed her, Sakura Tasaka blushed. She wrinkled her nose and snorted. Then, she turned around and ran back to her bedroom. 2 minutes later, he ran out of the room with some female clothes and came to the girl's room. He opened the door and went in. Bang! Then, the door closed again. After more than 10 minutes, the door was opened again with a soft click sound. "Brother Chung, you can come in." Sakura Inaka opened the door and said. Ito smiled and nodded. Then, he stepped into the room. This time, the girl was no longer naked. Instead, she was wearing a pink silk nightgown. However, probably because it didn't fit well, it wrapped her body a little tightly, perfectly outlining her well-developed figure. Her eyes were no longer dull. Her expression was gloomy as she sat there silently. "Hello here," Ito said softly. Yes, the girl's name was Here. Moreover, she didn't have the same name as the Here who was possessed by Roha. She was the girl who was supposed to be dead, because she remembered the time when it happened. Ito Sei went to France a few days before the incident was about to happen. After some investigation, he found the right place and found the possessed person, Here, who was the daughter of the bakery owner at that time. Then, they stood guard around her, waiting for everything to happen. Everything went well, but Here died. When Ito was about to retrieve her, he encountered a lot of trouble. The source of the trouble came from the church or the church's special organization, the burial agency. And the cause of this trouble was very clear. It was Roha who was reincarnated in Hakuji Elzite. Because for the church, no matter which one of them is a heretic, not to mention that both of them appeared together. So when Elkid arrived in France and started a search for Roha, the staff of the burial agency also arrived in France, and with the support of the local church, they started to monitor Elkid. So, naturally, they found Roha and Here, who became an immortal because of Roha. Needless to say, a battle broke out between the two sides. However, this gave Ito Sei an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Therefore, after some observation and waiting, Ito Sei decisively laid a seal on the church, and the moment he captured Here, he launched a sneak attack, snatched Here from the church, and left France overnight through the black market. After running to several countries with the church's personnel, he took Here back to his stronghold in Fuyuki City and hid Here in his home. And he hid her for 3 long years until today. "Do you still remember what happened to you?" Ito asked. Hearing this, Here's heart shook. The scene of that night involuntarily appeared in her mind. Like Superman, he used all kinds of magic that only existed in stories and legends, and had a tragic battle with a woman who was as beautiful as an elf. In the end, he was no match for her and was torn into pieces by her bloody claws. Sheer was certain that he would have died in that situation, but she still vaguely remembered. Not long after that, she seemed to come back to life again. She fought with a group of guys wearing black clothes with crosses on their chests and was brutally killed by them several times. Several times? Thinking of this, Here subconsciously looked up at Sei Ito in front of her. What happened to my body? Perhaps it was because she had become an immortal, but Here's emotional system was severely suppressed. Therefore, even though it was a question, when she said it, it sounded more like a statement than a question. It made people feel a little weird. That's a very long topic. Itose walked to the side, reached out, and pulled a chair to his side, sat down, and said, "Before talking about what happened to you, I have to tell you about the composition of this world. You should also listen to this, Sakura." Seito's eyes moved between Here and Sakura. "Okay." Sakura to Saka nodded, then walked over to Here's bed and sat down, listening attentively. There are two sides to this world, the surface and the inner. The surface refers to the society we live in now. It's an ordinary society built by ordinary people, various governments, and companies with recognized morality and law. The inner refers to the small circle formed by non-ordinary people and non-humans. The two sides depend on each other and are independent of each other. For example, I'm a magician, but in society, I'm a free citizen who controls wealth. Magician? Here asked. Magicians. A group of people who use mysterious methods to create miracles, Sei Ito explained. And in order to let Here have a more intuitive understanding, Sei Ito and Sakura also showed her some magic methods. It's magical, right? Sei Ito smiled. Here looked at Sei Ito and Sakura and nodded slightly. But in the inner society, magicians are only one of the individuals. There are also clerics, vampires who are professionally known as death apostles, non-human races with ghosts, monsters, and other non-human bloodlines, espers, legendary elves, monsters, ghosts, and so on. In short, there are many groups. And just like the countries, companies, and individuals in the surface society, there are also enemies and allies among them. It's very complicated. To fully understand all of this, it will take a long time. It will take quite some time, so we could talk about this later. Here nodded to show that she understood. Now, let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about what happened to you, Seito said with a serious expression. You're already dead. Seito looked straight into Here's eyes and said softly. Ah, when this was said, Here didn't say anything. Sakura, who was standing at the side, subconsciously exclaimed. However, she immediately realized that it was a little rude. She stuck her tongue out at Ito's Seiji embarrassedly and calmed down. Then why am I still alive now? Regarding the fact that she was dead, Here accepted it calmly and then asked. Because of Roha, Sei Ito said. Roha was born in the Middle Ages. He was originally a devout believer. When he was in his 20s, he joined the local church and was valued by the church. He was the one who proposed the construction of the burial organization. Although it belonged to the church in name, it was independent of the church. It was a special organization with powerful inhuman power. He was the first leader of the burial organization. The original purpose of the burial mechanism was to suppress people like death apostles, witches, demons, and magicians who were seen as heretics by the church. Among them, the crusade against the death apostles was especially important. For this reason, they did not hesitate to research the power of the death apostles and use the results of their research to transform themselves to obtain powerful strength to increase their combat power. Among them, the leader of the burial organization was Roha. Probably because the research was too deep, Roha began to be addicted to the study of longevity and immortality. In the end, he completely transformed himself into an inhuman being with the power of reincarnation. And you are his 17th reincarnation. And for some unknown reason, you obtained the concept of immortality from him and became an immortal. This is why I said you were dead, but you are still alive and sitting here listening to me talk about everything. Sei Ito finally said. In my memory, there was a blonde woman and several people wearing black clothes with crosses. Who were they? After a moment of silence, Here asked again. That woman. Her name is Elket Brunstad. She's a vampire. But different from the general meaning of the death apostles, she was a real vampire, the crystallization of nature, an elf, and also the princess of the death apostles. As for those people wearing black clothes with crosses, They were the executors of the burial organization. They were the same as Elkit, who wanted to crusade against Roja. But the former did it for a mission, while the latter did it for a personal grudge. Seito explained, "Is Roja still in my body?" After figuring out the identity of the two groups in her memory, Here asked again. "He was already reincarnated when you died for the first time, so you don't have to worry about what he will do to you in the future." Seito said, "Just one thing I need to remind you. Because of Roja, you are on the burial organization's list, so you need to avoid the church as much as possible." Here nodded slightly and listened to Seito's advice. "I want to become a magician. Can you teach me?" Then Here asked, "Can you tell me why you want to learn magic?" Seito slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Revenge, self-defense." Here replied, "Roja?" Here nodded silently. "Well, I will teach you magic." Seito quietly looked at Here for a moment and nodded. "Thank you," Here said softly. "Well, you can rest for a while. After 2 days, I will start teaching you about magic." Seito got up and said. Here nodded and agreed. "Sakura, if you have nothing to do, help Here." Seito turned to Sakura and said, "Okay, Chungij." Sakura agreed. Then Seito didn't stay in the room any longer. He turned around and left the room. He walked up the stairs and returned to the living room. He continued to sit on the sofa and fiddled with the large Barbie doll on the coffee table in front of him. The next few days passed peacefully, and Ito-sei began to teach Here about magic as he was told. Here, who was known for her rich knowledge and powerful magic in the original work, didn't disappoint Seito. Her learning ability was abnormal. She didn't need to say much about magic. She could understand it with just a little bit. This made Sakura, who was also learning from her, suffer a big blow. P.S. Thanks to Sacronite for his precious monthly vote and Halcyon for his reward. Chapter 1827. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly votes. 1995 was an eventful year. Although Seito's Fuyuki City was relatively calm, the neighboring city wasn't. In March 1995, a man with glasses named Kitsuya and a girl named Two Rights met. In April, a boy named Shibatsun also met Two Rights. In May, Shibatsun and Kitsuya met for the first time. In July, which was the month Here woke up, Shibatsun accidentally killed someone, and then he was forced to awaken his origin by Run of Huangya School. On August 31st, Shibatsun began a murder investigation. However, in mid-November, something inevitable happened as scheduled. That was the death of Takamiya Kitsuya. For this reason, Seito deliberately went to Takamiya's house as a friend and saw Takamiya Shiro, who was full of grief. Of course, at this time, only Takamiya Shiro existed in the Takamiya family. As for Aliceville, less than a year after the end of the Holy Grail War, she ended her life because of the erosion of magic power. Until her death, she didn't tell Takamiya Kitsuya that Seito could save her and let Takamiya Kitsuya send her to see Seito. At this point, the Takamiya family returned to the right track after a few twists and turns. Except for Sakura Tasaka, who didn't have a crush on him like the original. Then in December, Shibatsun dropped out of school. Then, it was the year of 1996. On February 3rd, Kitsuya witnessed the existence of Two Rights at the murder scene. On March 5th, Two Rights died, and the young personality in her body died. It was not until this time that the incident in the neighboring city came to an end. Then on a certain day in May, Seito stepped into the neighboring city with a black formula box and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated building that looked like it was about to be demolished. This was an old-fashioned 3-story building. The style was shabby and old-fashioned. It was square-shaped and stuck between two slightly taller buildings. It looked very unsightly. Looking at the building in front of him, Seito smiled and walked into the building. The first thing he saw was a dirty and messy cement staircase covered with a thick layer of dust. A few tattered and blackened newspapers were casually spread on the ground, becoming the only eye-catching thing on the staircase. Seito walked up the stairs. Ta-ta-ta-ta. After 2 or 3 turns, Sei Ito stood in front of a pitch-black door. "Come in." Sei Ito was about to knock on the door. A female voice was the first to ring out, coming from behind the door. Ito Sei smiled, held the handle, and opened the door. "Ha!" Sei Ito saw a room with an area of more than 60 square meters and the size of an office. The furnishings were messy. In front of him was a black leather sofa that looked a little old. In front of the sofa was a short coffee table. Behind the coffee table and in front of the wall, a dozen small televisions that looked like abandoned televisions were piled up in 3 rows. The light screen flickered and played different TV programs. Fortunately, there was no sound. Otherwise, the mixed noise from the different channels would definitely annoy him for a while. Behind the televisions and Shafa was an old office that looked very heavy. A woman in a pale, yellow Kesmi shirt was sitting there. She had a voluptuous figure and exuded the charm of a mature woman. She wore a pair of glasses on her face, and her long orange hair was tied into a ponytail. She was smoking a thin female cigarette in her mouth. Leaning back on the chair, she raised her head and looked at Sei Ito, who was at the door. "What a rare guest. The famous yellow magician actually came to my door. I'm really flattered," the woman said in a sarcastic tone. It was hard to tell if she was trying to persuade him or if she was mocking him. "That's enough, Chung. I'm not like those guys in the executive department. You don't have to test me," Sei Ito said as he closed the door and walked straight into the messy room. Chung, full name Aochi Chung, was the eldest daughter of the Aochi family, a magician family. However, because of the magic seal, she and the Aochi family, she and her biological sister completely broke off. She was also one of the protagonists of the Night of the Magicians that happened between 1988 and 1989. The reason why Sei Ito knew her was because of the time he studied in the chronometer tower. In addition, Sei Ito deliberately got close to her. The two sides that had no conflict of interest basically became friends. When they were free, they discussed their understanding of magic with each other. However, the good times didn't last long. Sei Ito left the chronometer tower early because he wanted to fish in troubled waters during the Holy Grail War. Although Aochi Chung still stayed in the chronometer tower, she also became the target of the chronometer tower seal designation because of her research. Finally, more than a year after Sei Ito left, she also escaped from the chronometer tower. She concealed her identity and hid from the members of the chronometer tower's executive department. Therefore, she was very wary of magicians from all walks of life, which led to the previous conversation. "How did you find me?" Aochi Chung asked as she took out the cigarette and spat out a puff of smoke from her mouth to cover her expression. "In Japan, I still have some influence. And the city you're staying in is also one of the main areas covered by my influence, so I can get some basic information about outsiders first," Sei Ito said with a smile. This was indeed true. As a major shareholder of the Asakami Society, which had gradually become a consortium, Sei Ito could influence the secular forces through Yeso Asakami. It was really easy for them to monitor the situation of outsiders in the city. In addition, as one of the storyline towns in Kongjing, the whole city was completely connected to the city where the headquarters of the Asakami Society was located. Therefore, the influence of the Asakami family was even stronger than that of the local snake, the Yin and Yang family. Therefore, it was difficult for Aochi Chung to escape from Sei Ito's surveillance without using magic. "You didn't come here just to catch up with me this time, right?" Aochi Chung nodded slightly. She reached out and picked up the dried cigarette pack from the table. She took out one of the 3 remaining cigarettes and put it in her mouth. She struck a match and lit it. She took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. "I really came to see you. After all, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I miss you very much," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Don't learn from Kanagaruba. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you," Aochi Chung said with an ugly expression. "You still remember that pervert. If you didn't say his name, I would have forgotten that there was such a guy in the world," Sei Ito said with a shrug. "But you can rest assured. Although you have a certain attraction to me and make me want to push you down, it's not to the extent of that guy." "All right, tell me why you're here," Aochi Orange said impatiently. Seeing this, Ito tactfully shut his mouth. Then he picked up the box in his hand and held it flat on his arm. He opened it and took out a silver-haired Barbie doll with the height of an adult's arm. It was wearing a blue dress with silver lace. When she saw the doll, Aoqi Cheng's face showed a serious look. This is a doll I made by combining the doll manufacturing technology you mentioned, my artificial magic circuit technology, and part of the artificial human technology from the Araya-Sex-run Anines-Baron family, and some soul technology that I independently developed. Take a look, Ito introduced. After that, his mind moved and he instilled magic into the doll in his hand. The next moment, the doll's empty and dull gemstone eyes lit up. It moved spontaneously as if there was a string. Its expression was like a real person. Master, you made it. Aoqi Cheng was shocked when she heard the voice of the doll. You can say that, but its intelligence is still very low. It's probably at the level of a newborn baby. It can only execute simple orders. Ito said regretfully. That's still very amazing. Aoqi Cheng was impressed. I didn't expect that you actually made a soul with thinking. Ito smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He wouldn't tell Aoqi Cheng that he actually had this kind of technology in his hands for a long time. It was just that because it came from another world, he couldn't directly use it in this world. He needed to make some changes, just like the Torawiska Bontic Utori gun that had become his combat weapon. Then Ito walked to Aoqi Cheng's desk and handed over the doll in his hand. Aoqi Cheng took the doll and carefully observed it. She directly ignored Ito, who was a guest on the side. In this regard, Ito didn't mind. He walked to the side and took a disposable water cup from the water dispenser. He filled it with water and leaned on the horizontal frame next to him. He drank the water slowly while watching the messy program on the TV. After more than an hour, Aoqi Cheng took off the glasses on her face and raised her hand to pinch the bridge of her nose a few times. Great magic product. There's still a lot of problems. At least in terms of realism, this doll isn't as close to human as the ones you personally made. Ito shook his head slightly. What do you mean? Aoqi Cheng raised her eyebrows. I want you to help me make a doll model. Ito said. My fee isn't low. Aoqi Cheng smiled. It's okay. I'm now a nouveau riche. I may not have a lot of other things, but I definitely don't lack money. Ito said in the tone of a nouveau riche. He really didn't lack money now. Not to mention the dividends brought by the Asakami Society, which became one of the leaders in the handicraft industry by virtue of his reputation as a researcher. The profits he made from Intel, IBM, Microsoft, and other computer hardware manufacturers and software companies in the United States was enough for him to squander endlessly for a few years. In terms of wealth, he was definitely second to none among magicians. Chapter 1828. P.S. Same old problem. First pass, then change. Damn, there's a problem with the keyboard. I need to buy a new one tomorrow. Ito and Aoqi Orange's discussion went very smoothly, so on the third day, he left the neighboring city and returned to Fuyuki City. Once again, he became a teacher and taught Sakura and Here. Then half a year later, Ito once again went to Aoqi Orange's workshop in the neighboring city and took the doll made by Orange. He returned to Fuyuki City and continued to teach Sakura and Here. At the same time, he tried to recreate the doll according to his own ideas. Just like that, a long time passed without him noticing. In February 1997, a man named Hiro Yaima became a teacher at Lean Women's College under the Christian Church. In May, Rin resigned from the hospital where the two ceremonies were held. She was replaced by Aozaki as the spiritual guide for the two ceremonies. At the same time, Akane Karatsugu discovered the doll that Aozaki made by accident. He quit school and became her personal secretary. Then it was 1998. Today, in Ito's apartment in Fuyuki City. Are you ready? Ito looked at Here, who was wearing a pair of pants and short sleeves, and her expression was still a bit cold. That's enough, Here replied. Good, let's go. Hearing Here's answer, Ito nodded, then bent down and picked up the long, wide, and tall leather box placed at his feet. Sakura, I'll leave the house to you. Seito stood up and turned to look at Sakura. Don't worry, Brother Chung, I'll take care of the house. Sakura smiled. Then we'll go. Seito smiled. Be careful, Sakura said. Under Sakura's farewell, Seito and Here left the mansion, got in the black car parked outside, and started the car to the airport. Although Fuyuki New Capital had been upgraded to a city, even Fuyuki Town wasn't that big, so naturally, there was no such thing as an airport. Therefore, if one wanted to take a plane, they could only go to the neighboring big cities. Fortunately, the journey was not far. In more than an hour, the car parked in the parking lot outside the airport. The engine was turned off. Seito and Here got out of the car. Jia Ban walked into the airport. After waiting in the departure hall for about half an hour, they took a general flight to Tokyo, where they took a connecting flight to Italy. 10 hours later, the plane landed at Milan International Airport in Italy. Seito and Here got off the plane. Through the waiting hall, outside the airport, he got into a taxi that was waiting for customers nearby and rushed to a nearby hotel, where he checked in. Have a good rest, Ito said to Here. Here nodded. He opened the door and entered the room that he had booked. Boom! Seito, who watched Here enter the room, did not stay in the corridor. He also opened the door and entered his room. After a simple wash, he lay on the bed and rested. Then the next day, Seito and Here reunited. The two had breakfast together and went outside the hotel. Let's split up later and ask around to see if there are any panic-inducing rumors in the nearby cities, Seito said to Here next to him. Okay. Here nodded and agreed. Remember to protect yourself. After all, we are now in Italy. Although it is not Rome, it is still the location of the church's main power. You are still on the wanted list of the burial agency. They may have spies among the pastors and pedestrians here. Just as Here was about to leave, Seito couldn't help but remind her. Here nodded seriously again and separated from Seito. After a while, they disappeared on the street with few pedestrians. Seeing Here disappear, Seito didn't think much and began his investigation. Seito and Aochi Orange's negotiation went smoothly, so on the third day, he left the neighboring city and returned to Fuyuki City. He once again became a teacher and taught Sakura and Here. Then half a year later, Seito once again went to Aochi Orange's workshop in the neighboring city and got the doll made by Orange. He returned to Fuyuki City and continued to teach Sakura and Here. At the same time, he tried to remake the doll according to his own imagination. Just like this, a long time passed unknowingly. In February 1997, a man named Hiro Yayama became a teacher at Lean Women's College, a church school affiliated with the Christian Church. In May, Rin resigned from the hospital where the two ceremonies were held. She was replaced by Aozaki as the spiritual guide for the two ceremonies. At the same time, Akane Karatsugu discovered the doll that Aozaki made by accident and quit school to become her personal secretary. Then it was the year in 1998. Today, in Seito's apartment in Fuyuki City. Are you ready? Seito looked at Here, who was wearing trousers and a short-sleeved shirt, and her expression was still a little cold. That's enough, Here replied. Well, let's go. Hearing Here's answer, Seito nodded, then leaned down and picked up the long, wide, and tall leather box placed at his feet. Sakura, please take care of the house. Seito, who stood up again, turned his head and looked at Sakura, who was standing next to him. Don't worry, Brother Chung, I will take care of the house. Sakura smiled. Then let's go. Seito smiled. Be careful, Sakura said. Under Sakura's send-off, Seito and Here left the mansion, got into the black car parked outside, and started the car to the airport. Although Fuyuki New Capital was upgraded to a city, even Fuyuki Town was not that big, so naturally there was no such thing as an airport. Therefore, if they wanted to take a plane, they could only go to the neighboring big cities. Fortunately, the journey was not far. In more than an hour, the car stopped in the parking lot outside the airport. Turning off the engine, Seito and Here took their things out of the car and walked into the airport. After waiting for about half an hour in the waiting hall, They took a general flight to Yodo and then transferred to Italy. More than 10 hours later, the plane landed at Milan International Airport in Italy. Ito and Hir got off the plane, walked through the waiting hall, and arrived outside the airport. They got into a taxi waiting nearby and rushed to a nearby hotel to check in. Have a good rest, Ito said to Hir. Hir nodded, opened the door, and entered the room she booked. Bang! After watching Hir enter the room, Ito did not stay in the corridor any longer. He also entered his room, washed up, and laid on the bed to rest. The next day, Ito and Hir reunited. The two had breakfast together and went outside the hotel. Later, we will split up and ask around to see if there are any scary rumors in the nearby cities. Ito said to Hir. Okay. Hir nodded and agreed. Remember to protect yourself. After all, we are now in Italy. Although it is not Rome, it is still the location of the church's main power. You are still on the wanted list of the burial agency. They may have spies among the pastors and pedestrians here. Just as Hir was about to leave, Ito couldn't help but remind her. Hir nodded seriously again, then separated from Ito and disappeared on the street with few pedestrians after a while. Seeing Hir disappear, Ito did not think much and began his investigation. Ito and Ozaki Orange's discussion went smoothly, so on the third day, he left the neighboring city and returned to Fuyuki. He once again became a teacher and taught Sakura and Hir. Then half a year later, Ito once again came to Aozaki Orange's workshop in the neighboring city and got the doll made by Orange. He returned to Fuyuki City and continued to teach Sakura and Hir. At the same time, he tried to remake the doll according to his own ideas. In this way, a long time passed unknowingly. In February 1997, a man named Hiro Yaima became a teacher at Lean Women's College, a missionary school under the Christian Church. In May, Rin resigned from the hospital where the two ceremonies were held. She was replaced by Aozaki as the spiritual guide for the two ceremonies. At the same time, Akane Kuratsugu discovered the doll that Aozaki made by accident. He quit school and became her personal secretary. Then it was 1998. Today, in Ito's apartment in Fuyuki City. Are you ready? Ito looked at Hir, who was wearing trousers and short sleeves, and said with a cold expression, "That's enough," Hir replied. "Good, let's go." Hearing Hir's answer, Ito nodded, then bent down and picked up the long, wide, and tall leather box placed at his feet. "Sakura, please take care of the house." Ito stood up and turned to look at Sakura, who was standing next to him. "Don't worry, Brother Chung. I will take care of the house." Sakura smiled. "Then we will go." Ito smiled. "Be careful on the road." Sakura said. Although Fuyuki new capital had been upgraded to a city, even Fuyuki town wasn't that big, so naturally there was no such thing as an airport. Therefore, if one wanted to take a plane, they could only go to the neighboring big cities. Chapter 1829. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight and Isaiah 1 for your precious monthly votes. P.S. I could have uploaded it at 9 o'clock, but I'm not used to the new keyboard. Not only is the typing slow, but I also accidentally deleted the entire chapter before. I have to type it again, so it's depressing. PS2. For this reason, the third chapter may be filled with repeated content. Then I will try my best to type it, and try to change it to new content around 1:30. Please forgive me. That's all. However, before Ito Sei could do anything, the moment the young man who looked like Prince Charming from Fairy Tale appeared, a group of guys dressed like clergy of the church, but also like executors of burial mechanisms, and a girl wearing purple knee-length bucket socks, a white pleated skirt, a purple short-sleeved top, and a purple round hat similar to a beret on her head, rushed out from both sides of the street. Her long lavender hair was braided into a thick whip behind her head. Seeing the girl whose main color was purple, Ito instantly recognized the other party's identity. One of the three major forces of the Magic Association, the alternate dean of Atlas Academy, Zuin Eltram Atrasia. At the same time, he also speculated the identity of the group of guys next to her from her existence. Templar Knights of the Heresy Inquisition under the Church. Among them, the white-haired woman holding a strange black shield in the shape of a cello was another target of Sei Ito's attention, the leader of the Inquisition, Liz Byfield's stolen barley. Zephyr Eltramoblin. Looking at the blond man floating in the air, Ziyuan called out his name with a serious expression. Zephyr Eltramoblin. Just like his middle name, Eltram, he was the ancestor of Ziyuan Eltram. At the same time, like Zin, he was originally an alchemist belonging to Atlas Academy. Because of the prediction of an unavoidable death in the future, coupled with the pursuit of the impossible into the possible philosophy of an alchemist, he tried all means to avoid death, but he couldn't find an answer. In the end, he forced himself to become a madman and became a death apostle to enhance his power, hoping to create a miracle. This was the main reason why the Church asked Ziyuan Eltram for help during the night of the crusade against Varazia. It was because the two came from the same family. They might be familiar with each other. Oh, are you the elite of this generation of the Eltram family? Zephyr looked at Ziyuan with interest. You're really young. It seems that after I left, Eltram didn't decline. The Eltram's family will not decline because of anyone's departure, Ziyuan replied. Zephyr, accept the judgment of the Lord. At this moment, Liz Byface Stolen Barley took a step forward and looked straight at Zephyr. Ha 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 ha. The people of the churches is just. I still need some to use. I'll use yours instead. Zephyr held his forehead with one hand and laughed. Go, Liz and Byface shouted. In an instant, the Templar Knights on both sides rushed out. They used the weapons that were blessed and baptized to attack Zephyr. Seeing this, Zephyr snorted and shook the clothes on his body. In an instant, a high-speed vortex formed by black shadows flew out from Zephyr's body and flew toward the knights like the most intense boomerang knife. Get out of the way, Ziyuan shouted and quickly rushed to the front of the knights. She nailed the black cello-like shield on her right hand to the ground, leaned her body on the shield, and faced the black vortex. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The other Templar Knights didn't hesitate and quickly relaunched their attack on Zephyr. Bang, 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 bang. But at that moment, several crisp, muffled noises echoed above the town. It was Ziyuan's attack. At this time, she was holding a black pistol in her left hand, and her index finger pulled the trigger, shooting bullets at Zephyr. With a wave of his hand, Zephyr raised the corner of his clothes and turned it into a dark barrier in front of him, blocking the bullets fired by Ziyuan. Then, with a wave of his other arm, a black shadow appeared and turned into a black spiral, attacking the other Templar Knights who were attacking him. Seeing this, the Holy Knights hurriedly stopped in their tracks, either using brute force or dodging to the side in response. Bang! Then, in the next moment, two Templar Knights who were ready to use their strength to withstand the black vortex's attack spat out blood and were thrown into the distance like broken cloth bags. Seeing this, Ziyuan's eyes lit up in the distance. She quickly waved her right hand and threw several invisible nano-level filaments at Zephyr. As expected of the Atlas Institute where alchemists gathered. In modern society, even nano-level technology hasn't been fully mastered yet, but Atlas Institute already has a mature manufacturing technology for nano-level products. Moreover, as a candidate for the dean position, Ziyuan used it so skillfully and happily. It can be seen that Atlas Institute's technological reserves are very rich, and they are many years ahead of modern society. Under the attack of the invisible nanowires, Zephyr, who was completely defenseless, was immediately entangled by the nanowires. Because of the toughness of the nanowires were able to cut out numerous fine wounds on his body. Then, Ziyuan raised the gun with her left hand and pulled the trigger at Zephyr. Bang! Amidst the smoke, a bullet accurately hit Zephyr's chest, opening up a finger-sized wound on his body. Ha 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 ha! It's useless. I have already fused with the Knight of Alasia and become a phenomenon. Your attack can't kill me. Zephyr, who was slightly leaning forward under the impact of the bullet, raised his head and laughed. However, before his voice disappeared, Liz and Bifei suddenly rushed in front of Zephyr, who was laughing. Their right arm was raised high, and the blue spike in front of the black cello-like shield in their hand pierced into Zephyr's chest. "Vanquish vampires! Return to ashes!" Liz and Bifei shouted. The shield in her hand wasn't a simple thing. It was a concept weapon created by the combination of tacit revelation and Egypt's law, the official Gamaliel. The concept it contained was destroy, and it was a weapon specially used to destroy vampires. But just as Zephyr had said, he had already transformed into a phenomenon, an existence on the same level as a concept. He was no longer a simple death apostle or vampire. So even though the effects of the official canon were strong, it was not enough to eliminate Zephyr. However, some pain was indispensable. Zephyr, who was hit by the official Gamaliel, groaned in pain. His arms shook violently behind him, and a pitch-black shadow barrier instantly appeared around Zephyr's body, just like Neji in Naruto's movie when he used Revolving Heaven and enveloped him tightly. At the same time, the moment it appeared, it produced a suction force and a spinning force that bombarded Liz and Bifei, who were closest to him. She was sent flying out of the room. Bang! In an instant, Liz and Bifei flew far away like a cannonball. Ziyuan ignored Liz and Bifei, who were beaten up. She continued to shoot at Zephyr with her pistol. But in the next moment, the black sphere surrounding Zephyr shook slightly, and a dozen pitch-black shadow whips quickly flew out. It shot straight at the Templar Knights who were attacking him from all sides. Puff, 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 puff. Almost without any accident, several Holy Knights who were weaker and didn't have time to dodge were immediately hit in the chest by the black whips, and their bodies were thrown out by the black whips like broken cloth bags. Then the black sphere moved again, and a black shadow curtain, like an energy wave, was shot from above, flying towards the other surviving Holy Knights. Seeing this, the Holy Knights didn't dare to be negligent and immediately jumped to the side to dodge. But before they could regain their footing, new tentacles shot out from the black sphere once again, swiftly and sharply shooting towards the Holy Knights. Puff, puff. As expected, among the remaining Holy Knights, some of them were hit in the chest by the black whips and lost their lives. Then in less than 3 minutes, this group of Holy Knights who followed Liz, Bifei, and Ziyuan to crusade against the Inquisition of Eurasia were completely wiped out, leaving only Xin, Liz, and Bifei, who looked very miserable, but other than some small abrasions on their bodies, they didn't have the slightest serious injury. At this time, Zephyr retracted the black sphere outside his body and reappeared in his human form. Give up struggling and become a part of the night of Eurasia like me. Zephyr grinned. I don't want to become a monster. Ziyuan retorted unceremoniously. Huh, monster? Since you think so, then you can also become a monster. Let me give you eternal life. This is a gift given to you, because you are born in Eltram and also my descendant. Zephyr laughed strangely. No need. Ziyuan, still coldly and straightforwardly, refused. That's not up to you. Zephyr laughed strangely, and his body suddenly turned into a black shadow, rushed in front of Ziyuan, and stretched out his hands to grab Ziyuan's body. Seeing this, Ziyuan quickly jumped back with her almost inhuman high agility, while at the same time, she raised her left arm, pointed the muzzle of the pistol at Zephyr in front of her, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. The bullet was shot out of the chamber and flew towards Zephyr's head. Zephyr waved one hand and used the black shadow to create a barrier to block the bullet. Ziyuan had already expected that the bullet would be blocked by the Atlas Academy's comprehensive thinking ability, so she was not surprised. The moment she landed, she immediately swung her left hand and waved out several nanowires. The nanowires turned into invisible sharp blades and cut towards Zephyr. At the same time, Liz and Bifei quickly went to Zephyr's side, raised their arms, and used the short blade in front of their shields to cut at Zephyr. In an instant, a light like a new moon shone out. Zephyr was not afraid of the attack of a real monster, but he did not like the pain caused by the attack of a real monster. Therefore, Zephyr, who did not have masochistic tendencies, did not hesitate and immediately jumped back, dodging the attacks of Ziyun, Liz, and Bai Fei. Then, Zephyr stretched his arm forward, and the fingernails on the front of his 5 fingers suddenly extended, like 5 sharp thorns piercing towards Liz and Bai Fei. Liz and Bai Fei raised their arms and blocked in front of them with their shields. Clang! Bang, 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 bang. At this time, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, Ziyuan's attack once again arrived in front of Zephyr. Zephyr waved one hand and created a black shadow barrier to block the bullets. Then, without waiting for Liz, Bai Fei, and Ziyuan to react, he waved his arm again and used the black shadow to create a black high-speed vortex that flew towards the two of them. Liz, Bai Fei, and Ziyuan both jumped to the side, dodging the vortex's sweep. But the next moment, before Ziyuan could stabilize her body, Zephyr suddenly flew in front of him and waved his hands, creating 10 sharp, bloody slashes on Ziyuan's body. Puff! 10 bloody wounds immediately appeared on Ziyuan's arms that hurriedly blocked in front of her body. Immediately afterward, Zephyr grabbed Ziyuan's wrist with one hand and forcefully pulled her in front of him. He held her waist with one hand, lowered his head, and bit Ziyuan's neck with his sharp teeth. Puff! Blood immediately flowed out of Zephyr's mouth. Zephyr was a death apostle, a member of the 27 clans, and one of the strongest vampires. Those who were bitten by him only had one ending, and that was to become a death apostle. From now on, Ziyuan's vampire transformation would be put on the agenda. If she wanted to stop this process from continuing, the only way was to kill Zephyr. But obviously, with the current situation, she, Liz, and Bai Fei did not have a chance to do so. Go away! At this time, accompanied by a loud shout, Liz and Bai Fei rushed to Zephyr's side with an astonishing momentum and pointed their shield and spear at him. Zephyr moved his body and let go of Xin, dodging Liz and Bai Fei's attack, and stood on the ground not far away. Liz and Bai Fei stood in front of Ziyuan, who was kneeling on the ground, like a wall behind her. Run! Liz and Bai Fei, who were confronting Zephyr, said without turning their heads. Why? Although I haven't turned into a death apostle, according to the usual style of the church, I should be classified as a heretic now. As a holy knight of the church, why are you protecting me? Ziyuan raised her head and asked in confusion. Because before we set off, I swore to protect you. So no matter what you become, I will protect you and let you survive this crusade. So run. Liz and Bai Fei replied. I'm going to restrain him now, so run, Xin. After saying that, Liz and Bai Fei did not say anything else. Instead, they stomped their feet and rushed towards Zephyr with a determined momentum. Ziyuan looked at the back of Liz and Bai Fei, who were rushing away, and remained silent. Then, she gritted her teeth and quickly got up from the ground and ran away without looking back. A holy knight of the church would let a heretic escape. How ironic. Zephyr, who was waving his hands and creating shadow whips to attack Liz and Bai Fei from all directions, laughed. Chapter 1830. Puff, 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 puff. Under the storm-like attack of the Black Whip, Liz and Bai Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. They knelt on the ground, their eyelids drooping, looking like they were about to faint at any moment. If it wasn't for the cello-like instrument supporting her body, she might have already fallen to the ground. Go to hell. At this time, Zephyr roared with a ferocious expression, holding the Black Whip in his hand to deliver the final blow to Liz and Bai Fei. But at this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Liz and Bai Fei, who were waiting for death with her eyes closed. The shadow carried her up and ran away from Zephyr just as the Black Whip was about to reach them. Want to run? Go to hell. Seeing the duck in his hand suddenly fly away, Zephyr roared angrily and threw out a black whirlwind at the black shadow at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow paused, half-turned his body, and kicked the ground in front of him, sending a piece of gravel and mud flying towards the black whirlwind. Then he turned around again and ran away at high speed. Bang! Behind the black shadow, the black whirlwind collided with the mud, shattering the mud, and continued to fly towards the black shadow without any reduction in speed. But at this time, another shadow suddenly appeared on the scene, releasing a dragon-like flame that fiercely collided with the black whirlwind. Boom! The flames scattered, illuminating the pitch-black space. On the ground at the side, a slender youth wearing casual clothes stood there with a faint smile on his face, calmly looking at Zephyr, who was not far away. It was Seito. "Who are you?" Zephyr asked with a gloomy face. "A passing magician." Seito chuckled. "What a passing magician. You don't know what's good for you, actually daring to meddle in my business. In that case, you will also become my material." Zephyr sneered. After saying that, Zephyr swung his hand, bringing out 5 thick black whips like sharp blades, and shot towards Seito. The 5 fingers of Sei's left hand closed and separated, and 4 bright red gems suddenly appeared between his fingers. With a flip of his hand, he shot it out. In an instant, the gemstone emitted a red light and exploded, turning into a thick flame that flew towards the black whip. Boom! My goal is only those 2 women. I don't wish to be your enemy. How about we stop fighting here?" Seito said as he casually blocked Zephyr's attack. "Gem magic? Who is Aritzi to you?" Zephyr asked in a deep voice. "There are many people in this world who know how to perform gemstone magic. For example, Zeritz and his many disciples that you mentioned, but not everyone will be related to him." Seito chuckled. "Take the Eiderfelts, for example. Of course, I'm not a member of the Eiderfelt family. If you're someone related to Zeritz, I might consider it. But since you're a wild kid who came out of nowhere, I don't need to listen to your suggestion. Therefore, you should just die." Zephyr sneered. Then, he once again created a black whirlpool and shot it towards Seito. "The world is so beautiful, yet you're so irritable. You shouldn't be like this." Seito sighed. Then, he struck forward with one hand, and a dong sound was heard, as if he had struck a piece of hard cloth. An air cannon visible to the naked eye instantly shot out from the front of his fist, hitting the black spiral. Boom! Seeing this, Zephyr's pupils shrunk. With his knowledge, Zephyr could naturally see that Sei's attack was purely based on his physical strength. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. Because in his knowledge system and the rumors he knew, there was no magician whose physical strength had reached this level, unless it was someone who had already come into contact with none. But was that possible? If it was really that kind of person, he should have already disappeared from this world. How could he still stay here? However, just as he was thinking about this, Sei suddenly turned into a cannonball, wrapped in a visible air barrier, and rushed to the front of Zephyr. A fist was aimed at Zephyr's face. This fist was very strange. Zephyr could clearly see the trajectory of the fist, but no matter how he moved his head, he couldn't dodge it. He could only watch as the fist landed on his face. In the end, he was sent flying. How is this possible? Zephyr was shocked. "Do you still want to fight?" Seito, who was standing at Zephyr's previous position, calmly looked at Zephyr, who had fallen to the ground, and said. Zephyr directly used his actions to answer his question. Zephyr's body turned into a black shadow and rolled towards Seito. When Sei saw this, he didn't move, but suddenly several light yellow amber stones appeared between his hands and shot into the ground. Then in the next moment, the ground shook and a tall earth wall shot out from the ground to block Zephyr's black shadow. Then, Seito's body quickly spun. His 2 hands were like the 2 sharp points of a compass as he quickly drew a circle on the ground. He stood up and once again threw several gems into the ground. In an instant, the ground under Seito's feet slightly lit up. A white light suddenly bloomed, and then a large amount of cold fog appeared around Seito's body. It quickly spread out and attached a layer of frost to the ground. Then Seito lightly jumped and stood on another piece of land. Using the same method as before, he drew a simple magic formation on the ground and activated it, increasing the speed of frost creation. Then another piece of land. It wasn't until Ito-sei had created 4 similar simple magic arrays that he walked to the corresponding new points of the 4 magic arrays and pressed his palms on the ground. "Activate!" Ito shouted. In an instant, the 4 magic formations lit up at the same time. In a mysterious way, they formed a huge magic formation. It bloomed with a bright white light and emitted a cold fog that contained magic power. Kacha! 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 Under the influence of the cold fog, a large amount of ice crystals began to appear on the ground, forming a layer of ice. It's a pity that I'm not Elkit. I can't get the support of the world to create the Crimson Moon and interrupt Zephyr's phenomenon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to cast a magic formation. Ito helplessly thought as he stood in the middle of the ice fog. Thinking of this, Ito's heart moved again. He poured more magic power into the magic formation under his feet. "Ritual magic. You're actually a great magician." Zephyr was shocked. A great magician was the title of a magician that was second only to a magician. Its most obvious characteristic was that it could skillfully use magic that was close to an inherent barrier. It could rely on rituals to create natural scenes that went against the current environment but were still in accordance with the laws of nature. In other words, a great magician could use ritual magic to change the natural environment. This was something that was considered a miracle in the eyes of others. The Night of Alasia was a unique inherent barrier that was created by human panic caused by rumors. Therefore, if one wanted to fight against it, other than the inherent barrier itself, only this kind of magic that was close to the application of laws was the most suitable. "I want to see how long you can last." Then, Zephyr's expression changed, and he sneered. Just like the inherent barrier needed a large amount of magic power to resist the correction of the world, magic that was the application of laws also needed a large amount of magic power. That was why Zephyr said such words. After all, as a special enchantment, the Night of Alasia didn't require too much mana support from Zephyr. Instead, it relied on another type of energy. Therefore, once the Night of Alasia was activated, unless it was attacked in advance, it wouldn't be a problem to maintain it for an entire night. Humph! Ito-sei snorted softly when he heard the words. He used his mind to control the ice field formed by the ritual magic he set up. In an instant, slender icicles emerged from the ice layer that was getting thicker and thicker. They shot towards Zephyr like bullets. Zephyr coldly smiled and wrapped himself in a black shadow. He turned into a black sphere and floated in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The icicles flew and the sphere rotated. Like a swallow flying into its nest, all of the icicles sank into the sphere formed by Zephyr. Seeing this, Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly jumped out. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the black sphere. He softly chanted, "One is all is one." From the beginning of one, all changes are born. All things cycle, heaven and earth return to one. Heaven and earth split, one heart is born. Show me, the world of all things renewal. A wave of fluctuation instantly radiated from Ito's body and pulled out a strange world with constantly changing scenery. It replaced the current scenery of the Night of Alasia and wrapped the black sphere inside. "Welcome to my world, Zephyr Ultramoblin," Ito, who was suspended in the world of the inherent barrier, said indifferently. At this time, Zephyr, who was once again frightened by Ito's behavior, was speechless. "I have already given you a chance before. Since you didn't cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite." After that, Ito-sei waved his hand, and the sky was flooded with purple-blue thunderbolts, and then with a loud rumbling sound, the thunderbolts turned into a rain of lightning and bombarded Zephyr, who was transformed into a black ball. Even though Zephyr was still a phenomenon at this time, the lightning in Ito's inherent barrier was not ordinary. Each of them contained a trace of weak rule power. Therefore, each attack was equivalent to the attack power of a concept weapon in the moon world. So unsurprisingly, a shrill scream sounded from Zephyr's sky. "Ah!" Seito's mouth made a light sound and attacked Zephyr in an even more ferocious way. Chapter 1831. With the appearance of a ripple in the void, Seito's figure appeared from the void. Then the void moved again. The strange sky, moon, fog, and the many death apostles that were formed by the Knight of Alasia that were killed by the Zephyrs in the past, or the death apostles that were formed by the blood of the other party, disappeared into the void like a mirage, and the entire town appeared once again. However, at this time, on the streets of the town, a large number of humans who had been killed by the death apostles created by the Knight of Alasia were lying on the streets. Under the moonlight and the contrast of fresh blood, it looked very strange, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Seito looked at the situation in the town with an indifferent expression. Then his gaze turned and locked onto the south of the town, and he quickly moved there. A few minutes later, he stopped in a small forest. In front of him was Here, who was dressed in black and wearing boxing gloves, and who had fainted, was placed aside by her. There was also a beautiful woman who was also dressed in black trousers and a black long-sleeve top. Her long silver hair was naturally tied up behind her head, and the female knight, Liz Bai Fei, who had also fainted. Seito stepped forward, leaned over, and put Ziyuan on his shoulder. "Let's leave here," Seito straightened up and said. Here and the silver-haired woman did not speak. They nodded and immediately left the small forest with Liz, Bai Fei, and Seito. Under Seito's lead, they moved to other cities under the night. Then, after about half an hour, a group of people dressed as members of the church quickly poured into the town that suffered from the Knight of Alasia and began to deal with the aftermath. The next day, in the morning, there was a low groan of pain accompanied by an N. Zin, who was quite injured, woke up from her coma. Zin, who opened her eyes, sat up and gently shook her head to make her consciousness clearer. Only then did she raise her head to observe the situation in the room. This was a small room, about 30 square meters in size. The decorations were simple but stylish, showing that the owner of this house had a good standard of living. The layout and furnishings of the room were very Western, which meant that the owner was a Westerner. In addition to what happened before he fainted, everything pointed to the fact that he was saved by someone. Just as she was thinking about the current situation, a soft sound suddenly attracted her attention. The sound came from the door of the room. A young man pushed open the door and walked into the room. She immediately saw him. Black hair. He seemed to be of Asian descent. His figure is very well proportioned, and there is nothing special about his walking posture and steps. He is not a master of physical skills. Other information needs to be checked. Looking at the person who had come, Ziyuan habitually analyzed the other party's information. For the alchemists of Atlas Academy, analyzing such things was almost instinctive. Moreover, the current situation was still unclear. Even if he didn't want to, he would force himself to use all kinds of methods to gather information. However, in order to get more information she wanted, Ziyuan also took action. At this time, Zan, who was sitting on the bed, moved her right hand slightly, and a thin thread invisible to the naked eye instantly flew out of her hand and stabbed straight at the person's head. However, to Ziyuan's surprise, in her eyes, the person who had come was not a master of physical skills. He tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the piercing of the thin thread. "Is this how you treat your savior?" The person stopped and raised his eyebrows. "Who are you?" Ziyuan ignored the other party's words and asked directly. "Seito." The person who had come, who was Seito, smiled faintly and said, "What about you?" "You can call me Ziyuan." Ziyuan replied softly. However, immediately after, Ziyuan's hands moved continuously, shooting several thin threads from all directions towards Seito's body. Obviously, with her previous performance, Ziyuan wanted to get some information in her own way even more. Seito's right hand shook slightly, and a strange-looking obsidian dagger quickly slipped into his hand. At the same time, he tapped the tip of his foot, jumped back, and waved his arm repeatedly, sending the nano-sized threads that Ziyun shot at him, flying one by one. Magic suit. Are you a magician? Ziyun, who saw that her ethereum fiber had been detected and sent flying by the other party, frowned. As expected of Atlas Academy's Ziyun Eltram Atlas. You saw through my identity at a glance. Seito, who stopped at the door, smiled faintly. You know me. Ziyun narrowed her eyes slightly. The badge of the two-headed snake, coupled with the unique ethereum fiber of the Eltram family and the fact that you were a young girl, if I still can't guess your identity, I would be an idiot. Seito said proudly. But the etiquette of the Eltram family is really disappointing. They actually used the ethereum fiber on their savior indiscriminately. If I had known earlier, I would have left you there to fend for yourself. Then, the expression on Seito's face was slightly restrained, and he said softly, I just want to understand something. Ziyun defended herself, then paused and thanked him. Thank you. Forget it. I have always been very tolerant of women, especially beautiful women. Seito shrugged indifferently, then turned and walked to the window on the side, and opened the curtains with a whoosh sound. In an instant, bright sunlight shone into the room through the window. But at this moment, a muffled groan came from Ziyun's mouth. Seito turned around and looked at Ziyun in confusion. He actually knew very well why Ziyun was like this. Everything was the fault of the sunlight. After being bitten by Zephyr, Zin, who had begun to transform into a death apostle, also began to show the characteristics of a death apostle, fear of sunlight. So for the current Ziyun, the warm sunlight was like a blazing flame and a diffuse poison that made her uncomfortable. Ziyun hugged her body tightly with her arms and bowed, her face full of pain. Are you okay? Seito pretended to be concerned and walked to the bedside, reached out and put his hand on Ziyun's shoulder and asked. But at this moment, Ziyun suddenly turned her head, revealing bright red, inhuman eyes and a distorted face. Her teeth were as sharp as thorns, and she opened her mouth to bite Seito's palm. A death apostle's reaction. Seeing this, Seito retracted his palm and dodged Ziyun's attack. Then, he used swimming dragon steps, and with a twist, he instantly circled behind Ziyun and Nakan, who had become sluggish due to her rational struggle, unconscious. Plop! Vin, who had fainted, fell heavily on the bed. Jialan, Seito called out. As soon as he finished speaking, the light at the door dimmed, revealing the figure of the silver-haired woman. Look after her, Seito ordered. Yes, the woman named Jialan replied. Then Seito turned around and walked out of Ziyun's room and returned to the living room. Then, after more than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man who looked very imposing appeared in the room. Sir, the plane is ready. We can set off at any time. The man said respectfully. Hearing this, Seito didn't waste any time. He immediately called Here and the silver-haired woman, Jialan, and helped them get the unconscious Liz, Bai Fei, and Xin, who had received a certain degree of treatment, out of the room. After packing up their things, they sat in the car prepared by the man, started the engine, and rushed to the nearby airport. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped in the airport. Because it was a private plane, Seito and the others took a special VIP channel, so they were not checked. They smoothly sat in the plane that had been waiting for them on the tarmac. Then the plane took off and flew to Japan. On the way, after a rest, Ziyun once again woke up from her coma. But this time, she learned from her mistakes. She didn't immediately open her eyes. Instead, she opened them slightly and secretly observed the environment in the room. Did I change places? Looking at the unfamiliar environment in the room, Ziyun thought to herself. Then, she locked her eyes on the silver-haired woman who had appeared in the room. Then, with a slight movement of her hands, she shot the ether optical fiber at Jialan. The ether optical fiber, also known as the nano-optical fiber, was not only extremely tough, but could also be used to bind and cut the opponent in battle. It could also be used to connect to other people's bodies, read other people's brain information through nerve conduction, and control other people's bodies. It could be said to be very powerful. With some carelessness, the ether optical fiber successfully pierced Jialan's head. Then, under Ziyuan's operation, pieces of information appeared in her mind. The first image that appeared was of Jialan carrying Ziyuan and following Sei Ito onto the plane. Then, it was a scene of a group of people riding a bus on the road. But it was this memory that suddenly made Ziyuan's heart beat fiercely. Great, Liz and Baifei are still alive. Ziyuan was overjoyed when she saw the silver-haired woman's face in the image. But even so, Ziyuan did not stop. Instead, she continued to read the information transmitted from Jialan's mind. This time, it was the image of Jialan taking care of her. Then, it was the image of Jialan carrying Liz and Baifei running on the road with, say, Ito and Here. Then, it was the image of Jialan snatching Liz and Baifei from Zephyr. Finally, it was the image of Jialan waking up from the box. Looking at the long stretch of darkness coming from Jialan, Ziyuan faintly sensed something. So the destination is Japan. I can use this time to adjust my body, Ziyuan thought to herself as she quickly put aside those irrelevant things for the time being. Thinking about adjusting her body, Ziyuan did not hesitate anymore. She immediately took back the ether optical fiber that was pierced on Jialan's body and inserted it back in her body. She closed her eyes and used the ether optical fiber to deduce the various data transmitted back. Then, she thought about a way to stop the death of hostilization. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.